Simon & Schuster Audio presents Silver Under Nightfall by Chupeco. Read by Matthew Spencer.
Chapter 1. The Forest of Fangs. They never tell you it's the girls that are hardest to kill. He would have liked nothing more than to forget every ball he'd ever been forced to attend. But the mind is a funny bastard, one he trained to retain information on the off chance it could save his life. And so he remembered. He remembered her. First-year debutantes tended to flee from him once the introductions were over, which was only a shade politer than those in their second and third years, who needn't bother speaking to him at all. But she was 16 years old and a willowy little thing, all dolled up in pink lace, stammering and nervous at first, but braver than she let on. She'd stayed and smiled and talked to him like he wasn't a pariah among the aristocracy, like she wasn't risking her reputation over a conversation with him. She had lovely green eyes and smelled like jasmine. She'd called him Armiger, not lord or lady, but a neutral title he felt was more in keeping with who he was. She hadn't mocked him like so many others had. The bar for empathy was on the ground as far as the nobility was concerned, but when you were used to eating dirt, being thrown a bone felt like kindness. And so it had hurt, in an unexpected, bewildering way, when he'd received the order to execute her. Like most of the damned, she was beautiful. She'd always been breathtaking, but death had a curious way of remoulding her features, shaping them into an artificial perfection that mere mortals could never reach. He was reminded of his old school lessons, of chameleons who changed their colors for camouflage, of butterflies that mimicked flowers for their own protection. But Lady Daenerys' preternatural beauty was not for her protection. Lady Daenerys' beauty was bait. She stood in the small clearing with moonlight threading through the dark tresses of her hair, braiding it in softer shades of light. Her small white fingers trembled as she undid the laces of her gown, deliberate in their clumsiness. "Come to me," she crooned. He approached her. His eyes were not on her face, nor were they on her now exposed bodice. They were on her lips, which were stained in a scarlet hue darker than any rouge could achieve. She smiled at him then, and he could almost see traces of the girl she once was, even as her arms wound themselves around his neck, her breath light against the base of his throat. "Please," she whispered, and her mouth opened, wide. She was quick, but he was quicker. She shoved him away with a screech and stumbled back as blood pooled down her chin. He'd stabbed a wooden stake right through the flesh, exiting at the back of her head. She wrenched the weapon free, leaving an ugly, gaping hole between her upper cheek and lower jaw, injuries she ignored as she flung away the stake and focused on his face, her lips twisting and fangs protruding further when she realized what he was. "Reaper," she snarled, and leapt. She blurred from view, reappeared behind him, then disappeared again as he spun around until she was surrounding him from all sides simultaneously. A neat trick for someone only 2 weeks dead. He drew out Breaker from where it lay strapped across his back, the thick handle a bludgeon all on its own. His thumb moved across a hidden switch, and concealed twin scythe blades snapped outward, at the farthest end like ram horns, curved downwards and sharp. She was too fast, though, and he was still mortal. The problem with carrying something that was essentially 5 weapons in one was that it weighed the sum of its parts. Gauging a vampire's movements with human eyes was pointless and often fatal, so he concentrated on his 16 years of training. 16 years of getting bled out and stabbed and maimed so badly that his sharpened senses could pinpoint exactly where she was about to attack, based on which part of his body was already phantom aching. His left side throbbed. He turned to deflect, the steel slamming against fingernails that could tear through bark. She flickered away and came after him from a different direction, only to be frustrated once again. "Why won't you let me kill you?" she cried out as petulantly as a child. A vessel had been severed somewhere behind her right iris, and from that eye blood cried down, hardened and clotted. He had no energy to spare for talking, and when she came at him a third time, he deflected the blow and mounted his first real offensive. She drew back to avoid the downward slash, Breaker's edge missing her neck by a precious inch. Her wounds were ugly, buttered in a permanent splotch across her face, half of which was drenched in sticky, already congealing blood, but even confronted with this proof of her true nature, he hesitated. If he'd been smart and staked her through the heart right from the beginning, as he'd done countless times to countless creatures of the night for countless other bounties, the fight would have already been over. Short, quick, brutal was the basic tenet of Reaper training. But he'd never been known for his intelligence. The 3 days spent hunting down Lady Daenerys had been 3 days of hoping not to find her, that the witnesses were mistaken, that it was some other corpse they'd seen haunting Tennefer lands, that it wasn't someone he'd known, however brief the acquaintance, and however light her jasmine scent. He could almost hear his father now. "You've always been a soft-hearted fool, son. You got that from your mother." Lady Daenerys was freshly turned, but still a freshly turned novice. Even that made her 1,000 times deadlier than the average fighter. She wasn't used to her food fighting back so early in her undead life, and her untethered rage at his rejection left her open to reprisal. In that moment, staring down at her mad, lovely eyes, he accepted that she was lost. Drawing out the battle would be the cruelest thing he could do. So when she came after him again, he'd steeled his resolve, asked her quietly for forgiveness, and struck from below, altering the angle of his slash to catch her unaware. He kept Breaker nice and sharp. As far as beheadings went, it was a clean one. He dropped to his knees afterward, holding her. Her eyes were wide and staring, mouth slightly parted in shock. Her gaze fluttered to his, and in their depths he saw stray bits of humanity returning. "Armiger Remy," she whispered in newfound recognition, and then one final time. "Please." Still cradling her head carefully against his arm, he reached over and picked up the discarded stake. Her eyes followed his movements as he crouched over her fallen body. "I'm sorry." The words always felt hollow, but he said them every time. She was lucid, they sometimes were near the end, but never for long. Now her smile was exactly as he remembered it. "Send me to heaven, Armiger." And this time Remy didn't hesitate. He sat with her a while. He'd never understood the point of administering final rites, mainly because he was shit at it. But undead or not, the Duke of Tennefer had been adamant Remy bring his daughter's body back intact, so they could inter her on family grounds. Reaper law demanded that he cremate her, but his father had told him to make an exception this time. Gently, he placed her head against the crook of her arm, and breathed a small prayer over the body, as he'd always done and was expected to do, though the words brought him little comfort and even less peace. Then he rose to his feet. "I really do not have the bloody time for this," Remy said. He only had a second to feel a pinch of warning in his right arm, because this attack was swift, more calculated and precise than any of Lady Daenerys' attempts. He countered it all the same, and blocked another pair of hands right before they could shove through his back and exit his chest with a fistful of vertebrae. His attacker snarled, fangs bared and fingers satisfactorily mangled by the abruptness of Breaker's steel, before retreating when Remy swung his weapon again. 8 vampires surrounded him, ethereal and inhuman, dressed in dark, albeit expensive, linens and silks, all an unnecessary, ridiculous show of intimidation that would surely impress the owls and squirrels who'd come to watch. More glaring than the suits was the condescending, mocking insufferability radiating off them like cheap cologne. "You got one lucky shot in, Hunter," one of them jeered, a boy who looked no older than he was, with carefully primped hair and a cold smile. He wore his arrogance like a second coat. Remy wanted to punch him. "You won't get another." "Which of you turned her?" There were no coincidences when vampires were involved. His stomach churned at what they must have done, at what her final hours had been like at their hands, and his blood was up, exhilarated, ready to let. He hadn't wanted to kill Lady Daenerys, but now he was itching for a massacre. "Do you always take that tone with your betters, fresh blood?" "Only with the ones that piss me off." The vampire laughed. "And what will you do about it? Who would they believe? A noble or some commoner who's just slayed a duke's daughter in the woods?" Remy said nothing. The vampire glided closer, emboldened by his silence and their numbers. "What's one more dead, then? Who's to say that we didn't stumble upon a depraved hunter assaulting a sweet young girl out here and took justice into our own hands? The Summer Lords and the humans are on the verge of an alliance now, aren't they? We've got a moral obligation to report crimes, don't we? And you did kill her. Where's the lie in that?" "Tell me who turned her." "Does it matter?" another of the vampires asked, an older one with rougher features, at odds with his primped clothes and a full beard. "You make for better entertainment than she ever did. Kill him. Leave his body as a present for the humans. Let them believe the poor little girl eviscerated him as her final act of spite." A compartment from within the base of Breaker's handle slid free, a thick chain springing out. A straight blade no longer than his forearm, but equally as sharp as the scythes, had been soldered onto the end, and Remy swung it in a wide arc. It caught two of the vampires in their stomachs. They hit the ground, flailing, hands grasping at suddenly exposed entrails. The chain made a second pass. Blood sprayed, and they stopped twitching. "Witch's teats, Nadji," one of the others gasped. "Look at that thing. He's not just a hunter. He's the damned butcher's get." That revelation did not cause an immediate retreat, as one might expect. Remy could smell their desperation. There were more problems to be had with the son of the infamous Reaper than an unknown hunter trying to make his bones off bounties. Better credibility and a more plausible testimony for starters. They leaped for him. Remy bisected the bearded vampire first, then sank one of his scythe blades straight through his heart for good measure. His opponent crumbled immediately, nothing of him left but ash sweeping through the wind. He took out one more with the double blades while he jerked at his chain, the knife attached to it gutting a second creature behind him. He used its swinging, looping momentum to slice up a third across their kneecaps, then across their lungs when they dove at him from above. The group's bratty ringleader snarled and persisted despite their losses, avoiding the deadly combination of Reaper blades, even as his last companion made a fatal mistake, jerking into the chain's path while he struggled to evade the scythe. The knife chain shucked his skull open, exposing brain and bone shards. To his credit, the snot-faced kindred was a better fighter than the rest of his stooges. The arrogant boy kept clear of Breaker, but his mounting frustrations were evident at his inability to draw near enough for a fatal strike. The vampire doubled his speed until he was nearly a blur, invisible to most other humans. Remy switched to a more staggered defense, using his oversized pipe of a weapon like a shield to batter the lightning-quick slashes away, eschewing his own quickness for an economy of movement. Finally, the undead youth leaned harder into his upswing than was needed, and Remy promptly relaxed his arms like he'd given up. At the same time, his fingers dug into the faint, barely discernible grooves on either side of Breaker, where twin daggers lay hidden, so perfectly carved into the steel that they might have been part of its design. He yanked them free. Before the vampire could crow about his victory, he had already driven one into his pale white throat. The youth gargled, blood pouring out of his mouth like a bubbling, stuttering waterfall. He tried to back away, but Remy dogged his steps and trapped him against the nearest tree with the blade. "Who turned her?" Remy's voice was a snarl. He pressed the second dagger against the vampire's chest. He needed to know. He could do little for Lady Daenerys now, but he could pry the confession out of this fuck-ass dumbwit, even if Remy had to reach past his over-starched suit and into his chest to yank out the truth. The smug, malicious confidence the boy had once strapped on like armor had dissolved. He could only jerk his head slightly, garble something incoherently from around the blade still wedged through his vocal cords. "Who turned her, you deceased little prick?" "We didn't turn her," the boy warbled through a mouthful of red. "We didn't." "That's enough bloodshed for today, Reaper." Remy took his second dagger from the vampire's chest, but kept his first buried in the youth's throat out of principle. Breaker was still a few feet away, too far for a successful lunge. He took a step toward it anyway as he braced for an incoming attack, then added another when none was immediately forthcoming. He was expecting the newcomer to be yet another dramatic brat. He was only partially correct. The stranger had dramatic stapled to him, but it was the kind of dramatic that attached itself unwanted like a very glamorous leech, and demanded attention on behalf of its owner whether it was warranted or not. And the stranger was made to be looked at. He was exceedingly handsome, even by vampiric standards. He was darker than those in the band Remy had just annihilated, with suggestions of coal about the eyes, and a strong chin covered by a 5 o'clock shadow that would have hinted at a 3-day drunken binge on Remy, but gave the intruder the respectability of a warlord fresh from battle, sitting down for a portrait to commemorate his misdeeds. His hair was long, tied carelessly about the nape of his neck, and somehow still looked impeccably groomed. Remy hated him already. By contrast, he was bloody. He was dirty. He stank of several days' worth of backroads and petrichor. He smelled like the farthest thing from flowers. And there was something about the noble, because there was no bloody way in hell that he wasn't one, that set off warning bells in Remy's head the way Lady Daenerys and the vampire youths had not. Had the stranger attacked, Remy would have been dead on the ground by now. Should have been. The man took in the bodies with neither anger nor surprise. They could have been livestock for all the interest he gave them. He looked bored more than anything else. "I am here to collect my foolish brother," he said, clearly offering no apology. "You can be certain that he will be punished for his role in this." The youth still impaled against the trunk winced. By whom? Remy was still raw, still seeking an outlet for his rage. Lady Daenerys' blood was still on him, still seeping into his clothes. "You? And what punishment will you deem worthy, my lord? A slap on the wrist? A temporary limit on his monthly allowances?" "That is no concern of yours." "It is every concern of mine," Remy shouted. "Your brother was responsible for a girl's murder, for no reason other than his own entertainment." "My brother made no such confession. In fact, he protested his innocence quite vehemently." The vampire plucked the dagger out of his sibling's throat, as graceful as such an action could ever be, and tossed it back to Remy, who caught it by the handle. "Come, Nadji." Clutching his neck, the other boy shot an angry, if slightly fearful, look back at Remy, then scrambled to the lord's side. "You have my word that my brother shall never harm the people of Tennyfair ever again. And my word is—" Remy dropped his daggers, snatched up Breaker in 3 quick steps, and charged at him. The noble avoided his blows, exerting the least possible energy to deflect and keep out of range, and Remy knew mockery when he saw it. He redoubled his efforts, but always seemed half a second too slow, the vampire lord no longer where he expected him to be when his scythe blade swooped down to slash. Remy wished he'd made the time to gulp down another fresh vial of Bloodwaker. One dose would not be enough for this fight. He spun the knife chain, sending it into a deadly whirring arc above his head. The vampire grabbed at the links and snapped them with a deft twist. With nothing else to keep it moored, the knife flew on, disappearing swiftly into the darkness. And then the noble was on him. They hurtled into another tree, Remy taking the full brunt as he slammed hard into the trunk, breath leaving him in one long, drawn-out gasp, blooms of pain popping up everywhere. Thorns and rough bark clawed at his back, and he was in no position to shift free. The man kept him trapped, with nothing but Breaker between them. The Lord's hand was wrapped around one of the scythe's blades. Remy knew it was digging into the man's skin, judging by the flow of blood gushing down his wrist. He knew it must have hurt like hell, because he wore at least one whetstone out on Breaker every month for easier stabbage, had nicked himself on it enough times. The stranger seemed incapable of pain, but he was more than capable of fury. The dark eyes on him promised 1,000 cutting deaths more excruciating than any Remy's scythes could deliver. This was, quite frankly, a common reflex among vampires whenever Remy was within murdering range. Vampires threatened all sorts of atrocities on him with alarming frequency. But the noble was also looking at him with more than just that. There was a spark of sudden interest in that coal-black gaze, the amber highlights within it, making him look all the more arresting. He was staring at Remy like he'd only just realized he was there. And then the Lord smiled with a rapacious predatory hunger that had nothing to do with Remy's attempt to kill him, and that made Remy's hand dampen with sweat. "I understand that you had to do what was necessary to restrain my brother, even if it meant delivering him serious injury," the Lord said, the words whisper-soft and low. "That fight has been settled, with you the victor. But if you wish to continue, it is I you shall be facing next. And this battle, my pet, you will not win." The vampire was far too strong, far too close. Remy's daggers were on the ground, and he had little room to move his scythes. "There will be no justice until he is punished according to the law," he found himself growling. "The law? Whose laws, Reaper? Your human laws which seek to kill my kind with extreme prejudice? What would your version of human punishment be? To have my brother while away his life in your jails? Stake him? You will gain nothing but our ire, and your lords now do everything to prevent that. What is one woman worth, after all? Her life is worth just as much as a man's, vampire or otherwise." Their gazes locked. Remy was suddenly too aware of the stranger's startling heat. There was no reason he should ever be this warm. The vampire took the tip of his chin between his own thumb and forefinger, like his face was a butterfly specimen he'd freshly plucked from air, and Remy froze. "Was she your lover? Is that why her death causes you such anguish?" The fresh intensity in the Lord's eyes had only increased, and it made Remy feel uncomfortable, vulnerable. "No," he managed through gritted teeth. "But she didn't deserve this." The man grinned, exposing long, elegant fangs, white as ivory in the dim light. Remy tensed, his mind seeking out other weapons, other alternatives. The vampire bastard knew this wasn't a fair fight. He had the strength of 30 men, of at least 5 Remys. He looked capable of punching through the moon if he jumped high enough. All Remy had was a limited drug supply and a cylinder full of spent knives. An admirable trait for a human, death wish notwithstanding. His knuckles pressed deeper against the scythe's edge, taunting. "I have fought this weapon before. I know who your father is. They say you are not completely human, a moon calf, a cambion." Remy summoned up his last reserves and hurtled forward. It did shit all because he was slammed back again, and now his wrist was imprisoned above his head, a forceful hand pinning it down. The stranger bent toward him, mouth a hair's breadth away from his own. There are many things we suffer through that we never deserve, and that is true whether you are dead or living. I will offer what compensation I can to her family, to the best of my ability. 7 deaths to pay for one woman's is a generous offer. I suggest you take it. He let go, and in the blink of an eye vanished, reappearing on the other side of the forest and calmly straightening his collar. Only then did Remy notice the curved sword at his hip, at the sheer arrogance of the man not having used it at all. The younger vampire, Naji, at least had the wisdom to remain where he was throughout the fight, though the faint smirk on his face faded when his elder brother shot a dark glance his way. "This is not over!" Remy yelled after him, rather uselessly given the aftermath, suddenly aware of the cold the vampire had left in his wake. The Lord smiled. You could hammer at the diamonds of those dark eyes for years and never make a dent. "I very much hope not, Pendergast," he said. He turned and walked away without another look back. Naji scurried after him. Remy waited until they were truly gone before succumbing to numbness. His legs buckled, and he landed hard on his rear as his feet skidded out underneath him. He'd made it through 3 consecutive fights and was somehow still breathing. It was understandable to feel weak now. But he'd lost. He'd never lost before. On top of that, it had been quick. His eyes flicked toward his scythe blades, still dripping with the vampire lord's blood. Breaker was made almost completely of silver. It must have hurt the noble to touch it, stoic as he seemed. The man had all but opened his own vein, simply to teach him a lesson. Remy did not appreciate it. But his father would appreciate the additional corpses. Remy had not brought enough sacks to stuff the lot in, though the wagon he'd left waiting near the side road should be enough to bring their bodies away along with Lady Daenerys. One vampire had been ancient enough to be rendered into ashes. It explained the noble's indifference at seeing 7 of his own clan slaughtered. The rest had been new converts, not old enough to be ashed. Small fry, according to their convoluted undead hierarchy. Freshly turned vampire bodies sold well in the black markets of Illyria, a novelty item for the extremely wealthy and privileged, sources of experimentation and study for those who dabbled in the sciences. Remy didn't like it, but his disapproval wasn't worth bollocks in Illyria. The man who had bested him was a summer lord, a 3rd court vampire. His father was going to kill him. Remy reached into his pocket for a small Bloodwaker vial, unstoppering it and gulping down its contents gratefully, feeling his strength return. A much more intelligent Reaper would have taken the dose before running headlong into a fight. A much more intelligent Reaper wouldn't have attacked a vampire lord either. "Why the hell don't I think these things through?" he mumbled into the gloom. He looked at the remains of the vampires strewn around, and then at the headless body of Lady Daenerys, still as peaceful as when he had first laid her out, untouched by the carnage. The blood trickling out of her was darker than that of the other vampires, he noticed, more black than red, with hints of a darker blue to its sheen. Lady Daenerys had not smelled like anything in death. Vampires never do. But this vampire noble had carried with him the very faintest of fragrances, as unnerving as it was unfamiliar. As keen as Remy's nose was, it was unlike anything he'd ever smelled. More likely it was a sliver of a scent of a memory, he surmised, of what the vampire lord had been like when he'd still been human. And, irrationally, the thought pissed Remy off even more. Chapter 2. Family. Daylight in the kingdom of Illyria was more of a concept than an observation. The thick grey clouds looming overhead were a near-permanent fixture. Fortunately, the light rain held steady when he arrived at the manor. The only indication that he'd beaten dawn by a couple of hours was the faint lightening of what little sky could be seen. Clouds hogged sunlight in Illyria the way dragons hoarded treasure, and they made Remy's work all the more difficult for it. The stable hands had long been familiar with his odd hours and the work that entailed. They took the reins from Remy without comment, unhitched his stallion from the cart, and guided the horse away. They ignored the heavy tarp stretched over the wagon that hid the undead from sight. They knew better than to look. "Dr. Yost has been waiting for you, my lord," one of the men, Willoughby, said, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. Remy couldn't blame him. It took courage to work at the Pendergasts' ancestral home. Triple the wages was still a pittance when they had to serve someone with the Duke of Valenbon's temper, or when they had to ignore the corpses ferried to and from the manor at unnatural hours. Quinton Yost was the Duke's physician. He'd come with excellent references from Anhelm, Rothersgard, and Sandberg, all lords from impeccable bloodlines. The antidotes he developed based on his studies of vampires, or so it was mentioned, had helped extend old Anhelm's life for over a decade after his terminal illness had been discovered, and his father had hired the doctor to attend to him exclusively for that very reason. But his unabating eagerness for bodies to dissect had always repulsed Remy. If Remy had had his way, he would have burned the corpses instead, would have refused so much as an ash for the doctor to take. His only consolation was that Lady Daenerys would be safe, properly cremated by her family before her interment. "Young Jack is here as well," Willoughby continued. "I told him to wait in the kitchens until you'd settled things with the doctor." "Thank you, Willoughby. I'll take it from here." Remy pressed a few coins into his hand and saw the man's mood brighten. "Send my regards to the missus for me." Dr. Yost did not fit the stereotype of one with an unhealthy interest in the undead. He was ruddy-faced and stocky, rather than thin and sallow, jovial in disposition, with a soothing bedside manner. It didn't matter. Something about the physician's heartiness felt like an oversell, and it had always made Remy uncomfortable. The man had an umbrella above his head to keep dry, but when he lifted it toward Remy's direction, the latter chose the rain over the man's hospitality and stepped away. "Well, Lord Pendergast," Dr. Yost said, circling the wagon like a vulture contemplating the choicest of the carrion on display. "Seems like we've had a much more substantial haul than expected. How many of these lovelies do we have?" "6, Remy said shortly. The doctor lifted the tarpaulin to peer inside, made disappointed clucking noises. "I suppose the unfortunate lady of tonight's bounty has already been delivered to her family?" "If you mean to ask if she is safely out of your reach, then yes." Dr. Yost took no offence to Remy's barb. He never did. "Distasteful as it may sound, young sir, it is a necessary undertaking. I'm doing nothing that the fools at the archives aren't doing themselves, and I have more brains than the lot of them put together. I am learning more with your father's health in mind, and my studies show much promise. Determining how vampire blood bonds on a cellular level, translating that into other methods of rejuvenating the human body, with more adipose tissues to extract cytokine from, the antigens should—" But Remy was already slipping away, leaving the physician alone with his latest test subjects. Jack's was a far more welcoming face. Remy frequently employed youths to keep a close eye on any vampire attacks within the surrounding areas, paying them for the privilege. Jack was his best informant. He told Remy where the vampires were lurking, and then Remy set out to kill them, far less complicated than most of the official reports that came out of a Louvre. "This one's going to be a little bit different from the usual fare, Armiger," the red-haired youth said soberly. "Old Taggart's boy this time, or what's left of him, just over at Glyspike, 2 days ago." "What's left of him?" Body parts strewn from there over a 2-mile radius, they say, nearly all the way to Winbrook. Vampires don't eat flesh, do they? Not many animals that could tear someone limb from limb like that. But not an ounce of blood on what they could recover. Jack had been doing this long enough that even he'd been desensitized to the violence. It was easy to be, with the reports of attacks increasing every month. They don't, and there aren't any. This is the worst one I've heard of so far. Remy folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe. 7 victims, all within the span of a month. The last 4 had reportedly been mutilated as well, but not to this extent. "Seen a lot, haven't you?" Jack asked with the faint ghoulish curiosity of one who'd never had to experience such tragedies themselves. "I've seen enough." Remy tossed him a small bag containing 6 gold coins and generous handfuls of copper. "Convey my condolences to the Taggarts, and keep me informed of other similar incidents. Tell the villagers to keep away from the borders between the 2 villages, and by the light say nothing of this to my father. I shall be able to ride out in less than a fortnight." The boy caught the money, bowed low, and retreated silently. It was a new day, but Remy's work was far from over. He'd been awake for nearly 24 hours, and while he'd like nothing better than to linger in the bath, where he could scrub his skin raw of the day's excesses before tumbling into bed, he knew his father was expecting him. Nobody kept Edgar Pendergast, Duke of Fallenbon, waiting. 10 minutes before a washstand and wearing a fresh set of clothes was enough to make him presentable. He spent another 5 cleaning Breaker, collecting the blood into a small vial, as was the family protocol. He'd brought back the knife and chains the vampire noble had snapped off, but reforging them would require another visit to Elke. The woman would not be happy to learn the ease at which the Lord had broken the silver after all her hard work on it. He then placed the blood sample container inside his coat pocket and dragged his feet the full distance between his bedroom and his father's chambers, as if any further delays might annul the visit entirely. It was a habit from childhood he had never completely unlearned. Despite the darkness of the corridor and the rain still pouring outside, he could see the walls covered in newspaper clippings, all carefully framed, all listing the Duke's exploits and the accolades bestowed upon him by the previous Allurian king. Duke of Fallenbon beheads Genghis vampire from the Daily Gazette. Duke of Fallenbon vanquishes undead legion from the Allurian Times. Edgar Pendergast, Duke of Fallenbon, saviour of Alluria, from the Wayward Post. His father detested tabloid rags, except when they wrote in his favour. The headlines filled the whole length of the Duke's hallway, leaving little room for anything else. The Duke of Fallenbon himself was still up, sitting in his favourite well-worn armchair by the fireplace. The room was insufferably hot, a good 10 degrees warmer than the rest of the manor. The old man's numerous and ongoing ailments played a factor, but Remy had always thought that his father's own incapacity for warmth left him seeking it elsewhere. His first sight of the Duke was a frail, spotted hand at the armrest, pale-skinned, trembling from prolonged rheumatism. Remy's boots made no sound on the plush carpet, but the old man shifted, then grunted to acknowledge his arrival. A cup of tea sat on the table by his elbow, steam still rising from it, and a row of medicine bottles were lined up neatly behind the cup like sentries on night watch. The Duke's pale manservant, Grimesworthy, bowed low to Remy from his usual spot at the corner of the room. He was one of only a handful of servants still working at the manor, and the only hired help to last longer than 2 months. The man was massive, and might have been an oak tree in some previous life, because he looked to have been carved out of bark in this one. Remy was of no exceptional height, and resented the way the man loomed over him. "Tell cook that I'm ready for breakfast," his father told the servant, dismissing him quickly. The man bowed. Remy had yet to hear him speak since his father had hired him. No runny eggs this time. She knows as well as I that my gout flares when they're runny." Another bow before the giant shuffled out of the room. The Duke of Vallenbon could no longer walk or stand unaided, and had to be wheeled around on the rare occasion he left the manor, yet he insisted on bringing his cane everywhere. It lay across his lap. It gleamed a pure dark mahogany in the firelight, the wood nearly black despite its sheen, with an intricate carving of the Pendergast crest whittled into one end. The cane had been almost as infamous as he once was. The saviour of Illyria was unrecognizable now. His brown hair had faded into thin, wispy strings of white that dotted his scalp amid the age spots. His muscular build had shrunk, his handsome features losing the fight against bouts of long illnesses, exacerbated by the physical demands he'd placed on his body for decades as a young hunter. All the injuries and fractures he'd accumulated and neglected against his physician's orders finally coming home to roost. The blanket across his knees hid the worst of his injuries. A badly twisted leg, even thinner than the rest of him. One of his eyes had clouded over in a strange white film. His doctors had given him just over a year before what remained of his sight in that eye was gone, and only 2 more before the rest of him followed suit. Given the pathetic figure he presented at the moment, it felt almost ridiculous, the terror the man could still inspire in Remy, and the guilt. "You're late," Edgar Pendergast said flatly. "I had to make arrangements with Tennyfair." The grief-stricken howl the poor man had made at the sight of his daughter still rang in Remy's ears. "No use dilly-dallying with the family just because you met their daughter once. Poor chit probably didn't even recognize you. Most of them don't. When they're new to the turning, they needed to know that she died quickly. If you'd wanted the girl for yourself, you should have spoken up sooner," his father said. "I'm on good terms with Tennyfair. She would have been a tolerable match." "I wasn't interested in her that way," Remy said stiffly. "Oh? You've always been too emotional for your own good, Remington. Not even you would have reacted so strongly to a girl you'd met only the once and months ago." The glassier than normal sheen to the Duke's cloudy eye was either a sly glint or further nerve damage. "Or were your past talks with her more stimulating than you had both let on?" No. He had no desire to explain that he remembered her kindness more than he did their conversation, that it was all he required to fight for someone else's dignity. Lady Daenerys had treated him with the respect very few in upper society had ever given him. She had called him Armiger. It had mattered. "I trust, then, that your mission was successful?" "Yes, sir." "Blood work?" "Yes, sir." Remy reached into his pocket, set the sample on the table. "Grimesworthy says you brought more corpses than expected. Yost will be pleased. A separate hunt?" "I believe they were responsible for Lady Daenerys' turning." "Regular riffraff?" This was the part he'd been dreading. "Nobles." Vallenbon shifted again, staring back at Remy with his one good eye. "And did you find out the name of their clan before you killed them?" A deep breath. "One made reference to the Summer Lords." His father picked up the cup of tea, sipped slowly from it. Then he drew his hand back. The cup shattered against the wall right beside the fireplace, the sound unexpectedly loud. But years living with his father had taught Remy to stop from flinching outwardly. "Fool boy!" Edgar Pendergast roared. "The Summer Lords! All the bloodsuckers in the world to pick a fight with, and you take on the Summer Lords, the Third Court! Peace negotiations are being finalized even as we speak. If you weaken the Council's treaty with that accursed clan, you could compromise the whole of Illyria, you worthless, incompetent cretin!" He doubled over, coughing rapidly, flecks of blood and phlegm spraying his lips. Remy leaped forward, taking out his own handkerchief to press against his father's mouth. bottle," the Duke wheezed once he'd regained his voice. "2 pills." Remy found the required medication and a glass of water from another side table. His father downed the tablets quickly. Another hissed command, and an oxygen tank was wheeled out from behind his chair. After that, it was a matter of Remy waiting, tense and expectant, until finally his father's breathing grew less rapid and he could take in air with smaller effort, puffing in slower measures. "Fool," he said again, lifting the mask from his face. His voice was calmer, depleted of his previous anger, talking now like the remains of his teacup were not sitting on the floor in plain view to them both, staining the carpet. "Aloria is caught between several vampire factions. As much as it enrages me to be beholden to any of those corpses, we cannot antagonize them. He spared you, didn't he?" Remy gritted his teeth. "He didn't. You would have killed them all otherwise because you never think about the consequences. You should have found out more about this renegade clan. This lord's disinclination to fight tells me he is part of the Third Court delegation at the very least, but I doubt you even realized that. What are the possibilities for reprisals?" "I was promised no retaliation if I spared the remaining survivor." "And you were fool enough to believe that?" Remy was silent, staring straight ahead. "And did this vampire lord give a name?" "No. But the lord had known his. Pendergast, he had said." Remy opened his mouth, but his father silenced him with a glower. "No, enough of that. We have other business afoot." He transferred his glare to the table by his side. The only things within the Duke's reach were his medicine bottles and the blood sample, and he would chuck Grimesworthy at Remy before he would chuck any of those. "You always had the brains of an ox. You never asked the right questions. 5 lesser clans are attached to the Summer Lords, and they are all just as dangerous as their liege. We have no way of knowing which particular pack you have insulted, but it doesn't matter. Offend one, and you offend them all. 2 of the 8 vampiric courts have been exterminated, but we cannot afford to look weak in the eyes of the remaining 6, no matter what negotiations the Third Court has made with the Queen. We must be prudent, lay low, and see what comes of the Council's negotiations, though I have little confidence. Hartley and Lopez are buffoons who should never have gone into politics, and as for Astonbury—" A wizened lip curled in disgust. "The Summer Lords would have never even made headway into our realm if the boys and I were still in charge." "This wouldn't have happened if the boys and I were still in charge," was a diatribe the Duke of Valenbon liked to bring up more frequently as his health took a nosedive. Valenbon, Parnon, Lee, Zuriah, and Carther, the Golden Five, the elite dukes and marquises whom ladies swooned over and whom adventurers aspired to be. For years they'd trained novice adepts into worthy reapers and single-handedly kept Illyria from becoming vampire fodder, even as other kingdoms fell around them. They had exterminated the Second Court. Valenbon had personally staked its leader. But Parnon and Carther were dead now, and the rest were in no better shape than his father. "Giselle Delacroix will be sponsoring a gala a week from today in a Louvre. Unlike Lady Daenerys, you have had more than just one passing conversation with the Duchess, and I'm certain they were much more interesting than any you've had with the girl. She has written to me, hoping you would accept her invitation." Remy's face was a mask of solid indifference. Behind that mask was the rest of Remy, screaming into the void. He did not want to meet with the Duchess of Astonbury. There were things that had made a more lasting impression on him than she had. It was not her beautiful face, or the way her mouth kissed his, or how her slender hands had felt on him that recalled her to his memory, but the 497 tiles on her bedroom ceiling. They were the 497 reasons he'd been able to control his panic that first time, focusing on them instead of the weight of her on his body, pretending that she was gasping, moving, doing all of that to someone who was not him. Time had softened the subsequent trysts, even made them pleasurable, but always he remembered her ceiling. I do not wish to attend any of the woman's parties, no matter how sought after they are. His voice was steady, at ease, bored. Oh, that's a surprise, considering how enamored the Duchess and her friends are of you. How long has it been since you'd last seen her? 8 months at least? It would be good to renew your friendship. The last time you told her to pass me among her friends like a stallion put out to stud was because you wanted any information the Lord High Steward had of the Night Empress's movements, and in the end he had none to give. It was hard to know what to bottle down first, the brief rush of hysteria or the surge of red-hot anger, but Remy managed to keep both at bay. I still have other bounties to fulfill. The innkeeper who claims there's been a spate of attacks down Havishire, the farmer who says there's a succubus south of Pai Lai, the trivial reports the village boys send you, those missing children. His father's lip curled in disgust. Inconsequential affairs unworthy of a reaper. Let lesser hunters deal with them. The peasants have no love for cambions. They will chase you out the instant you accomplish your mission and claim that as their gratitude. Save your energy for the ones who matter. The ones in higher positions who can put in a good word for you to deflect you from further scrutiny. Save your strength to see to Alluria's security as I have always done. I'm not a cambion, Remy grated. No, but as far as they're concerned, you may as well be. How many times must I repeat this, you lummox? Your mother was bitten before you were born, boy. She died, birthing you, possibly at the cusp of her own turning. I am well aware of how she died, Remy said tersely. His left hand moved to his forearm, pressing down against the scar there that travelled from wrist to elbow. Then stop acting like you've forgotten. That is enough to convince people that you are a vampire's get, the only one within spitting distance that they can revile and resent for also being the Duke of Valenbon's son. I have worked hard, invalid as I am, to integrate you into the social circles that women like Giselle Delacroix occupy, so that you will continue to enjoy their protections after I'm gone, however ungrateful you are for my efforts. You still have much to overcome with the nobility. Do you really think the peasantry would know any better? Edgar Pendergast coughed again, a hacking sound that suggested a chest full of more phlegm. Give me the water! Remy guided the glass to his lips again, waited till he'd had his fill, but the old man was far from finished. Why do you think I've been pushing you toward the woman? For all the instructions I've given you about managing your way through the season, you've retained as much etiquette as a wet sock would. Giselle will give you the security you need from censure. She was generous enough to extend this invitation. More important, she will protect you from Astonbury. You will not reject her offer. Remy closed his eyes. His father pushed him towards the Duchess because he hated the Lord High Steward, Astonbury. Hell, even the Duchess hated the Lord High Steward, and she was married to him. Remy was the vehicle for both their revenge and their spite, and by the time he'd been old enough to understand, he was already trapped. Yes, sir. It is not just the Duchess's friendship I want you to renew while you're there. Rumour is that the Third Court is set to make an appearance at this very gala. It would be good to familiarise yourself with the vampires we have supposedly allied ourselves with. Should negotiations fall south, and our treaty with them dissolve, it would be valuable to know more of the lords we'll be hunting. Vampires at the gala? Remy was stunned. Father, Surely you can't expect any of the other nobles to—
On the contrary, the Duchess's ball is the most talked-about event this season because of it. I don't doubt that the poor fools believe that the crowds will give them security, along with the Summer Lord's oath that they will not harm any of those in attendance. Did you know there are rumours flying about of vampires within the city, passing themselves off as human?
Remy didn't react. Why? Have they found one in a Louvre?
No. Not yet.
Vallenbon grinned, displaying yellowing teeth. His canines were only just less pointed than those of the creatures he'd been killing all his life.
But I would not be surprised to find the Third Court stooping so low. Investigate any new faces among the nobility. Observe which of the Summer Lords are the most likely to give us problems, and head off any other trouble while you're there. The Third Court vampires have killed more than just a few ancestors of ours, though we have tried to return the favour. Best not see yourself murdered so easily as they were.
Yes, sir.
The self-professed vampire king shall be bringing his fiancée as well, as another show of good faith. I'm told she has a delicate condition, this heiress to the Fourth Court.
Remy never knew how his father acquired his information. Most of his friends were dead, his servants feared him, and if his pervasive illnesses didn't chase people away, his winning personality did the job. Dr. Yost, the cadaver fanatic, likely supplied most of the gossip. Even Grimesworthy was a possibility, for all his apparent muteness. He had the personality of an automaton who'd accidentally been brought to life, but Remy always thought he could make quite the capable snitch. Remy did know about the Fourth Court, a once powerful cabal known nowadays for its dwindling roster of members. The crone who had led the sect was old even among vampires and fragile. Apparently her daughter took after her in health. He wondered why the head of the Summer Lords, who could have their pick of brides among other more robust vampire stock, would willingly forge marriage bonds with the sickly heiress of a dying house.
2 vampire factions as our allies are better than having them as enemies, for now. There is still very little news concerning the 6th through 8th courts, only that they are lying low, following the massacres of the 2nd and 5th. The Night Empress poses the more dangerous threat. Do you understand me?
Pallid hands curled into themselves, blue veins standing out against sallow skin. His father's voice turned guttural, as enraged as his body would allow.
The Night Empress has always been our goal.
Remy knew. He'd been raised and trained to take down the First Court and the demoness that ruled over it. The First Court had killed his mother. The First Court had destroyed his life before he'd even been born.
You will attend the Delacroix ball, Remington. Find schisms we can exploit.
Yes, sir.
When was your last dose?
Just after my last fight, sir.
Take another now. I have a fresh supply in my medicine cabinet. You know that you cannot be remiss in taking your medications according to schedule.
It looked rather like blood itself. A bright, crimson mixture. The apothecary who had first concocted it for the reapers called it Tresorea Sangeloy. Allurian hunters found Bloodwaker easier to remember. It heightened the senses and accelerated one's reflexes, enabling them to hold their own against the strongest vampires. But take more than 2 or 3 an hour, and it had the unwanted effect of overtaxing the body well over its limits and scrambling your brain along with it. The reapers had found Parnon that way, dead from an overdose, bloodied after destroying his rooms in a final fit of madness. It had taken money changing hands and many threats to keep the details of the hero's death out of even the most lurid tabloids. The mixture was pungent and foul-smelling, like the spiky durian that fruit merchants from Garanda would bring to the markets to sell in the summer. But it also tasted, just a little, like strawberries. It always made Remy feel bloated afterward, like he'd eaten a bigger meal than he'd intended. His father always insisted that he take Dr. Yost's formula rather than the one created by the archive scientists in a Louvre. As much as Remy hated to admit, the former's concoctions were far more effective than even what the highest-ranked reapers carried. He gulped down the thick syrup. His mind cleared, exhaustion fading. His father watched him carefully. "You have all of today to prepare for your travel to a Louvre tomorrow," the old man said. "I have sent word to Locksley House to have your rooms at the ready." "I intend to stay at Kinnaia Lodge," Remy interrupted. Everything important to him was in Kinnaia, including the fact that his father would not be there. He received another glower, but even his father knew arguing about Kinnaia Lodge was a wasted effort. "I shall make my own arrangements and follow in a few days." Remy stood up straighter. "You're leaving Blackstone Manor? But your health—" "I will die regardless of it being here or at Locksley. I am still a peer of the realm. I can still assert my right to attend the Queen's Council. Astonbury may stop you from attending his paltry Drefengemot in my stead, but he will not stop me from learning his secrets. I find the Third Court's offer of an alliance highly suspicious. There is something they need from Illyria that they do not want us to find out. I would stake my whole fortune on it, and Astonbury and his toadies are too much of fools to realize it. Whatever they may say, I serve Illyria first and foremost, Remington, even if it must be from my deathbed." Another cough racked his body, but the old man shook his head when Remy approached him again. "Grimesworthy's taking too long with my breakfast. Find him." It was a clear dismissal, but when Remy reached the door, his father's voice stopped him. "Boy." Staring back at his child, the fireplace casting sinister shadows over his face, the Duke of Valenborn appeared rather like a moving, talking corpse himself. "You look so much like your mother," he finally said, looking slightly repulsed by the observation, and turned away. Chapter 3. The Cut Direct. It was mandatory for all notable peers of the realm to convene in the springtime to Ulmeister House at Gold Street, to fulfill the roles their fathers had paid the privilege for, which was to pass lucid, preferably decent, laws to govern the kingdom states of Illyria. This peculiar unity had been born from self-preservation rather than any heartfelt solidarity. 2 months of what sun the kingdom had to content itself with could do little against the steady fog and rains that encompassed most of Illyria the rest of the time. Over the last 20 years, 14 small but independent kingdoms had banded together to form one giant empire of semi-autonomous nations to mount a better defense against the vampire courts. The royals of the House of Ashrai, the first to come up with the idea, served as Illyria's figureheads. But the body politic was represented well enough at the Queen's Council, where their most important lords converged at the start of each season, like the world's best-dressed mob. Fortunately, Remy's business was at the smaller Reaper's training hall a block away, where he was pinched, poked, prodded, and had his blood drawn by one of its physicians, a mandatory health screening every time he returned to the city. They'd been taking more from him than the usual packets of his hard-earned literal lifeblood, carted off to who know where. New protocols, he'd been told. Some new rash of infection in Western Illyria that doctors were worried about. He'd wondered if the Reapers had been receiving reports like the ones Jack provided him with. But the Reapers never provided him with any details, no matter how politely he'd asked, and today was no different.
"Astonbury specifically asked for more samples of your blood, my lord," one of the doctors said cheerfully. Remy was having a hard time listening because the doctor was uncapping a horrifyingly long needle that she thought she had every right to stick into him. "You've been handling nearly twice the number of bounties this month, and he wants to make sure your physical assessment is sound." Remy was tempted to tell her that Astonbury took a particularly nasty delight in draining him of blood this way, because Remy had yet to come back to a Louvre in a body bag like the man wanted. But the metal tip plunged into his arm, and it took all his strength to hold still, because he was an adult who wasn't afraid of any needles, even if they were as long as a fucking schoolmarm's ruler. Twice the bounties, and none of the credit. Story of his life. The bleeding done, he'd stopped to watch a Reaper class in session. The year's novices had gathered to listen while the instructor, Bellot, instructed them on the history of the 8 vampire courts that plagued the land. "The 6th court call themselves the Court of Cultivation," the man roared, slamming his hand against the wooden board he'd stuck various bits of information onto, hoping some of it would get through to his students' heads. Remy noted that the 2nd and 5th courts were still a part of the curriculum despite both having been wiped out years before by his father's regiment, and the 3rd court respectively. But resurgences were not an implausible idea, and Bellot was a tough disciplinarian who memorized rulebooks for fun. "That doesn't matter. They are most dangerous when they sham courtesy and respect, and it is best to behead them before they can ever utter a word." That was a defining characteristic of a Bellot lecture. Every reference he made to vampires always ended with a call to kill them. "The same cannot be said for the 4th court, the Court of Tranquility." Another loud smack against the board, causing it to sway. "They are the smallest of those accursed clans, and with luck shall remove themselves from existence without needing any more of our help. It is why tonight will be important, and the reason you are all assuming soldier duty at the Astonbury Manor. A 4th court vampire has been invited to the Duchess's gala, and you are there to observe her." One of his pupils had enough guts to raise her hand. "I heard that the leader of the 3rd court will also be in attendance." "Our supposed ally, yes." Bellot allowed himself a sneer. "Regardless of what the Queen says, the Summer Lords are the most dangerous of them all. It will do you well to study them both. Commit their faces to memory. The day will come when we shall face them on the battlefield. Court kings and queens are no different from regular vampire swill. Imagine yourselves aiming for their hearts whenever you can, their eyes or their necks if those are within easier reach. Imagine the maneuvers these would require from where you stand guard. Trust Bellot to turn the most exclusive party of the season into an assassination attempt." It occurred to Remy then that the teacher had lost half of his students' attention. More faces were turning his way, fascination and delight on their expressions upon recognizing who he was. "Lord Pendergast," Bellot said frostily, finally catching on. "Do you require a refresher course on the ways of the vampire courts? Your grasp of both politics and economics when you were a novice was abysmal enough to warrant another lesson." "Just enthralled by your lectures, as always, mate," Remy said hastily, stepping away. "Don't let me stay and hinder the brilliant work you're doing." So the rest of the Reapers shared the same suspicions his father had, which was unsurprising. The new alliance with the 3rd Court vampires had been kicking up all sorts of heated discussions, and every noble with any vestige of importance attached to their title had shown up this year, determined to have an opinion. Their wives, relatives, and entourages, less concerned about the state of the kingdom than they were about the state of their dress, celebrated democracy in action with a series of balls and elaborate galas in a Louvre, enough within a single week to fuel the next 3 months. Gossip served as currency, and if there was anything the peerage had in surplus, it was money and rumour-mongers. He saw several of the novices again hours later, nervous and stiff,
as they patrolled the Delacroix grounds with weapons of silver. The average soldier could only be spared a few arrows and a sword, but the reapers here protected the Lord High Steward's wife, and so wielded more expensive fire-lances. In the absence of sun, fire was the next most potent weapon against the undead. Astonbury Manor, as in the richer parts of the city, was awash in light. Balls like these made Remy nervous. Give him a fight every time, he knew the rules there. Stay alive, run the opponent through, confirm that they were dead, keep them that way. But here, you could suffer 1,000 cuts from a dowager matron armed with nothing but a paper fan and impeccable genealogy, and they would call it a bloodbath. He had no defences against the painted smiles and fluttering compliments that turned vicious and condescending once backs were turned. And because of the secondary reputation that had sprouted up around him, in no small thanks to Giselle Delacroix and her friends, conversation was not what many of the widows and unhappily married women of the aristocracy desired from him. But it distracted from his wretched history, steered people into a more familiar hypocrisy that the nobility were more likely to tolerate. Remy had little impetus to be grateful. The women were using him just as vindictively as he was using them. Giselle Delacroix, the Duchess of Astonbury, greeted him at the foyer herself, all charm and dimples. She was 15 years his senior and enchantingly beautiful, with large blue eyes and chestnut hair and the fullest lips. Her dress could have paid for at least 5 thoroughbreds, and featured far more jewels than he thought was possible, the largest of which she wore as a sapphire choker around her neck. She made a show of welcoming him by planting kisses on his cheeks, a deliberate move. As the Lord High Steward's wife, she could dare as much. The Third Court were her guests of honour tonight. A supposed dampier was merely appetizer in comparison. As always, Remy was relieved that the Duke had renovated part of the archive's west wing for his quarters and had mostly relinquished the manor to his wife. "Darling," her voice sounded like sex and sin, smoky and low. "I was worried you'd turned down my invitation." Her hand stroked his forearm, the action uncomfortably intimate. She wrinkled her nose at the breaker he still carried across his back. "Must you continue to lug about that contraption of yours?" "In light of some of your guests, I think it would be prudent." Breaker was developed for effective fighting in almost every conceivable situation, in open spaces, in battlefields, in trapped corners. And never did he feel more trapped than at lavish parties at the height of the fashionable year. The problem with gossip was that it always fixated on the most controversial person in the room, and Lord Remington Pendergast, Marquis of Aphelion, with his mother's suspicious ancestry and even more suspicious death, his vampiresque birth, his work as a reaper, and the Lord High Steward's undisguised hatred of his father, and therefore of him, was the stuff scandals were made of. It was obvious in the glances people kept throwing his way, the whispers. But none had his history. Their births were without incident, born from mothers who were very much alive before and during labour, mothers who had not been born in small island nations of strange witching repute, mothers whom dukes had desired long enough to bring across continents, but regretted marrying soon afterward. No vampires had been involved in the process of their siring. There were no rumours surrounding their heritage, of their humanity, or lack thereof. There were many other reapers in attendance tonight. Those who caught his gaze made a show of turning their backs deliberately on him. "My husband has news of the Night Empress's whereabouts," Giselle said. "What has he found?" If he could gain the information now, he would have no reason to stay. The Duchess pressed a finger against his lips. "Patience, love. Harrington delivered the papers only an hour ago, and I've had little time to look through them amidst all the preparations." She reached out to adjust his cravat. "We could read them later," she said, suggestively. "Together." Giselle insisted that he accompany her to the ballroom floor to lead with the first dance like a husband ought. Some of the chronically stodgy matrons looked on indignantly, but could do little in the face of the Duchess's persistence. His dancing was rusty, but Vallenbon had been adamant about immersing Remy in all manners of etiquette, unlikely as it was that he would ever be accepted enough to put them frequently into practice. He managed quite capably with Giselle's encouragement, even with Breaker heavy behind him, but the eyes that followed them around the room were already passing judgment. His partner was amused by the silent censure. "I'd hoped they would be kinder to you by now, since my favoured guests are the actual vampires they believe you to be," she murmured. "Shall I make it a point to call out everyone who would denounce you, yet lobby in the same breath to get into Lord Malek's good graces?" "I'm not likely to bite them if they are rude to me," Remy said. "But they cannot say the same of the Summer Lords." Giselle giggled. "Well, I am confident that there will be no biting here tonight." Her hand curled around the back of his neck. "Unless you want me to." She kept a possessive hold on his arm even after the dance had ended, guiding him toward where her closest group of friends stood, chattering excitedly, all attractive wives of indifferent husbands. Remy fought to keep his breaths measured. "Will they require permission to enter the foyer, Giselle?" Amica, Duchess of Merca, asked, looking titillated by the very idea. "Oh, wouldn't it be grand to let them wait a little while, as a bit of punishment for trying to invade Maharsha the past year? I haven't seen the sun in close to 6 months. Surely, what passes here for daylight can't hurt them." "And you'd risk incurring their wrath by having them linger by the doorstep like footmen," Lady Karina, a statuesque blonde, chastised her. "And it was the Fifth Court who attempted to conquer Maharsha, not the Third. It was the Third who wiped out the Fifth Court. Why do you think Queen Ophelia was so quick to accept their offer of an alliance?" "Sunlight wouldn't affect vampires who've been living for hundreds of years," said Lady Grenadier, who fancied herself the scholar of the group. "And Lord Malek, I am told, meets such requirements. But perhaps his fiancée, with her rumoured delicate condition." "They say the other vampire courts fear her," Lady Baywu said eagerly, "that she has some strange power that could kill other kindred with just one touch." "Surely they exaggerate," Lady Grenadier scoffed. "Some of the ancients do develop strange abilities of their own once they've lived long enough, but surely nothing so blasé as a poisoned hand." "I'm only repeating what I've heard, Jessica, and I heard it from one of the Reapers himself, Lord Scovenge." "My own father was a Reaper, and he said nothing of that sort. Scovenge is a liar, my dear." "They also say that the Fourth Court girl is a half-vampire herself," Lady Karina persisted. "That she was born, not turned. A true Cambion." "A rare case, if so," Lady Grenadier confirmed. "More often they're stillbirths. Lord Malvorth wrote quite an interesting treatise on the subject about the number of stillbirths and miscarriages blamed on vampire sires, and the accusations of husbands on their wives of infidelity because of it. It's an interesting look at the hysteria of—" "Oh, goodness, Grenadier!" the Countess Baywu interrupted, fanning herself briskly. "Let's not talk about something so droll as stillbirths, when we can talk about the Third Court King, who they say is quite handsome. And however she was born, his fiancée is also reportedly stunning. No one knows exactly what they look like, save perhaps the Reapers. It's said that when the couple had visited Queen Ophelia last week, no one was allowed to look at their faces." The ladies shivered in delight. "That could not possibly be accurate," Lady Grenadier insisted. "Queen Ophelia is a progressive woman. She would not allow such regressive ideas in her court, even to appease court vampires. Of course not, Giselle said. They wouldn't be guests of honor here today if that were true. Really, Lady Bewu, the imagination you have. I'd always fancied the ones from the second court myself, Lady Layla murmured. They wouldn't be out of place at your ball here either, Giselle, I would think. They were well known for their own galas in Meridian Keep, weren't they? The Court of Beauty, they called themselves. My mother attended several of their parties, Amaka said dreamily. I remember being at a few myself, years before I debuted. They were all quite nice to her and to me. She said that she'd grown close enough to one of them that he'd asked her to be his familiar. There was to be a ceremony and all, like a real wedding. He'd paid court to her better than any man from the town, she'd said. Of course, grandfather disapproved. Not sure what business it was of his, though. Mother was a well-respected widow, a grown woman. A shame they were all slaughtered for taking an earl's daughter, Lady Karina noted dryly. Be glad that you escaped it, Amaka. Or both you and your mother would be haunting graveyards to this day. Still, Amaka said, sounding wistful, they were all very handsome. Not as handsome, I'm sure, as our very own Dampier, Lady Grenadier said slyly, batting her eyelashes Remy's way. Nobody can move the way Lord Pendergast can. I must take my leave, ladies, Remy said as calmly and as neutrally as he could, already desperate for an exit. There are people I've been meaning to talk to. He'd spotted another Reaper angling his way toward him, and that was as good an excuse as he needed. Only until midnight, Giselle said it playfully enough, but the steel in her voice left no room for argument. Return to me then. I would be utterly desolate without your company. How unfair of you, Giselle, Lady Bewu complained. We haven't seen him in months. What right do you have to claim him first? But Remy was already moving away, embracing his few hours' reprieve. Lord Anthony Castleblanc was also a duke's son, a good 3 years older than Remy, and the Marquess of Riones besides. His father held lands nearer to the outer domains, but retained their titles and wealth even after Castigan was absorbed into Illyria. His grandmother was Tithian, like Remy's mother, a fact he happily provided at their first introduction, though that was far back enough in his family history that most didn't remember to discriminate. Remy had a healthy suspicion of other people's company, but Riones had a cheerfully attractive face that went with a cheerfully attractive personality, and it took less effort to accept his friendship than to go about avoiding it. Riones was also an excellent card player, and his popularity at gaming halls and gentlemen's clubs made him a reliable source of information, invaluable given the Lord High Steward's ongoing vendetta against Remy's family. "Thought you wouldn't make it," he hollered merrily, clapping Remy on the back. The bearded Marquis had far more of a fancy for fashionable wear than the average Reaper. Tonight he was wearing a velvet-trimmed tailcoat, more silver than grey. A top hat was perched on his shaved head. "Your father takes up far too much of your time, Pendergast." The doctor's prognosis haven't been good. "All the same, seems fairly selfish to keep you in the country with little else to do, knowing you help him much there." The Marquis paused. "Heard you finally found Lady Daenerys. I'm sorry. Hoped we were wrong, but... Damn. Rumour going about that it was a vampire noble who turned her. You think the Third Court's got anything to do with this?" "You'll have to talk to the Duke of Tennyfair for the answer," Remy said evasively. "Never thought I'd see the day we'd ally ourselves with vampires. The Third Court's always been brutal. Effective, but brutal. The way they exterminated the Fifth, that was a masterclass in warfare, much as I hate to admit it. Bellot's teaching an adept course on it, even." Riones shook his head. "Way some of the older Reapers tell, no one's keen on a direct confrontation with Zidane Malek, So when he offered the Queen an alliance, she was quick to accept. The hunters are objecting, but mainly out of pride. Suspect it's why Astonbury's keen on summoning us all bright and early tomorrow morning. At Remy's confused look, Rioness clarified. If the Third Court shows up tonight, he'll want our impressions of them. Been some rumours at the Florence Club about strange vampires up along the eastern borders, too. Got that information straight from Wallace, while winning a few hundred off him at hazard, and he should know. Could be the Night Court vampires you're looking for. Astonbury's got a fresh report on that, too. He summoned all the Reapers. Yes, all the... Rioness trailed off, looking embarrassed, horrified. Ay, carajo, Pendergast. I thought he'd asked you too. Is he still sore about your father? I thought they'd buried that hatchet months ago. It was easy for Rioness to dismiss a feud as someone incapable of holding a grudge for longer than a few seconds. Edgar Pendergast and Matthew Astonbury's enmity was the worst-kept secret among the aristocracy, though no one actually knew why Astonbury and Vallenbon hated each other, only that Astonbury had usurped leadership of the Reapers from Remy's father, and all but exiled him from the organisation. I can approach him, the Marquis was legitimately earnest. It's preposterous to forbid you from joining when you're just as much a Reaper as I am, and take on more work than most. Why should he risk the lives of millions over something so trite as a rivalry? You forget, Remy said heavily, because this too was another terribly kept secret, that I am also involved with his wife. The Marquess knew nothing about the specifics that led to his encounters with Giselle, and he wasn't about to tell him now. Astonbury and his wife have been estranged for years, long before you came into the picture. He is not the only lord with such marriage arrangements, and he has treated her past consorts amicably enough. He and your father are to blame, not you. I could speak up in your favour, argue your merits. Hell, Pendergast, you fought more undead than some of the older hunters put together. No, Remy said hurriedly. I appreciate you, Rioness, but the bad blood he has against Vallenbon will not be resolved this way. You will only earn his ire, and we will all be much worse for it. If it's any consolation, when the Reapers do wage a full-on war against the rest of the courts, they'll have no choice but to include you and Vallenbon in their plans, and to hell with what Astonbury wants. In the meantime, you can swan about these soirees and keep the attention of the most beautiful woman in this room. You're a lucky man. He glanced past Remy, and his smile faded. Remy spotted the cluster of young girls huddled by the refreshment table, another gaggle of first-year debutantes, judging from their skittish movements and nervous subservience to everyone else. One was steeling herself to walk in their direction. The frozen look on her face was one he was familiar with. It was his turn to sigh. It happened every year. Different faces, always the same dare. I can talk to them, Rioness said. Tell them it isn't their place. They'll be treated poorly by the older girls if they don't go through with this. No explanation from you or anyone else will stop that. The Marquis exhaled noisily. You're a better person than I, Pendergast. The girl was now rooted to the spot, petrified. The waltz was to begin in the next few minutes. She had very little time left to carry out the venture. Remy closed the distance. Good evening, he said, trying to sound as kind and as harmless as he could possibly be while carrying Breaker and nearly 10 years' worth of infamy on his shoulders. It didn't work. The poor girl had all the confidence of a mouse knowing it was about to be devoured. Remy snuck a quick glance at her friends, who looked just as terrified on her behalf as she was. You were all dared to dance a waltz with a Dampier, weren't you? And you'd drawn the short straw. The girl blinked up at him with her large eyes and nodded mutely. You are aware that the older girls have been forcing the first years to play this game for the last 5 years. A blush, and another nod. And are you aware that I've been giving the chosen girl this talk every year since? A startled look, a quick shake of her head. "Here's what we're going to do." Remy offered his hand out to her. "We are going to dance, and we are going to enjoy ourselves. You are free to talk to me about anything you'd like. If you are not comfortable with that proposal, then you needn't say a word. I'll do my best to appear enthralled by your attentions, so your friends will have little to criticize. And once the dance is over, we can part ways amicably, with no offense taken. Does that seem adequate to you?" Her smile was nervous before he was even halfway through, but any smile was a good sign. She bobbed her head shyly. "What's your name?" "Maya," she finally whispered, so softly he wouldn't have heard it without his hearing enhanced by the bloodwakers. "All right, Lady Maya. Would you care for a dance?" It wasn't their fault, Remy thought, as they spun across the room, as he peppered her with questions about herself, who her parents were, how long they were staying in a Louvre when she had officially made her debut. The younglings patterned their behaviour after the adults. It wasn't fair to him, and he had the right to be angry that they were taught to be cruel so young, but if this meant that there was one girl who would think kinder of him than she had before, then he'd take it. In a minute or so the waltz would end. The girl would stammer out her thanks, rush back to where her fellow debutantes lay waiting, and probably bask in their reluctant admiration for carrying out the wager. What he wasn't expecting was the Duchess of Tennyfair. She was clearly in mourning, black-clad and red-nosed, with a pale face devoid of all makeup. She strode into the centre of the room while the dance was still in progress, stopping before him and his dance partner, while the other participants had stopped to stare. "Why did you kill her?" she cried. The music stuttered to a halt, silence reigning. "Why did you kill her?" the woman cried again. "She was my only daughter. She came to my window and told me she was all right, that she was doing well. We would talk until morning, until she had to leave." Breathe, Remy thought. Fucking breathe. "Lady Maya," he said as gently as he was able, letting go of his partner's hand. "Thank you for the dance. I think it's about time you returned to your friends." Lady Maya didn't need to be told a second time. She gathered her skirts and fled. "Your Grace," Remy began in the same quiet tone. "She didn't die," the poor mother wept. "She never did. She would climb into my bed, and I would hold her, just like I did when she was a child. She only had to leave at sunrise. The Allurian sun could still hurt her. She was always so delicate." "Your Grace," Rioness had come to his rescue. With him was the Duchess's husband, stricken and apologetic. I'm sorry, Lord Pentecost," Tennyfair mumbled. "She hasn't been well." "Did you murder her, my lord?" the woman cried out. "Surely you wouldn't have taken her from her mother. You are a vampire yourself. Why should you deserve to live when my daughter cannot? Why do you deserve a second chance while she does not?" Giselle was gliding up to them, looking only mildly piqued. She was a veteran of crisis, and would have been right at home in a war room. "Your Grace," she said, compassionate but firm, "I am so very sorry. Would you and his Grace prefer the use of my sitting room?" "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Grace. Come with me, Nell," Tennyfair said, taking his wife's arm. She gave him no resistance, allowing herself to be guided away from the ballroom floor, the sound of her sobbing bouncing off the walls even after the door closed behind them. "Are you out of your mind, Your Grace?" Rioness hissed as murmurs took hold. "What possessed you to invite Tennyfair and his wife, given what had just happened to their daughter?" "I invited them only out of courtesy, with the understanding that their attendance was not required." Giselle finally allowed herself to look discomfited. "But Lady Song herself insisted." "But why would she—" "My father never told me," Remy said. The Marquis turned to him. "What's that?" He never told me that Lady Daenerys had been visiting her mother after she'd been turned. Nobody did. Did you know? Of course I didn't. Otherwise... The other man met his gaze, realization dawning there. Otherwise... She could have been saved. Remy felt every one of the hundreds of pairs of eyes still watching him. In the wake of this new revelation, they had every right to judge. She wouldn't have been able to resume her old life, but if she hadn't succumbed to the madness, she could have been saved. Father told me that she had succumbed to the frenzy, that there was no other way but to kill her. I believed him. The Duchess of Tennyfair was right. I did murder her. Reaper law demands that you kill her rather than allow her to remain a vampire, even with her sanity intact. With all due respect, Rionis, fuck Reaper law. Don't let this get to you, Pendergast. Any other Reaper would have made the same decision. But it wasn't any of the other Reapers this time, was it? You all rejected the bounty. Remy's voice was clipped, perfectly detached. The air felt thick, and he needed to get away before he drowned. Excuse me, Rionis. He managed to make it all the way to the manor entrance, affecting a leisurely walk the whole time, his face giving nothing away. A butler stepped hastily aside, giving him more room to pass, and Remy waited until the heavy oak doors closed behind him. He stepped into the crisp night air, and then, losing his courage, he began to run. Chapter 4. A Garden Respite. Remy was no fool, and it took him less than half a mile to realize his folly. He hadn't been trained to put up with this shit, just to give up because his father had screwed him over for the 1200th time. Remy truly was invested in hunting down the Night Empress and the First Court. He genuinely wanted to exterminate them for the betterment of mankind. More than all that, he wanted to avenge his mother, as any good son should. There was more to this than just his arsehole of a sire, because if there weren't, he'd keep running, forever if he could. He needed to stay close to Delacroix grounds, if only to steel himself for what had to be done. He needed to get his hands on Astonbury's most recent report on the First Court vampires, and it didn't matter that he was going to let Giselle put her beautiful, refined hands on him to get it. If his father expected him to kiss Third Court arse like everyone inside was preparing to do, then the old man would have to crawl out of his chair and pucker up himself, because Remy was done. He wasn't going back inside that ballroom tonight. His fuck the bloody fuck off limits had reached its quota. He could have saved Lady Daenerys. It was true that letting her live as a vampire went against every Reaper creed he'd ever been taught, but if he was going to be banned from attending official Hunter Drefengemot anyway, because the Lord High Steward had the mental acumen of an unlicked cub and the pettiness to match, then the rules didn't matter. He'd broken them before. He'd broken this rule before, with Elke, and had gotten away with it. That he hadn't thought to do it for Lady Daenerys made her death all the more devastating. He could have saved her. He knew he could have. The rain had eased. He changed directions and wound up at the Astonbury Gardens instead. Within the lush, expansive greenery lay a sprawling maze, long considered the most expensively maintained landscape in all of Louvre, and it was hideous. Even here, he could see evidence of Giselle's desire to assert control, to demand and dominate. There was an attempt to pattern the shrubbery after animal silhouettes, which was why vaguely threatening dead-eyed rabbits and foxes stared him down as he passed. Some of the trees were unnaturally round. Some of the trees were unnaturally cubed. An unfortunate cherub stood at the center of a small slate-colored fountain at the entrance to the labyrinth, gleefully vomiting copious amounts of water out from its gaping mouth. Remy was certain he'd had nightmares about the statue before. He walked and walked until he was deep enough within the maze that no one could say to any effect that he was even there, and sat down on the first bench to cross his path. Only then did he allow his breaths to leave him in wheezing, panicked gasps, hands over his head as he bent down, fighting the waves of nausea. Could he have saved her? She would have been cast out of the tun, despite the Duchess of Tennyfair's tears, despite the ongoing ceasefire with the Third Court. They would have hunted her down all over again. The Reapers considered death a better fate than an undead life. Even she, in her final sober moments, had asked him to put an end to her misery. "Send me to heaven, Armiger." That was his only comfort, that she might have weighed her options in those minutes, and decided that this was, after all, the only way. Anger soon took the place of panic. It was a much more familiar emotion, one he was quicker to welcome. "Fuck you, old man," he muttered under his breath. Even after all this, he couldn't muster the audacity to march home and scream all his frustrations in his father's face, partly because the man was dying, and also because he was not likely to care. But the mishandled foliage was as good a setting to vent as he was ever going to have, and so he noisily sucked in a lung, prepared to let the trees know what the hell his problem was. "Old man." He heard her voice first, her heartbeat second. The former was soft and kind. The latter was unsteady and arrhythmic, rattling against rib-cage bone like a dry echo. He sprang to his feet, but there was no one else in sight. His consistent abuse of wakers had given him a nose like a bloodhound. He could smell a light perfume, some mix of roses and cloves. But there was no natural scent of sweat like what humans carried, and his own heart quickened. Vampire. There was a vampire here. That didn't explain the irregular heartbeats. Vampires weren't known for having one. 2 seconds in between pulses, and then 1, and then 4. Human hearts couldn't maintain intervals like those either. He looked up. A girl stared back down. She sat on a lower tree branch above him. She was clearly dressed for the ball, and the hem of her gown rode up to reveal smooth, creamy pale skin, the barest hint of thighs. Her sleeves were far too long for what Alluvian fashion expected, and they flowed down either side of her, hiding her hands from sight. It was not the type of dress common in Illyria, though Remy was familiar enough with the styles in the outer kingdoms to recognize them. A spattering of freckles stretched across her nose, dusting her cheekbones. Her dark hair was curled into long ringlets, caught in the wind as she herself swung back and forth with deliberate slowness, watching him curiously with a silver-grey gaze, lids slightly lifted at the corners. She had eyes of a soft, unvarying hue, the colour of mist if it could be smoothed down like icing over cake. They were also sharp and intelligent. She had the unearthly exquisiteness of feature that often comprised a vampire's repertoire. She looked sympathetic. That was the worst part. "You're in a tree," Remy finally said, rather unnecessarily. "Yes." "Why?" She flashed him a wide, pretty smile, and he could hear her heart going thump, ba-da-thump, ba-thump, ba-da-da-da-thump. "I'd rather not go inside just yet." He was too tired for this. "You're a vampire." "And you are very likely a vampire hunter." She shot the breaker behind him a knowing glance. "Are you going to stake me?" "Do I have reason to?" She must be part of the contingent of Third Court vampires due to appear at Giselle's party. "I hope not." "You don't look like you'd enjoy it, even if you did." "The fuck's wrong with your heart?" "Nihen Kulu," the girl said severely, in what sounded like Ting Yen. "What?" I said you're very rude. Sorry. The fuck's wrong with your heart, madam? She laughed. How did you know? I can hear it. She studied him. You have a surprisingly good sense of hearing. Does that come naturally to you, or is it because of the poison you hunters ingest to keep up with us? The latter. Those will break you in the long term, you know. Helps keep us alive long enough for there to be a long term. Fair. Mind if I sit down next to you? He nodded, and she let go of the branch, somersaulting in the air and landing lightly beside him despite the bulkiness of her dress. If she was expecting him to jerk away from her sudden closeness, Remy endeavoured to disappoint. He'd been right. Her sleeves were even longer than she was tall, but she'd folded them up underneath her arms to keep them off the ground. You're not frightened, she noted. I'm not. Thought becoming a vampire would have fixed your heart. I'm a very different kind of vampire. Who's the old man you were angry at? Remy frowned. That's none of your business. Undoubtedly. Want to talk about it anyway? I won't tell. He stared at her again. I'm a reaper. She smiled back. I already guessed. I had to kill someone. As it turns out, based on erroneous information. It might not have been necessary after all, and I am angry. A freshly turned vampire? Remy nodded, eyeing her warily. She didn't seem bothered by the admission. Good vampire? Bad? The question startled him. Don't you ever refer to other humans as either good or bad? She had a point. She was kind, before she'd succumbed to the frenzy. And you thought she could have survived that? Yes. Only a third of those turned do. Perhaps you're being unduly hard on yourself, my lord. Armiger, Remy said, before he could stop himself. Not, my lord. Armiger? That means arms bearer, doesn't it? But why choose that? It suits me better. He didn't want to have to explain why. He wasn't sure he knew himself. It has none of the expectations that lord or lady require, and I like that. The girl nodded. Very well, Armiger. I'm sure the majority of vampires you've encountered likely deserve it, but I don't make it a habit to kill every human I come across. I like humans. General idea of them, at least. I've even struck up a friendship with a select few. There's always a way for us to coexist. That's primarily why I'm here. She cocked her head to one side. Somehow I don't think this is the first casual conversation you've ever had with a vampire. You've done this before. You're very perceptive. You're not the first human I've dealt with either, but you're perhaps 85% kinder than most. He snorted. 85%. This is the best behavior you'll likely get from me. He was relaxing more than he ought to around her. He couldn't help it. You can try harder. Night's still young. For instance, you haven't even once complimented me on my gown, even though it took me 2 hours to shove myself inside it. Remy took a quick glance at her waist, hugged and perfectly cinched with a corset in keeping with the Allurian fashion, at the elaborate curls in her hair that must have taken hours to arrange and rearrange, only slightly mussed from her adventures on the tree branch. She was flirting. Strange, given that she was of the species he made a living off killing. But after having to murder one vampire, spending a non-threatening evening with another was just as good as giving everyone else inside Astonbury Manor the finger. It didn't feel like she was here simply to charm the Allurian nobility. It felt like she could be dressed in rags and barefoot besides, with all the hair shorn off her head and covered in mud, and she would still treat him the same way. She wanted him to flirt back, but that was just another of the numerous skills he was expected to master and was nonetheless shit at, so he opted for blunt honesty. "The dress becomes you, but it also encumbers you," he said. "You are in unknown, potentially hostile territory, surrounded by reapers, yet you choose to make yourself vulnerable because you are placing your trust in them despite their lack of the same in you. And that, to me, is much more breathtaking than any gown you could wear." The girl's breath caught. "Are you at least 85% as kind to other vampires as you are to me?" "Despite everything I've seen," Remy said quietly, "and everything I've done, I try my best to see people as people." "You're quite clever." "I'm not. Politics goes over my head. I don't even know why the Third Court wanted an alliance with us." "Maybe because we're not the bloodthirsty demons humans think we are. Or because we see people as people, too." She leaned forward. "You know, I'm not on good terms with my sire, either." "I'd assumed that vampires were always on bad terms with their sires." "Aha. A prejudice." It was. "My apologies." "Do you know what makes me feel better whenever I'm frustrated, though? I climb up the highest tower I can find and scream into the wind." "I was prepared to do something similar before you showed up." "You'd need somewhere higher. It's much more satisfying that way. It's like you're yelling at the world, and they can't yell back and drown you out." She looked around. "Still want to do it?" "I'm the only one within range to hear you." "What would you even shout?" "Something naughty, like—" She took a deep breath, belted out, You lumpless wombat! You—" She stopped, because Remy was already laughing. It felt good. "Lumpless wombat? That's what you consider an insult?" She sulked. "It's a very terrible insult in Tingyen. It's not my fault Allurian doesn't have the right semantics for it. What would you say?" Remy proceeded, without missing a beat, into a steady stream of profanities. She stared at him, wide-eyed. "I suppose those are good, too," she conceded when he finished. "Even more satisfying to say. Pick one and shout." "Ah." He could practically hear her mind cycling through the words, trying to find the least reprehensible of the lot. Twat?" Was that a question? "Twat." She took a deep breath. "You twat!" she shouted at the trees. "You abominable twat!" "Fucking arse," Remy encouraged her. "Swag-bellied cockchafer." "Fucking arse." She was pronouncing each word with a slow, delighted relish. "Fucking cockchafer." "Yeast-infected quim-swiller." "Yeast-infected quim-swiller." "Foddle-swabbed coxcomb." "Foddle-swabbed coxcomb." And then again, at his urging, "Scum-sucking cunt-rabbit." "A what?" Remy choked. She fell back, laughing. "I'm saving that one for a special occasion." She turned to him, her face all aglow, eyes dancing with pleasure, and Remy forgot the next vulgarity he was about to encourage her to say. Light, she really was beautiful. He wanted to say it was a reflex, that this was the only way he'd ever interacted with a woman, and that he didn't know any better. His mouth paused half a beat away from hers, struggling not to close the distance. Her eyes had grown wide again, studying his. Her smile faded. She didn't lean closer, but she didn't pull away either. Beyond their unexpected easy camaraderie, he knew she liked him. More than that, she wanted him. He was at least experienced in knowing what that looked like on a female. Her lips were so very red. "I fear," she said softly, "that I'm about to enter a complication neither of us is looking for." "Xiaodan!" The voice rang through the gardens with authority, Before either of them could get in another word, a man blurred into being beside the lady, only to step back because Remy was already attacking. Breaker in his hands, and trap shit, this was a fucking trap, running a marathon through his head. The man was quick to block his attacks, eyes flaring with a dark golden hue, but before long he was lashing out with his own punches, knuckles hitting silver. There was a grating sound as Remy's scythe blade slid into view. A smart jab with it caught against the man's lapel, slicing it part of the way through. "Stop!" The girl was between them before either could mount another assault. Her sleeves had been pulled back again, and one hand was wrapped against the man's wrist, stopping the blow from falling on Remy. The other gripped at the handle of Remy's breaker, and try as he might, he couldn't budge it an inch. Her eyes were bright with anger, like sparks glinting off silver. Never had anyone who looked so pissed off still looked so lovely. "Zidane," she said with a rigid calm that suggested she had done this to the man many times in the past. "Let us not make it a habit of starting fights in the places the humans have invited us to. It will not improve our standing with them." "If you recall," the man said, "he instigated it." They were the same dark eyes. Once the golden glow in them faded, it left those familiar flecks of yellow. It was the same arrogant tilt to the nose. His hair was no longer loosely tied, instead falling past his shoulders, carefully combed. He was clean-shaven this time, but Remy knew him. "You," he snarled. "You're Zidane Malik." The Summer Lord flashed the same mocking grin he'd worn several days ago when he'd fought Remy in the woods. "Reaper. Zidane Malik. The vampire noble who led the Third Court. The one who could have killed him in the woods." He itched to whack him with Breaker. He wanted a rematch now that he was rested and furious and pumped with bloodwakers, but the girl's grip on his weapon remained unrelenting. Remy pushed, trying to force her to relinquish her hold. He could see Malik doing the same on his side. Breaker was on the ground before he realized it. The woman's hand was now on his face, a light touch, almost affectionate, but Remy could feel the prick of her nails against his cheek and knew she could rip out his whole jawbone if she were in the mood for it. Her other hand was also on Zidane Malik's face. She wasn't playing favourites. "My dears," she said softly. Remy didn't register that she'd shoved him after that, just felt the impact from the blow. It sent him skidding several feet backward, keeping his balance only out of trained reflex. The vampire lord was more graceful, gliding back instead of stumbling, but he wore the same expression of surprise. It crossed Remy's mind that, fuck, she was strong. A lot stronger than she looked, even with her wobbly heart and gentle disposition. "While I know you have ample reason to carve the smile off my fiancé's face with your impressive scythes, Armiger," the girl began amiably. "Zio," Malik began to object, but she was quick to cut him off. "It would nonetheless set back the burgeoning friendship between the vampires and the humans in Illyria by several months, if not years. Tell me I didn't staple this dress on for nothing, Zidane. It's not like you to have so little control of your temper." This time Remy did step back, of his own accord. "Fiancé," he repeated. Zidane Malik was this woman's fiancé, which meant that she was... She smiled apologetically at him. "We never got around to introducing ourselves, did we? I am Song Xiaodan, a daughter of the Fourth Court. Your queen was kind enough to invite us to Illyria, and the Duchess of Astonbury graceful enough to extend that to her ball, though this isn't quite the introduction we intended." Chapter 5. Morning Wine. Remy didn't return to the ballroom that night, as he had no desire to look on while Lady Song Xiaodan the Fourth Court heiress, dazzled the crowd with her fiancé and Third Court king, Lord Zidan Malek. She owed Remy nothing, but it was nonetheless a blow to discover that she was to wed the vampire whose clanmates had killed Lady Daenerys, the one who had made Remy feel like an untried novice. Irrational as it was, it felt like a betrayal of the friendship she had attempted to strike up with him, and he mourned its premature end. It didn't matter. Lady Song was free to have 100 bastard fiancés if she'd like, each a bigger gaping arse than the last, though it would take a lot to surpass the one she already had. Remy felt like a coward all the same, having chosen to avoid them after their encounter at the gardens. He spent the rest of the night occupied in the Duchess of Astonbury's library instead, reading and sulking at equal intervals. He then took out some of his frustrations on Giselle after he'd been summoned to her bedchambers, much to the woman's delight. Only afterward, satiated and breathless in bed beside him, did she finally provide the information he'd been waiting for. "It's classified, of course," she murmured, a finger idly tracing circles on his chest. "Even more so than usual. No one but my husband's innermost circle is remotely aware of this. There are reports of the undead attacking villages along the eastern borders, and more toward the north, but the latter makes it Karenai territory, far enough in the outer realms that it is officially our neighbour King Halifax's problem, so Her Majesty has been reluctant to send troops without his express invitation. There are more of the same, this time along the borders between Illyria and Tingyi, but the latter falls under the Fourth Court's domain, or so I'm told. Perhaps that is why Lady Song was invited to a Louvre in the first place, for them to discuss matters without overstepping boundaries. There is also something unnatural about these vampires, according to these papers, though I don't quite understand all this scientific babbling. You know how all this talk of blood makes my stomach positively churn, don't you, my love? There are rumours that they are perhaps night court vampires after all. It's been years since one of the first has been sighted. Apparently they've gone into hiding. It's said that they are not on good terms with the other vampire clans, which would explain such erratic behaviour. Another special friend of mine clerks for my husband. For someone who occupies one of the highest positions in the kingdom, Astonbury can be quite an oblivious man." She giggled. "My contact copied the papers you asked for, without Matthew any the wiser. They're yours for the taking." "Thank you, Giselle," he said, but the woman moved over him with a smile, hand drifting lower. "Thank me properly again," she suggested sweetly. He left before the sky had lightened, though the Duchess was rarely up before noon. He took a moment after he dressed to regard the beautiful woman sprawled beneath the covers, so lovely that his breath still sometimes caught, no matter how many times he'd seen her this way. Their encounters always left him feeling both cheapened and exhilarated, the small bouts of self-revulsion warring with that part of him that felt good at being needed. But the information he wanted was now hidden carefully away inside his overcoat, and for now, that was all that mattered. There was no valet or servant attending him at Kinneia Lodge, which was what he called the small, fairly unassuming bungalow he used to hide from his father's influence whenever he was in a Louvre, exactly the way he liked it. It would have been a scandal on its own, a duke's son attending to his own meals and cleaning up after himself like a commoner, and Remy had solved that problem by receiving almost no visitors and keeping his purchase of the residence a secret. He'd also gone and bought all the empty lots around his house to add to the property so he could keep his privacy intact. Being the son of a duke with a generous monthly allowance had its uses. He had spent the day before the ball making his bedroom and the adjoining washroom habitable after being away for so long, but after the night's surprises, he'd put in only enough effort that morning to run a long bath and break his fast. The rest of his home could be seen to at a later date. A discreet laundress, highly recommended by Elke, attended to his washings whenever he was in the capital, but Remy had since learned to cook simple meals and become handy with a broom and dustpan. His initial reasons for building Kinnaia Lodge had been strictly utilitarian, but he found, to his great mortification, that bits and pieces of himself had snuck their way into the decor. Bookshelves stacked with gentlemen's magazines, ladies' fashions, newsletters by prominent blue stockings, and a cluttered collection of historical books on both tithe and Illyrian history. Watercolour sketches he'd made at idler times. Balls of yarn and small feathered toys for the cats who occasionally wandered into the garden out back, with additional food bowls for those seeking nourishment rather than entertainment. A series of thorny succulents along one wall, the only species of plant capable of surviving extended periods without water, and his poor attempts at horticulture. He had taken the time to clean off more of the dirt that had clung to his mother's portrait. It was always the first thing he did whenever he returned to the lodge. The rest of the drawing room still had a light layer of dust on it when Elke arrived. The red-haired woman promptly pillaged his larder and returned with his most expensive port after he'd let her in, and listened while Remy told her what had transpired the night before. "It occurs to me," she said conversationally, watching the faint light sparkle against her wineglass as she swirled the liquid within, "that you have remained unbitten all this time because vampires find your blood just as dense as the rest of you." "And what exactly do you mean by that?" "The Fourth Court heiress wants to tup you, Remy." Remy had eschewed wine for coffee, having deemed alcohol too early to indulge in at 7 in the morning, even for him. He spat the hot beverage out all the same. "She wants nothing of the sort," he sputtered, wiping his mouth on a napkin. "She's engaged." "Vampire relationships differ significantly from what humans consider commonplace, love. I should know. And besides, you're one to talk. Cavorting with a married woman and her addle-brained friends. Humans can be just as strange and complicated." She cast a critical eye at his tired face, the faint circles underneath his eyes, something a fresh change of clothes and a bath could not disguise. Her voice softened. "Perhaps it's time for you to sever your connections with the Duchess. I can't think that this is good for you, no matter how much classified information you can woo out of her." "Not yet." Remy kept his mouthful of coffee down this time. "She's my only source of information. The Reaper Network learns things I can't get anywhere else, not even from you, for all your resources." "I'm hurt," Elke purred, hand fluttering against her chest. Nobody deserved to be that pretty only a couple of hours past dawn. Today she wore an intricate corset and a dress that drew attention to the curve of her hips and her bosom. It was her habit to call on him most mornings whenever he was in town, an odd habit, given her 5th Court past. "I think I'm a rather good source of information. Have you seen that horrid thing that the Marchioness of Stedbourne was wearing yesterday, for instance? Beorth's was to have the brocade and furs made for the Duchess of Kenora, but the Marchioness paid triple the price to take it from the other woman's hands. It looked like several foxes had decided to die on her all at once." "I'm not really interested in the Marchioness of Stedbourne or her dead foxes." "You should be. Didn't I tell you that I've been accompanying her husband? It's how I learned of his wife's spurious tastes in fashion and general pettiness." Remy frowned. The Marquess of Stedbourne was one of Astonbury's good friends, and very much involved in the Reaper business. Elke was risking much to be his mistress, no matter how temporary the position was. A vampire trying to pass herself off as human in a Louvre was risky enough to begin with. Even if said vampire had made a name for herself as an independent, highly successful jewel merchant, with a row of popular shops along Gold Street. Ever find it ironic that you love a Louvre more than I ever had? A Louvre is my sanctuary, Remy. Kinnaia Lodge is yours. The city just happens to come with your purchase. I'm serious. What would you do if they discover who you are? She shrugged. The only choice I'll have. If ever I have to leave, I'll send you a perfectly carved golden cock with twin sapphire eggs, just for you to remember me by, nestled in a delicate mahogany box, with such beautiful wrapping paper to make your heart sing. Remy snorted. He was used to her vulgarisms. They had that in common, too. Don't change the subject, Elke. Well, don't give me that look, then. I'm always careful. Why, the Marquis's eldest son is a hunter himself. I bet I can ferret out more of the Lord High Steward's secrets than the Duchess of Astonbury can provide in the space of a night. You don't even like him. You were glad that your arrangements with him were finally ending. Arrangements can be renegotiated. And it's not about liking my patrons. It's the influence he can bring to my shops that counts most of all. It was her turn to frown at him. You're one to talk. You shouldn't let her keep using you like this. You're an excellent hunter, darling, but you're not suited for this other line of work. Your father was in the wrong for forcing you into this when you weren't old enough to know better. That's rather odd advice coming from you. She grinned at him, bearing a perfect set of lovely ivory fangs. That this is what I do is exactly why you should listen to me. I can spend the night with a gentleman and think no more about him the next morning. Beautiful gems have kept my attention for far longer. But you, love, you're too kind for this. You'll always leave pieces of your heart behind, whether you want to or not, and to people who deserve it least of all. I owe you my life. Consider this one of the small ways I'm trying to repay my debt. Why, you haven't even shown me the papers yet to see the quality of espionage I'm up against. Remy had to smile. So you're not just here to spend time with me. A visit can have more than one rationale behind it, especially when we've got third and fourth court vampires in the city. But don't think this discussion is over. I'm simply too curious about the reports to delay any longer. She knew him well enough. Rionis told me about what Astonbury intends to discuss at the Reapers' meeting this morning. Remy set his cup down. Word has come of vampires attacking villages along the east coast, and they believe it might be First Court kindred. Elke snorted. The east coast? King Halifax is too busy building higher walls around his capital to do anything about it. He would rather let those villages be overrun before admitting that he would require assistance. You'd know the situation better than I do. Remy reached into his coat pocket to produce the papers and pushed them toward her. Elke was too kind to say it, but Remy had no head for intrigue, not enough to decipher most of the reports he filched. She scanned the documents. It says here that Queen Ophelia has already pledged to quietly send in several regiments of Reapers to Karanai. No word yet on what she intends to do with the attacks near Tingyi. Won't merchants travelling from Karanai give us the same warning? There are no longer any merchants coming in from Karanai. Halifax has blocked the roads, posted sentries at every major outpost along the way, though I'm not sure that would be much of a deterrence where vampires are involved. But there's something much more troubling. Elke continued to read, her brow furrowed while he made the most of the silence to scarf up the rest of his eggs and toast. But surely there must be some mistake, she finally burst out. I've never heard of such a thing before. If Etienne had known this was possible, he would... She paused and bit her lip. Known what was possible? He would have used it himself, Elke said, still staring at the papers in her hand. He would have transformed the rest of the Fifth Court into abominations under his thrall if he thought it would help him conquer Alluria and the rest of the kingdoms. And he would have experimented on me first of all, as was my privilege as his worthless toy. I was already his mindless little husk to begin with. Imagine if he'd gotten his hands on such a secret, what he could have made me do. Elke. She waved her hand aimlessly. I'm all right, love. You can't hurt me any more, and I'm no longer that helpless thing you found dying on a dirt road. But this is horrifying. Etienne would have used what immediately? It took Elke a while to explain. The documents had gone into more complicated details than previous ones. The first of the reports had been filed by another Reaper, Rai Takanori, the Duke of Ishay. Remy had met him a few times before, a no-nonsense man who always made certain of the facts before committing himself to speak of them. His account had been straightforward enough. Corpse identified as one Tal Harveston, a 17-year-old male from the village of Dalwen, a day-and-a-half's ride from Illyrian borders. Reportedly killed and turned into a vampire 10 days ago. Haunted the area for nearly a week before I'd arrived to kill it on the 4th day of Trisulca. I had personally cremated the body, seen that his ashes were scattered along the ocean in accordance with Reaper laws. So it came as a surprise to learn that the poor youth had been resurrected through some unknown means, and had resumed preying on the villagers within Grenade, leaving behind bodies drained of blood, just as before. I was granted a small contingent of Reapers to nullify the threat, and even then, it took our combined might to bring down what had previously been an easy kill. I had not observed anything unusual about the vampire during my first encounter with it, nothing more than what was to be expected with a reaping. When my men and I hunted it down the second time, the corpse's physical appearance had changed drastically. I almost would not have believed it was the same vampire that I had previously slain, had it not been for the similarity of features still recognizable despite the mutations. As ordered by Lord High Steward Astonbury, we delivered the body to Dr. Agenor at the Archives laboratory for further analysis. "That," Elka said, "doesn't sound ominous at all, I'm sure." The next report was from Dr. Agenor himself, a transcript of his findings made verbatim and duly transcribed. Autopsy performed on subject number 1294 on the 4th hour and 5th day of Trisulca. While alive, subject had been previously described as 5 feet and 10 inches tall, 185 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes, and average features. Subject upon delivery lies at 6 feet and 10 inches tall, 335 pounds, with black hair and eyes of an indeterminate colour. The left eye has turned red, but not from petechial hemorrhaging. The left side of the face has been severely mutilated, the cheekbone and upper mandible ripped away so that only the lower jawbone remains intact. Current muscle mass does not match previous eyewitness accounts of the subject, including that of Rai Takanori, suggesting some unknown unnatural mutation. Body decomposition appears to be 3 times the normal rate of the average corpse, the flesh visibly rotting upon naked observation. Nonetheless, there appears to be at least 23 marks on its body, similar to those that could have been made with a syringe. As subject had not been known to be sickly or to have engaged in any forms of vice, these could be evidence of some unknown experimentation that may explain the remarkable differences between the subject's first and second slaying. Subject appears to be moving. The next paragraph resumed as if nothing was out of the ordinary, though Remy would have given a lot to learn what had happened in between those lines. Subject has been dispatched for the 3rd time by Reapers stationed within the archives. Decomposition has continued throughout the whole process at the same aforementioned rate. Subject indicated no cognitive faculties or self-awareness before being subdued. I have extracted as much blood as I could from the corpse, and a cursory examination indicates pathogens unknown in both humans and vampires, though there have been very few samples from the latter to come to a more conclusive analysis. My theory, however, is that any minute bone fragments to have survived the cremation may have been enough for the subject to reconstitute itself. Further testing is needed. Subject has been taken to the vault and remains under heavy guard by hunters as an added precaution. As per Her Majesty's instructions, we are storing any other corpses of similar infections in the Yakal, as advised by Lord Zidan Malak of the 3rd Court. Remy glared at the document. The infuriating vampire noble had been meddling in Illyrian affairs far longer than he'd thought. Underneath the report was a handwritten scrawl. Remy had filched enough documents from him to recognize Astonbury's hand. Fresh reports of similar cases at Kerenai. Extraction in progress. Bodies at Dalwen also retrieved. If Etrian had known this, Elke said, he would have replicated the process as soon as he was able. The ability to revive slain vampires. And now there may be someone else out there prepared to cause just as much chaos, Remy added grimly. This doesn't strike me as a natural evolution. I would hope not, Elke said with a small shudder. And from what you've told me, it means that they have a mutated vampire imprisoned here in a Louvre at the archives, Remy said. Do you intend to tell your father? Remy could. Vallenbon would waste no time denouncing Astonbury for it. That may not be enough to relinquish his position as Lord High Steward, but it could very well diminish his status, incite distrust. But he wasn't going to, because he didn't trust his father either. No. This doesn't sound like a vampire in an extended frenzy. It doesn't sound like any vampire I've ever encountered before. What do you intend to do? Not a chance I'd be receiving an invitation to join the other Reapers on an expedition to Halifax's domain. Tigny would be another 2 weeks' ride, but Dalwen is only a few hours away. What good would that be? The creature has already been apprehended. But it's within several miles of both Windbrook and Gleisspike. I've received reports of similar attacks there from other informants, and I want to see if those incidents are connected. What? And no offer to bring me along? Remy glowered at her cheerful, smiling face. We've talked about this before, Elke. The chances of you being discovered. I enjoy my life in a Louvre very much, love, but occasionally I too grow bored of pretending I'm fully human, no matter how grateful I should be for the opportunity. I could be the nimblest vampire in all the courts if I put my mind to it. It's why I survived this long, against stronger kindred. And besides, the girl said, casting a frown at Breaker, which was leaning against the wall and never too far from his reach. It's no use beating around the bush, darling. Let me take a look and see what damage you've done it again. The chain snapped, Remy admitted, turning it over for her perusal. There's nothing drastic. If I had it my way, I would have strengthened the links, made it harder for it to break. It was designed to snap easily. Most vampires are likely to break it out of my hand should they get hold of it, and I'd rather lose the chain than find myself entirely weaponless. That may be true, but the apparent ease with which you keep wrecking it is almost impressive. This is the 5th time this year I've had to reforge it for you, and the season's barely started. Elke held the chain up to the dim light and sighed. Let's see. I'll take another bottle of port as payment, plus your promise that I'll be accompanying you to Dalwen at... When do you intend to make the trip? This afternoon, if I can. So soon? And you expect me to have Breaker good and ready by then? Why are you so insistent on accompanying me? Elke gazed down at the table, her fingers tracing the faint imperfections in the wood. These experimentations, they feel familiar to me in so many terrible ways. I want to know firsthand that nothing about this has Etrian's signature behind it. I'd like to go for my own peace of mind, to make sure my past stays dead and buried, like the rest of them. The 5th Court, the brilliant court, had called themselves inventors, but they'd been more notorious for their methods of torture and monstrous experiments. For their leader's obsession with a perfect immortality beyond even a vampire's lifespan. For the tests he would inflict on his own brethren to achieve it. For all their closeness, Elke never gave Remy explicit details about her time in Etrian's court, and Remy never asked. If I throw in another bottle of wine, will that be enough time to get Breaker ready? Elke smiled briefly. Make it an old Varian, and it's a deal. She looked at him. You're worried too, aren't you? She asked softly, because she'd known him far too long. It's not like you to rush in with so little information on hand. Remy looked down at the papers still spread across the table. 23 marks on the body, attacking even as it decayed. The results of someone's experiment. "I have a bad feeling about all this, El," he said. "Real bloody bad." Chapter 6. Monsters in the Mist. A strange melancholy had permeated the village of Dalwen, deeper than the thick fog around them. Tal Harveston had been a popular boy, and the people here took the news of his demise hard, like he had been their own son. With that morning had come both terror and resentment, fear that it would happen to another of their own, anger that the Reapers had done so little to save Harveston from his fate. Remy bore it well enough. He was used to hate. He had paid his respects to Harveston's mother, a woman in her early 40s, who looked like she had aged 20 more. He kept his visit short and offered her some small compensation. The dead boy had been the family breadwinner, and this would be enough to let her live comfortably for a few years. Enough still to set her other 2 sons up in trade or in an apprenticeship when they came of age. This wasn't the first time. There were missing children all over Aluria, triple this year than it had been in previous others. He hadn't found all their families yet, but the ones he had, he could do nothing much for either, beyond offering his condolences in coin. Not all of them had accepted. Many a grieving parent had thrown it back at his face. The village had been spared the details of what had happened to Tal Harveston after he'd been taken away by the Reapers, but they knew the monster the Reapers had fought. The woman accepted the bag of coins. She wouldn't meet his gaze. The other villagers had been hesitant to talk to him, but the idea of some terrible creature worse than a vampire overcame that reluctance. The other mutilated body, still unidentified, had been found on the main roads between Glyspike and Windbrook, just as Jack had told Remy. No one in the neighbouring villages travelled through those paths any more. Not since the body's discovery, and not since the fog had settled around them like a thick, hazy soup. They would have to leave Glyspike eventually, they said, vegetables to deliver, livestock to bring to market in the larger towns, but not just yet. No one wanted to be the next corpse. There were rumours of it being a curse. Elke disguised herself well. She'd met up with Remy, her face scrubbed free of oils and paints, and her bright red hair tucked into a severe bun. Her clothes looked homespun and rough-stained, and it took a closer look to see that she was even a woman. This was not the first time she'd accompanied him on a hunt. Objectively speaking, she probably had more experience with this than Remy did. Late afternoon resembled nightfall in these parts. Remy could barely see more than 20 feet in front of him, and it was getting cold. If the villagers were right, then what a fucking horrible night to have a curse. There was no real strategy here, but to wait by the roads to be attacked. He tempted fate by spinning breaker above his head, the movements sure and practiced, the knife chain whizzing merrily along in a circle. It had always calmed him in his youth, and it was calming him now. "You look ridiculous," Elke said. "You know, the people from Tithe tie heavy coconuts around thick bamboo and carry them above their heads as they go from one village to the next. This is a similar exercise." "That would explain both their and your impressively contoured arms." Elke knew why he did it, knew better than to push. She stretched. "If I'd known it would be this cold, I would have stayed at the village and coaxed a little more fire from the Glyspike Inn." "You're not supposed to feel cold anymore." "You're right. It's my hair. It's all scraggly and frizzed from the damp, even tied back like this. Being dead doesn't do much for your hair." She had brought a fire lance with her, one she'd forged herself. It was part of her human disguise, but Remy suspected it was also a matter of pride for her, proof she could make better weapons than what the Reapers possessed. She'd convinced him to bring a second lance along, though that had never been his style. Remy had little patience for them. He liked his battles up close and in-your-face messy. But there was enough in those strange reports that he'd let caution overrule his pride. A couple more hours. They'd found shelter near some trees, only a few feet away from the main road. The biggest piece of the body had been found right around here. Remy could still smell the faint metallic scent of it, remnants of blood on the ground, too minuscule to see. There had been no new attacks in the area since Jack had made his report. Either Tal Harveston had been responsible for the last killing, or this second creature was biding its time. Remy was wagering on the latter. Harveston had left his victims intact. That was almost 2 weeks ago. Jack reported the attack nearly 5 days after Harveston had supposedly been taken in. The body should have been discovered long before that. "You could still find your way back," Remy said. "I'm told the inn's famous for their mulled wine." "They don't take the time to spice their bottles with blood like you do for me. My hair will survive." Elke stilled. "Remy, wait." He'd heard it too. A faint, shuffling noise, grunting. It sounded loud in the otherwise total stillness around him, amplified by the fog. This was no horse and wagon coming their way. It was something larger, a hell of a lot larger. The smell of blood grew thicker. This accursed fog was a frequent problem on other hunts, and it was just as much an obstacle now. Remy crept forward steadily, newly forged knife chain in hand, since ranged combat seemed like the better idea at this point. Elke was beside him and keeping pace, just as silent and just as swift. There was another grotesque sound from somewhere closer, a grating, crunching noise, followed by something wet and squelching. The road before them cleared enough for Remy to see that he'd been wrong after all, except that the horse lay on the road on its side, clearly dead. The cart had been overturned, and something was hunched over it. It was a nightmare. Its back was turned toward them, and Remy saw the protruding bone sticking out between its shoulder blades, the blood vessels pulsing and running underneath the waxy, near-transparent skin. It had a vaguely human shape. Long stumps that could be legs, 2 more that could be arms if you discounted the 3 more bursting from the sides of its tumorous upper back, all bulging outward like flayed muscle upon flayed muscle. Its skin was a slime made of flesh and looked ready to slide off at a moment's notice, and he was reminded of Dr. Agener's report of the Harveston boy's rapid decomposition. It was a massive pockmark of a creature twice his size, and it was blocking the path, a significant radius around it now stained red. Whoever had been manning the cart was also dead. Their remains were unrecognizable as human, save for a huddle of torn cloth on one side of the wagon. The creature continued to feast. "Preserve us," Elke breathed from behind him, the closest thing he'd heard a vampire utter to a prayer. The most pragmatic solution would be to ride hard back to Alouve, summon all the available reapers there, and return with an army to fight the beast. The most arsed solution would be to remain and take it on their own, because it could escape in the interim. For Remy, who was accustomed to making bad decisions, it was an easy choice to make. The knife chain was deadly sharp, but not even he had been expecting it to plunge through the back of the nightmare's head, the thickest part of the blade sliding back and anchoring to its forehead. It stopped chewing, and rose on its stumps, turning. Remy had to fight to keep his hold on Breaker firm, lest it be pulled out of his grasp, even as he viewed the entire monstrosity for the first time. There was no face. All Remy could see was a bloated eye staring back at them, an eye that took up space where nose and cheekbones should have been. His knife burrowed out from the center of its forehead, but to no obvious effect. It had no mouth, but from its chest cavity, Teeth half as long as his scythes emerged from a cavernous hole that stretched across it from shoulder blade to shoulder blade, still bloody, still gnawing on the remains of the poor traveller and their horse. This wasn't a vampire. This was a demon dredged up from the pits of hell. "Bloody fuck," Remy said. The horror spat out a glob of squirming fat on the ground and then advanced towards them, chest-mouth curled at them in a terrifying grin. It was faster than Remy wanted it to be, bearing down on them with its tree-trunk legs. Remy ran in a semicircle around it, yanking hard at his chain before it could further entangle itself around the monster's head. Thankfully, it yielded, and the knife was pulled back out with a sickening tear, blue-tinged blood spilling on the ground. Without either needing to say a word, Remy and Elke split, dodging into opposite directions. Elke was faster and loaded up with fire powder. She reappeared at the monster's left, her lance already levelled at its head as she pulled the trigger. A cascading stream of fire shot out from the muzzle, Elke handling the hard recoil expertly. It scored a direct hit on its forehead, exactly where Remy had aimed at with his knife chain, and the brute began to burn brightly like a torch, the flames soon swallowing up the rest of its head. The great, staring eye slid shut, and opened again just underneath its torso, right below the wide mouth and its sharp teeth. Remy shifted his aim. The arms were the immediate threat, and he managed to cut down a limb before the monster could reach him, narrowly avoiding a grab. His scythes cut through another appendage, and he swung low and managed to take out one of its stumps before the monster's weight was on him, pinning him to the ground, breaker between them. The fire atop its head had been extinguished, leaving blackened carcass and charred visible bone. Remy could smell its rancid breath up close, the teeth snapping dangerously near his face before he managed to twist Breaker so that his blades bit down into the void that passed for its mouth. It reared back, giving him enough space to move and drive it again right into the beast's shifted eye. It didn't make a sound. Remy wasn't sure it had the required vocal cords to do so. It simply lunged back, away from him, giving Elke another opportunity to reload and fire another round, this time right at the gaping mouth, the overtly large and ragged teeth. But instead of fire, a fine bolt of lightning shot out from the silver muzzle, and Remy swore he could feel it crackle into his skin, even from several feet away. The monstrous thing swallowed her shot whole, and then staggered, already off balance from the loss of one leg. Its body was glowing like a hot furnace. Elke's attack, tearing through whatever entrails it had left, lighting it up from within. Whatever coarse skin that helped shield it from outside flames didn't from the inside, and Remy could see the blood vessels underneath its flesh turning a fiery red. He relinquished Breaker to grab at the fire lance Elke had provided him, having enough self-preservation to know that he would not want to get up close to the monster again, no matter how great his love for his melee combat. And when it turned back his way, he fired. The fire lance's weakness, even in the ones Elke built, was that it could only deliver one discharge at a time before needing to reload. Its strength was that Elke had modified theirs for double the firepower. The shot practically tore the creature apart, reducing it to a thick soup. It flooded the path before them, more liquid now than solid. It was a whole damn mess to clean up. "Lightning?" Remy asked weakly in the aftermath. "Your lance has lightning?" "Not quite the type of lightning brought down from the clouds, but very effective, wouldn't you say?" Elke tried not to sound too shaken. "It's all built on rather sound science. Might need a few more modifications, though. It jolted me just a little. Perhaps more insulation." "And what the hell was that?" Remy asked, slowly rising to his feet. He'd been expecting some twisted kind of new rogue vampire, not something that could barely pass for human, hunting so close to the villages. Rai Takanori was not the kind of man to exaggerate. Remy should have believed his descriptions. "Are you seriously considering bringing it back to your manor?" Elke asked, appalled when Remy reached into his satchel. "We need to know where it came from. We need to warn everyone in Alluve. The fog might have helped in keeping it out of sight, but if there are more of these things out there, then we're all in more trouble than we realize." He'd brought more sacks, but he'd also been expecting something a lot more solid to bring back. There was also the impossibly foul odor rising from the remains, which was making his eyes water and his nose threaten to mutiny. Elke sighed, and then took to reloading her fire-lance. "At least the chain's still intact this time. I'd think adding more knives would do better damage beyond just the one you have." "I was thinking that adding spikes might be a nice option. What a dangerously novel idea. Shall we send for more reapers to scrape what's left of this creature off the roads?" "I'll mark an area to warn people to go around," Remy said, sounding doubtful over his own plan. He moved past the steaming mass to survey its other victims. The horse had been horribly eviscerated, whoever its rider was even more so. There was an assortment of vegetables scattered on the ground beside the wagon. The beast had ignored those. Remy bent over what was left of the man and quietly muttered a short, brief prayer over the remains. "Head back to Gleisbeck and ask the headsman to send word back to Alluve," he said. "I'll stay and make sure no one disturbs the scene. Warn them away if need be." Elke nodded, not even bothering to protest. She would reach the village faster than he ever could. "I'll be back as soon as I can. In the meantime, you'd better find somewhere safer to keep your vigil. As you said, there could be more of them out there." It was sound advice, and after Elke had gone, Remy returned to the forest edge to keep watch, taking out a few packets of gunpowder and saltpeter to reload his lance. After that, he took up Breaker and resumed his habit, the chain whirling aimlessly above him, lulling him into a meditative wakefulness. The fog was still as thick as ever, and the cold was starting to get through, but he barely felt the chill. He stared at the sodden mess that had once been the hulking, inhumanely grotesque creature. No word existed yet to accurately define what the mutated beast was. Now that the danger had passed, he was starting to think about the magnitude of what they had just discovered. Takanori had mentioned a stark difference in the Harveston boy when he'd taken the vampire in a second time, making mention of the boy's increase in size and mass, though his descriptions of it had been so mildly understated compared to the reality Remy found himself looking at now. Was this the same kind of mutation that the Reapers had encountered? The reports were now over a week old. Had they already located the persons responsible for this new breed? Was this the reason the Queen had ordered most of the Reapers to Kerenai? And if that wasn't already enough to ruin his day, the congealed, soup-like mess on the ground began to move. It was a faint quiver at first, one he could almost put down to a strange trick of the light through the filter of darkness about him, except that it did so again, with much more force and visible shaking. Any doubt was put to rest when the thick goo began to clump together of its own accord, slowly building itself back up from the ground, rearranging melted flesh and hardening bone to reconstruct the familiarly horrifying shape of the one-eyed, several-armed, grinning chest anomaly that he'd thought they'd already killed. "Fucking hell," Remy groaned, shoving more sulphur and silver shells down his fire-lance's barrel. He'd managed to fire at the monster before it could completely reconstitute itself, up to half a waist and a pair of legs, the unnerving gaping mouth of death already formed. The blast took out a goodly part of hip bone and thigh, but the rest of its body seemed to absorb the impact, growing over the area like his shot didn't matter. Heart-pounding, Remy switched to his more favoured style of fighting, in-your-face combat, though more in your stomach given the current situation. The ungodly eye was back, sliding open to focus on him just as he sliced right through its gaze with the scythe. While it might have built up a quick immunity to the fire lance, the silver in his blade still affected it well enough. Blood sprayed across the air, and Remy rolled to the ground just as another appendage grew directly out of one of its legs, nearly impaling him. It wasn't growing back into the same shape this time, with 3 legs and more on the way, choosing to stunt its height this time for a better grip on the ground. Its mouth was still the same, though, made of teeth and the shrapnel left behind by his and Elke's fire lances. He was in trouble. If it was capable of reforming itself even after being obliterated at its most basic organic level, then nothing he could do would stop it. Remy's only hope was to keep it engaged and prevent it from disappearing into the fog long enough for Elke and other reinforcements to show up. That was much harder than it sounded. Remy cut off more limbs from beneath the now massive sphere-like blob, then nearly lost his own leg when it rolled forward without warning, bone teeth snapping as it tried to take a chunk out of his thigh. Something blurred into view before him, and the monstrous thing was shoved back without ceremony, a thick cut across its midsection, bisecting its mouth. Remy sprang to his feet, but Song Xiaodan was already blurring away again, reappearing behind the creature. He could hear her heartbeat from where she stood, even more irregular and rapid than when she had sat with him at the gardens. "Get out of the way," she instructed him grimly, "and close your eyes." Remy, being a Pendergast, did not get out of the way, nor did he close his eyes. But when the Lady Song began to glow, seemingly without any other light source other than one that appeared to be manifesting from within, he was wise enough to stay out of the blast radius when the monster turned to face her. Remy didn't quite see what happened next, nor could he explain it. The unearthly light that had bathed Xiaodan streaked out in all directions around her, and for a moment the fog around them seemed to dissolve from the force of that brightness alone. It was as if the sun, rarely seen in Illyria, had taken up lodging inside of her and was unleashing 6 months' worth of daylight all at once to make up for its previous absence. It was a fatal sunlight, 20-fold the range of what a fire lance had, and 100 times deadlier. The monster didn't just melt like it had previously. Remy never thought that the act of being visibly evaporated could be so violently forceful, but Xiaodan's light was unrelenting. In that moment, she was stunning. Nothing of the beast remained when the light faded, save for the previously drying blue-black blood it had bled onto the ground. "Hello again," Lady Song said to Remy, somewhat weakly. There was still the hint of a halo about her, like she hadn't completely been able to rein in the rest of the glow yet, and it highlighted the silver in her eyes. She was breathtaking, like a goddess who had condescended to step down from the clouds in answer to his prayer. Remy stared at her, dazed, until she stumbled and the sounds of her heartbeat returned him back to the moment, beats that were far too quick and far too loud. The light finally disappeared, like a candle unexpectedly snuffed out, and the cold and fog closed in again. He rushed to Xiaodan's side when she tried to stand, and she only let out a brief sound of complaint when he stood back up with her in his arms. "Bloody fuck are you doing here?" he asked. "Same thing as you," she mumbled, exhausted. Likely she'd gone off without her fiancé knowing, judging by Remy's previous encounter with someone Zidane Malik considered family. "Don't move." He was relieved to hear her heartbeat slowing, her breaths no longer sounding laboured. "What did you do?" "I brought out the sun, Armika." Xiaodan sighed against him. "I would have thought that was obvious by now." And then, before Remy could say anything in rebuttal, she lost consciousness. Chapter 7. Awake. Lady Song Xiaodan was still fast asleep by the time they'd arrived back at Kinaiya Lodge. Not even Elke had been able to discern where the fourth court vampire and her fiancé were staying at in a Louvre. Given the current unkempt state of most of Remy's residence, putting her in his bedroom had seemed the ideal choice. Elke kept a large apartment near the Allurian Palace, and while that had decidedly more room to spare for unexpected guests, Remy had weighed his options and rejected the risk it would demand. A vampire staying at a popular jeweller's quarters would raise more questions than he was willing to answer. The many varied experiences Remy had had with vampires hadn't quite prepared him for this, especially once Xiaodan began to snore. "I think it's endearing," Elke said. She'd shooed him away long enough to strip Xiaodan and lay her beneath the covers, and Remy hadn't found the proper way to protest that either. "No, I don't think making soup would be the best course of action for this, love. She might enjoy the taste, but it won't help her heal any faster. Have you got more spiced old Varian? I could try and force a few drops down her throat if need be." "You're looking pretty settled beside her," Remy pointed out warily. "Won't anyone miss you?" "I'd already let everyone know that I'd be travelling the rest of the day before we'd set out this morning. I have no intentions of going anywhere when you've got the daughter of the Fourth Court injured in your house." She hesitated. "Lady Song has been kind to me in the past. I have never known how to repay her." Remy placed the tray bearing the useless chicken soup he'd made on the side table. "Would it be prying if I asked how?" The redhead smiled. "No. Much of Zidan Malik and the Third Court's past is a mystery even to my clan. Perhaps the older courts would know more than I, but he did take down the Fifth and put Etrian out of his misery. It was the Fourth's achievement too. Perhaps she'll tell you herself." "Is it unusual for a vampire to sleep this long?" "I rarely do, given how infrequently the sun shines in a Louvre. We don't know exhaustion the same way humans do." Gently, Elke pressed 2 fingers against Lady Song's chest. "I suspect this, together with her strange ability, has everything to do with it." "You knew that she was capable of whatever the bloody hell that was." "I may not be up to speed on Reaper affairs, but even I know they weren't aware of what she could do." There had been whispers, though. Lady Beowulf's earlier talk of a poisoned hand. "They call her the Sunbringer. I do not know how she came to possess such abilities. The first I'd known of it was after witnessing her fight in the war between the Third and Fifth. She wiped out my clan with it. If I had been slower to move—" She shuddered. Etrian feared her. A vampire who could manifest the very thing capable of its own destruction. He called it a curse. Said she would be better off dead. The Fourth's Court decline was not a coincidence. Elke took her hand away from Xiaodan. "I'm sorry I didn't inform you sooner. It's her story to tell, not something to share without her permission, even with you." "No offense taken." Remy gave the soup another half-hearted stir, debated eating it himself, then decided against it. "I'll bring a few bottles out from the cellar, in case she wakens. If you can spare a few more hours with her, I would appreciate it." "I can. Are you heading out?" Elke's eyes widened. "You intend to go to your father?" "I might not be welcomed at the archives. Without a body to present to them, there's little else to show." All Remy had been able to retrieve was a small vial filled with a strange-coloured blue blood from the scene. As much as I despise to say it or give him any credit, Yost might know more. "What was that thing, Remy?" Elke turned back to Xiaodan. "Who would ever subject their body to that kind of horror?" "That's exactly what I intend to find out." Remy tucked the vial back into his pocket and cast another look at the sleeping girl. He had so many questions for her, but those would have to wait until he'd gotten more answers out of Yost. and from his father, because that bastard always kept far more secrets than he ever shared. Dr. Yost, as it turned out, knew more than even Remy had expected. The doctor took the vial from him with vicious delight, like he'd been expecting such a gift. Remy was immediately suspicious. "You've seen this colour of blood before," he said. Yost beamed at him. "Not just seen it. I was hoping you'd find more in the course of your hunts. I've been studying vampire cadavers for a reason." He turned to the Duke of Valenbon, who was currently in bed and being attended to by the physician. The older man had developed a mild cold upon arriving at Locksley House and had been confined to his room at Yost's insistence. As always, Grimesworthy occupied one corner of the room, content to remain there until his master summoned him. "See? The tonic I just prescribed to your father was based on years of research spent isolating and studying a vampire's regenerative abilities. In time, we may even be able to introduce some milder forms of the Tresorea Sangeloy to the public. Lesser side effects than the ones the Reapers take, but far more effective for strength and speed." The Duke only grunted. "If your damned quack tinctures were as good as you claim, you old sot, I would be long out of this bed by now." "There is still your age to take into consideration, Your Grace. I work no miracles, only science. See, your fever is gone in just an hour. But bed rest shall never go out of fashion, I'm afraid." Yost turned his smile back to Remy. "The band of youths you procured for me are unusable for my current project, most unfortunately, though blood specimens of any kind are always valued. You must have noticed how particular I've been about finding more specimens from the northern regions of Illyria." Remy hadn't really thought about it enough to give a fuck at all, but the doctor continued before he could reply. "Quite a few of these newly turned vampires have been manifesting key mutations native to the area they were first discovered. For the better part of a year, I've been building a classification system to categorize vampires based on their migration behavior and attack patterns." Yost held the vial out before him, admiring the color. "The most unusual feature of vampire blood is that it does not congeal, while human blood does. Those who have not been turned longer than a year often give much greater insights, given that this is the stage in their new undead life when they are the closest they will ever be to mortal." "So the bodies I brought you weren't useless after all?" Remy asked. "For the little pet project I've been working on, they are, unfortunately. This vial, though, this is what's priceless. Vampire blood does not congeal, and yet it is sterile. Rarely does it react to other catalysts, even when combined, the way oil and water don't mix. That is why I have been utterly fascinated by reports of these strange new creatures who can withstand assaults that even vampires cannot. Are they a secondary mutation, or should they be considered a different species altogether? They are different enough that to call them vampires would be misleading. How is it possible for such a non-reactive element to bond on such terrific levels to produce these anomalies? This is only the 7th sample of blue blood I've received over the past month, and it will help me tremendously with my classification. The road between Wyndham and Glyspike, you say? The location is always important." "You knew about these strange mutations, and you thought to say nothing to the other Reapers about it." Remy was horrified, furious. "It was under my instruction, boy," the Duke said. The colour had returned to Remy's father's cheeks, and he was moving about in bed with lesser difficulty than before. "I'm already certain that Astonbury knows, and to make things public would only cause panic and confusion. Let the doctor do his work, so that you can do yours. The plan remains the same as it's always been, Remington. Report to me all other unusual vampire activity, and continue to keep an eye out for the 3rd and 4th courts. What news have you of Giselle's party? It seems she is now boasting of her close friendships with both Lord Malek and Lady Song. The latter, also I've been told, appears quite smitten with you."
I've heard a few people who attended the ball comment on her inquisitiveness regarding you."
For a brief moment, Remy wondered if his father knew Lady Song happened to be in his bed at the moment, probably still asleep. He scanned the older man's face, but Edgar Pendergast had never been easy to read. The man would have been pleased to know he'd gotten so close to the Fourth Court heiress in so short a time. "Lady Song goes against the initial stereotype one has of vampires," Remy said, doing his best to sound bored. "I didn't expect her to be so friendly."
"Perhaps. Those pretending to be difficult seem to be more the type to catch your fancy," his father observed with a knowing smile.
Dr. Yost approached him with a syringe at the ready, and the Duke held his arm out. Remy ignored the jest. "Surely we can find more answers if we focus on finding the source of all these new vampire mutations. Amenable or not, the courts have no real reason to trust us at this point, even if they wish to offer us an alliance."
"The Third and Fourth Courts have more to do with the Night Empress than either of us are aware of, my boy."
The Duke breathed in deeply as Dr. Yost pressed the needle against his waxy skin and pushed down on the plunger.
"Both will have information that neither Astonbury nor the Queen would be privy to, and we must use that to our advantage. You swore on your mother's grave you would find the killer, whatever the cost, boy. Are you reneging on that promise now?"
"Never," Remy said, stung that his father would even question it.
"Then prove yourself to me."
His father leaned forward.
"Honor her, Remington. Lady Song appears to favor you. Use that to find your mother's murderer, however you must. Why on earth would I allow Giselle Delacroix and her friends to sink their claws into you? But not a Fourth Court heiress with more influence than the Duchess could ever dream of."
The first person Remy saw upon returning to Kinneia Lodge was Xiaodan. She was in the drawing room instead of his bed, awake now. She wore a long dressing gown, one right out of his wardrobe, a luxurious red silk from Situ that he'd splurged for on a whim. It exposed a lot of her neck and legs and looked fetchingly good on her. It wasn't supposed to look good on her. It wasn't supposed to be worn by anyone but him, and now he couldn't stop staring. Her dark hair was pulled back from her head in a long ponytail, and the soft grey eyes looking back at him appeared almost embarrassed. "Hello, Armiger Remy," she said sheepishly. There was a bowl of soup cradled in her hands. "Elke reheated it for me," she explained. "She said you made it." "I wasn't sure if you were going to drink it." "It helped. It's very good." "The port helped more," Elke said. She was already wrapping a travelling cloak around herself. "Where are you going?" Remy asked, alarmed at the prospect of being left alone with Lady Song. "I enjoy a lot of freedom in a Louvre, but even my servants will start whispering if I'm away too long. Lady Song seems well enough, and since you are considerate enough not to snap off Breaker's chain again, there's very little left here for me to do." "Lady Whittaker," Xiaodan said, halting slightly. "Before you go, I just want you to know that your secret is safe with me."
"You told her?" Remy asked.
"No," Elke admitted. "She recognized me almost immediately." "Thank you, milady. After everything the Fifth Court has done, you are generous in your clemency in regards to me. Etienne Sauveterre was a psychopath who never hesitated to torture and mutilate his enemies and do worse to his own clan," Xiaodan said with unexpectedly surprising heat. "The eradication of that stain on both humankind and kindred is all that mattered. I am sorry we could not do more for the rest of your court. I doubt there was much either of you could have done in the end. So many of us had grown used to his cruelty." Elke's eyes were suspiciously shiny. She gestured at a wine bottle on the table, its contents nearly gone. "You'd best finish that and keep your strength up, Lady Song. Remy, I'll call on you tomorrow." "Does she bite?" Ziaudan asked in the silence after Elke had left him to fend for himself. "Pardon?" "Lady Whittaker's consorts. Does she bite her consorts here in Alluve? I believe there is an ongoing ban on being a vampire's familiar, is there not?" "Elke doesn't. She knows better. And if you tell anyone, I won't." Ziaudan's face was a picture of sincerity. "She said you were visiting your father. Do you report to him after every hunt?" "Almost always, yes." "Did you tell him I was here?" "No." "Why not?" "I report to him frequently, but that doesn't mean I have to tell him everything." "I remember you were angry at him," Ziaudan said and flushed. She was thinking about the gardens, Remy thought. Their almost kiss. He looked away, intently focused on the biggest of his succulents. "I want to apologize for last night at the ball," Ziaudan continued. "I didn't intend to follow you to Glyspike, and I'm sorry for not revealing myself sooner." "Given everything that has happened," Remy said, "you'll have to forgive me for being suspicious." "You have every reason to be. I thought it would be better if you heard the apology as soon as possible, so I could also explain myself. The creature you encountered, I knew about it and was searching for it long before last night happened. You had already killed it by the time I arrived. I thought to keep myself hidden until, well, you knew it was there. I've fought others like it before." Remy stared at her. She grinned weakly at him. "They're never the same, physically," she said. "Some have more limbs than others. Some are bigger, or are almost impenetrable to fire, or are capable of remaking themselves, like the one you faced. But always blue blood. And always humans who mutate before their frenzy is done. Their bodies transforming into these horrors, sometimes even after the bodies are cremated. Zidan has created categories for each mutation we've discovered so far to better study them. He'd be the person to ask if you wish to know more." "I don't want to know." Remy remembered Dr. Yost and his own macabre classification system and shuddered. "Do you know who's responsible?" "No, not yet. It's one of the reasons Zidan and I come to Alluria. There are far more attacks here than there should be, as if this is where the infections first started." Ziaudan pressed her hands against her chest. "Did Lady Elke tell you that they call me the Sunbringer?" "She didn't want to say much about it without your consent." "That was very kind of her. Is it Lady Whittaker's habit to go with you on these hunts?" "She doesn't hunt with me as often as you imply." "Are you too close?" "Yes, but it's not what you're thinking." "How do you know what I'm thinking?" She was exploring the room, stopping occasionally to examine whatever caught her interest. A fresh bouquet of lilies on a side table, a small painting of a waterfall, a shelf of books. The thin silk clung to her figure, gathering at the back of her thighs and calves. She wasn't wearing much underneath it. Remy cast his glance at the ceiling, asking the three of the light for strength. She frowned slightly when she ran a finger along the mantelpiece. "Where do you keep your clean rags?" she asked, moving to the closet. "No, I can't let you clean my—" "Oh, but I insist. As a thank you for helping me." She opened the door, located a folded piece of cloth, and began to wipe at the mantel's surface. "I only ask about her because you keep several bottles of wine mixed with blood in your larder. As you don't partake in those, I deducted that she must be here frequently enough for you to keep a store of them." "She used to be a blacksmith before coming here," I have a small forge for her to use on occasion. She used to make the Fifth Court's weapons. Zidane says they were some of the best he'd ever seen. It made them harder to kill. Satisfied, Ziaudan moved to cleaning the table. No servants? It would be more prudent to have someone come in and clean for you on the days you're not here. I bought Kinnear Lodge specifically to be left alone. What benefits would you gain from having no valet? A messy room and peace of mind. Ziaudan nodded. You value your privacy over everything else. Is that why there are no women's clothes here? Despite your affiliation with the many women of the ton, she seemed to imply. Or maybe that was simply his own guilt and his imagination filling in the blanks. It is not public knowledge that I own Kinnear Lodge. No one else knows that you live here. That was the intention, yes. Though very little gets past the Reapers. They've left me alone, and that's good enough for me. Then why bring me to your secret place? Surely you have other options. You don't strike me as the type to gossip to other humans, no matter what friendships you have with them. Thank you. I don't. I promise to keep your secret, as well as I'll keep Lady Whittaker's. Now that the table was as clean as she could get, Ziaudan resumed her prowling, searching for her next target. Isn't your fiancé worried about where you are? Zidane is currently away on other business. Some issues with his younger brother, to be more exact. He'll be back by dawn tomorrow. She hesitated by the bookshelves. The Unwritten History of the Island of Tithe, she said aloud, reading the titles as she walked past them. The Undisclosed People, The Witching Isles. You have many books on Tithian culture. They're not usually what most Illyrian historians write about. My mother was born there. I know very little about her, and I wanted to learn more about the place she was from. And what did you find out? That they're a warm people, affectionate, but they would much rather be left alone by those from Illyria, though their territories have been claimed by the kingdom. And they practice traditions many Illyrians consider beneath them, heretical to the light. He had been told very little about his mother, but he knew she had not fared well in Illuve because of their prejudices. Ziaudan paused before the portrait, gazing up at it. And this would be her? She asked softly. Remy joined her, looking up at the only image he'd ever seen of Legaia Buscum Pendergast. Not for the first time he wondered what his life would have been like if she'd survived, if she'd had a husband who loved them both. Yes, he said gruffly. She's very beautiful. You look a lot like her. So I'm told. You're still angry at me, I think. What else do you want me to apologize for? You told Giselle to invite the Duke and Duchess of Tennyfair to her ball. For all I know, you already knew who I was and staged our first encounter. You don't strike me as the type to leave anything to chance. And you figured out who I was after talking for only half an hour last night. So you know everything about me. Lady Song folded her arms in front of her. I understand that you're mad, and that you have good reason to be, but I swear that our encounter at the gardens was never planned. I guessed that you were a hunter, but it never crossed my mind that you were the Duke of Valenbon's son. Breaker didn't give me away. Remy itched for a drink of his own. He quelled the urge and stared hard at his mother's portrait instead, hoping to find strength in her placid, serene gaze. Didn't your fiancé tell you who I was? Because he sure as hell knew that first night we met. As strange as it sounds, I am not old enough a vampire to recognize Breaker. The Pendergast weapons are not something that crops up frequently in conversation among our kindred. Ziaudan sighed then, a long, drawn-out exhale. Zidane mentioned that he'd had to save his brother from a Reaper, but gave me no names. He is attached to his ward and very protective. I only realized the connection afterward, when he'd confessed to knowing who you were. As for the Duke and Duchess of Tennyfair, she turned to face him. I asked the Duke not to burn his daughter's body, she said quietly. It was important that he didn't. But why? I was told last night that it was you who had brought her back to them, another thing I had not been aware of, having failed to make the connection in the gardens. I told Lady Astonbury that I wanted to meet the poor girl's parents after the ball to explain my reasons personally, but I never expected them to show up at the gala. And while making demands of them in their time of grief may seem callous, I had little choice. We are running out of time as it is. Running out of time for what? It all comes back to that creature we fought today. I believe Lady Daenerys may have been infected by the same virulent strain that mutated the others. Zidane would know more about this than I would, but I do know that a drawn-out frenzy, followed by brief periods of lucidity, were one of the main symptoms of those affected. It is their second death that triggers their transformations. Ice ran through Remy's veins. Are you telling me that my killing her could have caused her mutation? I'm afraid so, and it's why I requested to have Lady Daenerys transported back to Ting Yi. Zidane keeps a laboratory there. If I'm right, then she would be far enough away from the city should she transform unexpectedly. But her parents wished to give her body to your scientists at the archives instead. I had hoped to plead my case to them directly to change their minds. She cocked her head at an angle. You don't look surprised. Did the Lord High Steward tell you? The stack of papers, carefully hidden away in his coat pocket, felt as heavy as lead. In a fashion, yes, but I don't know who's responsible for the strain either. It's another reason why we consider an alliance with Illyria important. Humans and vampires do not always see eye to eye, but this poses an immediate threat to us both. The Third Court is one of the strongest of the vampire kindred still remaining, and even Zidane and the others are at a loss as to who is responsible. Had the Fifth Court still existed, I would have thought Etienne Sauveterre the culprit. How are you so certain that the leader of the Fifth Court is dead? Lady Song smiled at him, then, bright and friendly and wide. Because I killed him myself, she said with a slightly vicious air. And I tend to be rather thorough about these things. She raised her hand slightly and glowed. Once again, Remy felt his breath catch. The light within her flickered as unsteadily as her heartbeat, not so much that the brightness overcame her features, but enough that it highlighted her beauty, like she was something too strange and profound for his admittedly dingy drawing room. The stuttered rhythm of her heart didn't make her seem any less ethereal. It didn't make her look any less bewitching. He heard his father's voice, a dry snarl. Whatever the cost, boy. This is the only known way to completely obliterate these mutations, Ziaudan said. But it takes far too much out of me each time I use it. I was hoping that the Illyrians would find another way to... There was a sharp knock at the door. Ziaudan's light faded instantly, and Remy turned, startled. I don't usually have visitors, he muttered, marching over to open the door. Elle, if you've left something... A group of grim-faced reapers stared back at him. Remy recognized most of them as some of the Lord High Steward's most favoured soldiers. The Marquess of Riones had also arrived with the group, lurking at the back with the guiltiest expression on his face. This is all a misunderstanding, he was in the middle of saying, though no one was listening. He could never have done this. I didn't realize that you would be using my home for the next Drafenjamot, Remy said cautiously. One of the hunters cleared his throat. It was the Earl of Ferron, the Lord High Steward's self-professed right-hand man, though to Remy that was just another fancy word for lackey. The man looked past him at Lady Song, and Remy saw surprise on his face as he struggled to modify his obvious hostility for Remy with some measure of cordiality on her behalf. Then, inwardly, Remy cursed. Xiaodan was still wearing his dressing gown. "Let's not draw this out for too long, Lord Pendergast," Lord Ferron said formally. "But we do have some pressing questions. Where were you last night from the time you left Lady Astonbury's ball?" "I was by the gardens." Ferron was not disposed to like him and his father, and based on his past interactions with the man, Remy found that it was easier just to answer his questions, to get him to leave faster. The Earl had the temerity of a bulldog, but none of the amiability. "Is there anyone who can vouch for you there?" "I can," Lady Song spoke up. "We spoke in the gardens at some length." "And afterward? After returning to the manor?" "I made my way to the library," Remy said, "where I passed the time reading until midnight." "And did you return home after that?" "You bloody well know where I was after that, Ferron. You could just ask her yourself." "Answer the question, Lord Pendergast." He hated the way Lady Song's gaze was suddenly riveted on him when he responded. "I spent the night with the Duchess of Astonbury and left at dawn." "And no one in the manor can vouch for the time of your departure?" "You can ask the second footman. I believe his name is Burnaby, but otherwise no one else appeared to be awake. Now, I've answered enough questions. What the hell is going on?" "We have more to ask," Ferron said, persisting in unmitigated arsemanship. "We'll need to bring you in." "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me why you're all treating me like some criminal, more than you usually do at least." Ferron looked perfectly ready to argue that, but Riones spoke up. "Oh, come on, Sante. He deserves to know." "Deserves to know what?" "About the murder." Riones looked at him contrite. "I'm sorry, Remington. It seems someone has gone and murdered the Duke of Astonbury, and you're Ferron's main suspect." Chapter 8. The Bloody Chamber. Remy avoided stepping into the Ministry of the Archives on Gold Street whenever he could. It wasn't just that it was Reaper territory, and he'd occasionally been denied entry in the past simply for being a Pendergast. It wasn't because it held stores of classified information he was prevented from accessing. It wasn't even that most of the Reapers had taken their cues from the head of the Archives, former head of the Archives, he silently corrected himself, the Duke of Astonbury, and only remembered him whenever a particular hunt or bounty was too distasteful to sully their hands with. No. It was that the Archives' headquarters really were that fucking terrible to look at. A short, squat building of unflattering proportions, as grey as a graveyard and as uninspiring as a flat cake. Its only recent addition was the construction of a smaller, conical, dome-like structure beside it, which Remy had previously assumed was some kind of crematorium, but now realized it was the Yakal mentioned in the reports he'd read, where the infected corpses were stored instead of burned. It was an easy error to make, since the Archives itself looked like a bleakly oversized kiln, and it wasn't any better from the inside. On the very rare instances Remy was allowed on the premises, he'd observed how the furnishings had remained drab and musty, designed solely for their functional use. Reapers never stayed for too long within the Archives, unless a Drafenjamot was in session. It was a jail with a better budget, albeit with the same lack of imagination. And that was fitting, somehow, because Remy was now in the Archives as a prisoner, as opposed to its most unwanted member. The clothes he'd worn the night before had been collected and inspected for blood. The hansom he'd taken for the ride back home chased down and interrogated. And even as he responded to their inquiries, subjected himself to the indignity of being handled like a suspect, Remy's mind remained partly in shock. Somebody had murdered the Lord High Steward. Had actually gone and killed that old rat bastard. Astonbury had more than his share of enemies. Remy's father was only one in a sea of sharks who were either jealous of the man's successes, had been jockeyed out of political favours because of the Duke's scheming, or had hoped to usurp his position themselves. But never in Remy's wildest imaginations had he thought anyone would be so bold as to carry out the crime. Fortunately, he was also innocent of all the charges that were about to land on his head, though that didn't matter one whit to Lord Ferren. Remy had spent 2 hours in a small holding cell with nothing but rats and a cold bench for company, then made to endure another hour of dogged questioning by the Earl. But try as the other man might, Remy's answers never wavered. Yes, I'd talked to the Fourth Court vampires after leaving the ball. Yes, I'd tucked the Duchess after that. No, I didn't kill the Duke because I wanted her for myself. He'd even fought the Third Court King again that night, completing his current trifecta of fuck-ups rather nicely. But Ferren didn't ask about that, so Remy didn't provide. "You've grown quite comfortable with the Lady Song in the short time she's been in a Louvre," Ferren had said, committing to a new line of attack. "A comfortably domestic arrangement, from what we could see. Was that the reason you killed Astonbury, Pendergast? Did she bewitch you, turn you into her familiar?" "You know as well as I do, Ferren," Remy said calmly, "that to be any vampire's familiar is punishable by death in Illyria, even with the Alliance holding. And you've roughed me up enough to know I don't have any bite marks on me." "Did Astonbury find out about your relationship?" Ferren pushed on. "Was that why you murdered him? To protect her? Was it your intention to keep your trysts with Lady Song a secret from both him and her own fiancé?" "Do you really think nothing gets past the Summer Lord without his approval?" Remy didn't bother to stick to the truth at this point. None of them would believe him anyway, and since his jailer was wasting his time, he would do the same and rile him up further. "For the record, I'm no one's familiar, Ferren. Though I suppose I'm her bitch at this point, ready to come at her beck and call." He grinned at his own innuendo. "Haven't you heard the rumours? I'm a lapdog to half the married women of the ton. Last I checked, that's not illegal in a Louvre." "But you would know that, since everyone knows that too. Are Astonbury's—" Remy supposed, upon hindsight, that he did deserve that punch. His head hit the bench hard, stars swimming into his vision, and it was a miracle he didn't bleed from the blow. "You sound just as dignified as the day you crawled out of your dead mother," the Earl said cruelly. "But then, she's not the only Pendergast you've crippled, eh? Hathorn even started a betting pool to see which of Craggart's bounties would be the one to put you out of your misery. Let's not wait for another Alluvian siege to throw you back into those caves again, and see who you'll mutilate next." It was Remy's turn to lunge. The man raised his hands, expecting a hit to the face, but briefly forgetting that the prisoner's hands were still bound behind his neck. Remy managed a hard, direct kick to the man's groin, despite the small target he was presented with, and the few moments' satisfaction at seeing the pompous noble clutch at his nethers and wail like he was dying was worth the Lord's men throwing him against the wall and raining more blows down on him in retaliation. He'd been tossed back into his cell after that, and ignored for another 3 hours. His face throbbed, the worst out of all of it. At least they'd had the decency to untie him after the beating. Remy rubbed at it, glaring at the wooden statues on the wall across from him. Whoever had created the Archives jails had been under the impression that installing the Three of the Light here would encourage repentance. All it did was nettle him more. And there was the mother, of course, her eyes closed and her face serene, a baby cradled in her hands. She was always holding babies of various ages and dispositions, as if to depict her matronly, caregiving nature in the obvious manner. Beside her was the gatherer, bare-chested and clad only in a heavy loincloth, a sack on his back bulging with bread and fruit. Lastly, the hunter, crouched at one corner, though the usual array of weapons strapped to his sides were missing, so as not to give the prisoners further ideas, because none of the people in charge of this jail actually thought this through. Hunter, gatherer, mother, Three of the Light. Not all of those living in Aluv, much less in Illyria, believed in the light. Far more effective to also erect the likenesses of the many-gifted one, Halfgare the Mighty, and other deities from the various pantheons worshipped within the kingdom. It would be a fairly crowded room, but it should be good enough to instill the fear of at least 3 or so gods in the jailed. Ferren was likely to punch him again for even making such a suggestion. Remy planned on putting the idea forward at their next session. Fuck. They'd actually gone and jailed him. Duke's sons were at least afforded house arrest, but they thought too lowly of him even for that. There was no one else in the cell to kick but himself, and so Remy stared at the wall instead, finally processing the day's events. Years doing bounties nobody wanted, years being denied entry into the Drefengemot, and now this. They'd started a betting pool in which bounty was going to kill him. That stung worse than the beating Ferren's flunkies had given. He'd wasted years trying to garner the respect that no one had ever planned on giving him. The door opened, and the Earl emerged, his normally wooden face forced into an expression of contriteness, an unnatural look for him, and almost certainly an act. Behind him was Lord Dorst Aglace, another Reaper who worked closely with him and the Lord High Steward, and with them, Ziaudan looked furious. Zidan Malak was cold and intimidating as always, but the surprise was that he was here to begin with. The Fourth Court heiress took one look at Remy, sitting snug and comfortable in his cosy prison, and exploded. "I told you to release him hours ago." "There were certain papers that required processing before we could," Ferren said, lying bald-facedly through his teeth. "We are very sorry, milady, so terribly sorry." Lord Aglace had gotten his coveted positions among the late Lord High Steward's inner circle, not from either competence or skill, but because of his ability to sniff out the most influential person in the room to blindly obey. He had clearly singled out Lady Song as the more dominant power over Ferren, and his obsequiousness was almost painful to watch. It was nothing a cheerful defenestration wouldn't solve, and Remy was almost certain it would improve their relationship with the Third and Fourth Courts, rather than set it back years. "I am sorry, milady, but with the Duke of Astonbury—" Aglace was turning red. "Indisposed, everything has been thrown into turmoil." The Marquess of Riones appeared to be the only one who'd accepted their leader's death enough to say it out loud. Even Ferren had couched his interrogation in such a way that one would have thought Astonbury had sustained nothing more but minor injuries, and would be assuming office again on the morrow. "It wouldn't have taken hours to free him, no matter how many papers you shuffle from bureaucrat to bureaucrat. I would question your agency's efficiency under your late Lord High Steward, if all the others under his command are just as inept." Ziaudan was in fine fighting form, and Ferren was wilting, curling into himself like a burning missive. All this required was a key to his cell, which, as I am currently observing, does not even have a lock to it. Armiger Remington, why must you subject yourself to these unjust sanctions when you could just as easily have walked out of here on your own? Unfair or not, it's the law. Remy wasn't particularly happy to be freed at the moment. Malek was eyeing him with an expressionless face that nonetheless gave the impression that he was pronouncing judgment on him for his recent bad decisions. "They had every right to question me. My father's rivalry with the Duke of Astonbury was no secret. I had all the motive they require." "Your alibi should have been well established when I told them Zidan and I were with you in the gardens, and after Lady Giselle had supplied the rest." A faint grating noise like the gnashing of teeth accompanied the other woman's name, a faint rough burr that stood out against her normally soft, dulcet tone. "They're keeping you here out of spite, and because they have no other real suspects." Ziaudan took hold of the bars separating her from Remy. The metal twisted under her hands, distending so that it created a hole large enough for him to walk through. Her smile, throughout her unnecessary destruction of kingdom property, remained as sweet as honey. It was both frightening and oddly seductive. Ferron and Aglace gaped, a pair of inedible fish who'd been robbed of water. "Will you open the door now, my lord?" Xiaodan continued merrily. "Or should I emphasize my displeasure some more by ripping it off its hinges?" "I've already been accused of being your familiar, my lady," Remy said. "Your zeal to see me freed isn't helping my case much." "A familiar?" Xiaodan brightened. "Have they lifted the ban in Illyria already? A silly restriction, really. When done in moderation, it could be a wonderfully beneficial arrangement." "Do they think you're mine and Zidane's?" Remy's amusement died. "Just yours." "Not... Why would they think I'm his—" Still doing his best impression of a sickly carp, Ferron attempted to regain control. "In no way did we intend to cast any aspersions on your character, or that of your fiancés, milady," he said hastily. "No matter what Pendergast implies. He's free to go." "Not quite what you promised me," Lady Song demurred. "You agreed to let him take part in the investigations into the Lord High Steward's murder, if he's inclined to." "What?" Remy asked. "I mean, I am very inclined to, unexpected as this is." "I have other, more competent reapers," Ferron protested. "I cannot have my investigators biased against the Duke of Astonbury to begin with. As Lord Pendergast himself pointed out, he would have good reasons to sabotage the case." "Your investigators are already biased for the Duke. Armiger Remington's presence will serve as a balance. After all," she added cheerfully, tucking her hand underneath Remy's arm, "you agreed to a joint investigation into the matter with the Fourth Court." "What?" Remy asked again. Lord Ferron looked even more irate at the thought of Remy joining up with the vampires instead of with the Reapers. "This is highly unconventional, milady. It's never been done before. I don't think the other Reapers would—" "The other Reapers have not included Armiger Remington in your Drefengemot for close to 4 years now." Lady Song didn't need weapons. The ice in her voice could kill. "A highly ranked member of Illyria has never been murdered in so gruesome a manner. There are very few precedents for this to begin with. While we had both agreed to pool our resources, it would make for a better show of unity for your citizens to see a Reaper working with the courts, would it not?" "Milady," Lord Ferron was clearly fighting a losing battle, though it couldn't be said that he wasn't willing to go down with his ship. "Lord Pendergast is young still." "Armiger Remington, my lord. I must insist on that." "Armiger Remington," the man began again, "is still young, and perhaps not as acquainted with the most recent developments of the case, or of Illyrian matters in general, given his, father's estrangement with the Lord High Steward. Perhaps assigning another hunter would be more—" "I want Remy, my lord." The temperature around them seemed to dip dangerously low by force of Lady Song's stare alone. "My fiancé asserts that Armiger Remington is quite capable in a fight and quick on his feet, with a keen intelligence. And despite his work as a hunter, the good Armiger has none of the lingering prejudices against vampires that the human population of Illyria regrettably maintain, and that includes many of those within your ranks. His temperament will suit ours just fine. But I do find it very interesting, my lord, that you have not opted to use his talents these last few years, yet suddenly find a pressing need for him elsewhere, so soon after I've indicated my interest." Lord Ferron surrendered. "Not at all, milady. If Armiger Remington is willing to take part in your investigations, then I will not stand in his way." Another "what?" escaped from Remy. He was still trying to bull his way through the notion that Malek had defended him, though the tall son of a bitch remained impassive, his eyes focused on his betrothed, as Lords Ferron and Aglace hurried out of the room. "Did that go more or less according to plan, then?" Malek asked, once they were beyond earshot. better than what I expected. Thank you, my love. I did very little. Remy watched her grasp Malek's hand, feeling like an interloper as they stood gazing at each other. Ziaudan was adoring, her emotions easy to decipher. Even Malek's normally stoic expression softened considerably as he looked down at her upturned face, warmth in his amber eyes. Whatever the circumstances that had brought about their engagement, it had been for something stronger than a mere political arrangement. Remy could not explain the sudden rush of envy that ran through him. Ziaudan bestowed him with a wide, beaming smile, genuine this time. Congratulations on your new promotion, Armiger Remington. As of this moment, you are now the Fourth Court's official liaison to Illyria, and I could not be more pleased to have you with us. Remy resented the fact that Zidan Malek had not said one word to him since he'd been released from his cell. The man had maintained his stony silence, while Lady Song happily chattered her way toward the Lord High Steward's study, where the crime had taken place. He wasn't entirely sure where he stood with the Summer Lord. Remy didn't want to have to thank the other man for helping him out of the jail. It was simpler, though no doubt more craven, to say nothing instead. He couldn't stop watching them both. Now that she'd put Ferren in his place, Ziaudan was back to her chipper self, and she'd never been more beautiful. Malek, too, remained as elegant and commanding as he'd always been, and Remy took that personally. They were both stunning. He was merely a hunter who killed their kind, so why the hell were they involving themselves in his affairs? The whole area had been cordoned off, and everyone else evacuated from the premises. Only the mild smell of tobacco smoke followed them down the otherwise deserted hallway. On a normal day, Remy knew the place would be bustling with courtiers, clerks, reapers on active duty. Now it was quiet as a tomb. Lord Ferren, who was up ahead, stopped before the heavy walnut-coloured doors leading into the Lord High Steward's chambers. With a wince, he threw them open. All at once, a thick, heavy, metallic taste assailed Remy's nostrils, the tang of it filling his mouth. The room positively reeked of it. The thick carpets were stained in crimson spatters, the ivory tiles awash in red. Most of the walls had escaped relatively unscathed, save for the one closest to the Lord High Steward's writing desk, decorated in a series of splatters marking the Duke of Astonbury's final moments. Some scuffing on the floor, coupled with the absence of blood at certain areas, indicated that this was where the man had lain, though the spaces in between the scarlet streaks looked far too small for a whole human body to take up. Remy was familiar enough with killing to know that this had been an absolute bloodbath. Astonbury was ripped apart, Zidan said, finally speaking up. His jaw was clenched, and as he moved with a deliberateness that suggested he was controlling himself with some great effort, Remy realized that all the blood in the room was having a considerable effect on him. The death occurred sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning. Dr. Agenot, the coroner for this investigation, believes that the man was already dead, and that the evisceration was done post-mortem. The butler, Wellsmith, said he'd received only one visitor the night before. The Duke had dismissed him immediately, so he could say little in the way of description, save that the stranger wore a cloak and was 5'7" high, with dark skin, black hair, and a long scar on his right forearm. Which was why I was a suspect, Remy muttered, staring down at the bloody floor and rubbing at the old aforementioned wound. He hadn't liked Astonbury, not because his father hated him, but because the Lord High Steward had treated him like he'd been just as guilty as his father. But no one deserved this kind of death. The Duke never took bloodwakers himself, Ferren volunteered. Not since he'd stopped active service. Doesn't strike me as the same as what happened to Parnan. Parnan, Zidan said thoughtfully, quick to pounce on the new information the man had unwittingly supplied. So the news that Lord Parnan died of natural causes was false. He succumbed to the effects of your Reaper's Tresorea Saint-Gelois instead.
I can't say any more about that, my lord, Ferron said, suddenly aware of what he shouldn't have disclosed, sweating slightly.
Not even the most potent of your drugs can cause someone to physically tear himself limb from limb like this, Malek said, and the Earl winced at his bluntness. And anyone under the undue effects of bloodwaker abuse would not have passed here unnoticed for long. This is the work of vampires.
No vampire can infiltrate this place, the other man protested. The archives are constantly under heavy guard, with Reapers on duty around the clock. We have royal soldiers stationed outside. How could a vampire enter the premises without anyone the wiser?
If your Lord High Steward had invited them in, then all your vaunted security wouldn't make much of a difference. Ziaudan had taken a circular route toward them, exploring the rest of the room in much the same way as she had done at Kinaia Lodge. She hesitated by the window. Do the servants remember this being closed when their master and his visitor entered these chambers? She asked.
His butler, Wellsmith, was it, said that his master preferred to have it open whenever he had company, Lord Ferron confirmed. Not a very assuming fellow himself, easy to overlook. Kept to himself just like his master. Even the servants didn't pay him much attention, unless he was calling for them on the Duke's behalf. He said that he'd brought the Duke and his visitors some cigars before leaving them alone for the rest of the evening.
Was it customary for the Lord High Steward to spend the night in the archives? I was told earlier that he had private quarters here.
Yes, he spends most of his time here rather than at Astonbury Manor. He and his wife are, estranged.
Ferron shot Remy a sideways look.
And he turned the mansion over to her for her personal use while he pursued separate interests elsewhere.
Wellsmith didn't find it unusual, then, that his master never called for him again that night? Malek asked.
It was common for the Lord High Steward to see his visitors himself the later the hour. Many of his callers were informants that dealt with affairs of the Crown, you see, so he thought to keep their identities a secret, even among other members of the staff.
And there were no other visitors that he remembered?
There were a few courtiers earlier in the evening, and a spinster or two who often liked to complain about the state of the city. Not likely suspects.
The archives is not what I would have thought of as a good place for a rendezvous, Malek noted. Certainly the likelihood of being seen is greater here.
The Lord High Steward employs a separate entrance and exit, hidden away from the rest of the personnel. It would be riskier to entertain guests at his private residence, where there would be fewer guards about for protection.
It did little for him. Are there any items missing from the room?
Not that we know of.
Cigars, you said. Malek bent over the remains from a nearby ashtray. I see 3 stubs, and one more 3/4 of the way finished. They must have talked for some time. From Peronon's, Remy said, breathing in deeply. Their most expensive blend. The noble stared at him. Do you smoke them yourself, Armiger? He asked, finally addressing him for the first time, a hint of challenge in his voice. My father does. Most of the older gentlemen in the ton do. I'm used to its scent. You are standing across the room from me. Human noses have not developed enough for such a strong sense of smell. Remy met his gaze, refusing to back down. They say I'm not completely human. A moon calf. A Cambion. Perhaps that's it. Ferron frowned and looked away. Zidan Malek said nothing, but Remy could have sworn that there was the barest hint of a smile on the man's face. There's a latch on the window. Ziaudan undid it and pushed it open. It doesn't seem like anyone had escaped out this way. As skilled as we are, vampires aren't capable of closing an inner latch from the outside. And the room is located 4 stories up with no ivy or other means to climb down. Whoever murdered Astonbury left the same way they came in. Which brings us back to the Lord High Steward's strange visitor, with the penchant for Perignon cigars. Malek returned to the bloody wall, staring hard at it. "Why close the window at all?" he muttered, almost to himself. The most obvious answer is to prevent anyone else from hearing Astonbury cry out. But that leads us to one conclusion. "A vampire would have simply left through the window," Ziaudan said. "He wouldn't have cared if he'd left it open afterward." "But no human would have been strong enough to kill Astonbury in this manner," Remy argued, before realization struck. "Unless—" "You might want to look through your ranks for more suspects, Lord Ferron," Malek murmured. "It may well be likely that the murderer is either a human with a grudge as immense as his strength, or a human and a vampire working in unison." "You see, my lord," Ziaudan said calmly, "we 3 do make a good team after all." Chapter 9. The Vault. Remy had heard stories about the basement underneath the archives. Part laboratory and part mortuary, it also housed some of the most brilliant minds in Illyria. Bloodwakers had been invented within its hallowed corridors, as had fire lances and other useful weapons specifically designed against vampires. But the reality of the basement was that everything in it stank to the highest of heavens and was murder on Remy's sensitive nose. Not even the semblance of sterility across its polished stone floors and white walls could prevent the smell of death from permeating through. Ziaudan made a face, but said nothing about the stench. While Zidan Malek strode in without hesitation, the place may as well have been a botanical garden for all the attention he paid it. So Remy sucked up every complaint he was itching to make, and endured. Not even Reapers were granted access to the basement, as a rule, but the policy had been altered after Astonbury's death. Now they guarded the doors leading into the laboratories, with more stationed within, far enough from the breakable equipment to put the scientists at ease. Most of the hunters eyed the covered body laid out on the slab before them like it might rise up when they weren't looking. All things considered, it was a reasonable assumption. They were also watching him. Some looked outright disapproving. Remy ignored them. The poison Astonbury had inflicted on the Pendergast's reputation had been extremely effective, but Remy no longer had to answer to him or to them. The coroner, a florid-faced man who had introduced himself as the same Dr. Agenot of the autopsy reports Remy had filched, was the only doctor they were permitted to meet. He was currently expounding enthusiastically on the specific causes of the Duke of Astonbury's death in far greater detail than Remy wanted, which, ideally, would be limited to where exactly the bastard had first been stabbed, so he could imagine twisting his own knife in deeper. The complicated medical terms the doctor was tossing about could have been spoken in an entirely different language for all Remy understood of it. Ziaudan and Lords Ferron and Aglace looked equally at a loss, but Zidan, to add to Remy's already ever-present annoyance with the man, appeared fluent in the science speak, the two corresponding rapidly in complex nomenclature until Lord Ferron finally lost his patience. "If you would be so kind, Dr. Agenot," he said testily, "to couch your findings in layman's terms for the rest of us to follow." "Ah, yes. My apologies, Lord Ferron. It's not every day that I can discuss such matters in the depth I would like to someone not of the Illyrian medical profession. Lord Malek here possesses quite an extensive knowledge of human biology, considering that he—" Agenot turned red. "I was a physician myself once, in a former life," Malek said to Remy's surprise and further irritation. "But the others would be interested to hear your findings on the subject's thoracic cavity."
Yes. As you all know, the victim, Agenot corrected himself hastily after a nervous squint at Lord Ferron, will not be presented to you today, as would have been standard, mostly because of the, general condition of the body, and also out of respect for his ducal rank. What I can tell you right now regarding the, victim is that parts of the body remained intact after the attack, mainly the chest and torso. Cause of death, as far as I could determine, was a wound near the left anterior axillary line that perforated the left lung and entered the atria. Death due to hemorrhage shock was quick. The rest of the other, observable injuries happened post-mortem, as far as I could ascertain.
"Excuse me," Xiaodan said, "and please feel free to correct me if I misheard. Are you telling us that what the Duke of Astonbury really died from was a stab wound through the heart?"
Yes, and from the size, I would guess that it was a rather large sword that did the damage, larger than most piercing weapons I've seen in the past.
"Someone went to a great length of trouble for a grudge," Zidane said grimly.
His Zweihander, Lord Ferron said with a visible start. Good God! Someone killed him with his own Zweihander. He hasn't used it since his rise to Lord High Steward. It's been stored at the armory ever since. Aglace, come with me. Lord Malak, Lady Song, if you will please excuse us.
He dashed out, his subordinate at his heels. "While they confirm the Duke's Zweihander as the murder weapon," Malak said briskly, "I would like to see your autopsy reports regarding both Tal Harveston and Lady Danera."
Lady Danera has been completed at Lord Malak's request, Dr. Agenot said apologetically. I am sorry, Lord
Armiger, Xiaodan corrected quietly.
Armiger, Remington. The Duke of Tennyfair gave us his permission, as distasteful as it all is.
"Couldn't you have found some other way?" Remy asked tightly. "Hasn't she been disrespected enough?" "No number of autopsies will undo what had already been done to her," Malak said coldly. "There are strange creatures about, endangering my kindred and your kingdom. If Lady Danera's mortal remains can provide the clues needed for their destruction, then she will not have died in vain. It still isn't right. Perhaps Astonbury's enmity towards your father is not the reason you've been exempted from similar Reaper investigations in the past. This is not a vocation for weak stomachs." Remy glared at him, fists clenched. "Remy," Xiaodan said softly, "you have every right to be angry, but it is not Zidane you should be directing your fury against. I want to prevent more deaths like hers. You brought her in. I know you've seen the strange color of her blood yourself. We had to move quickly before she revived on her own. It was a wonder she hadn't bitten her poor mother." Remy hated it. Hated it, but knew none of them had much choice at this point. "At least tell me you're done with her. Do what you have to do quickly, so we can bring her back to her parents." "I'm sorry, Remy. What's particularly horrific about this is that there is no antidote to reverse its effects. We can't bring her back to her parents. Once Dr. Agenot has taken every sample he can, we must burn them all to ensure they don't rise again. Thoroughly enough that not even the smallest bone fragment survives. That's why Zidane and I are here. Being a Sunbringer has its uses." Remy's mouth thinned. "I see." "Ideally," Dr. Agenot said apologetically, "we would like to keep the bodies for another 2 weeks to see if they all go through the rot." "The rot?" "It describes the process perfectly, and we've been using it to describe these mutations ever since. Once we can determine the triggers, we can prevent their reanimation indefinitely without needing to consign them to the fires. Lord Malak,
We found that your suggestion of lowering their body temperatures does keep them in a suspended stasis. The Yakal blueprints you provided to us months ago have already been put to good use, as you must have seen outside. Its entrance is only accessible from within this laboratory, and we are far enough below ground level that it works rather perfectly for our purpose.
Them, Malek repeated. How many of these infected are you keeping here as of this moment?
About 22 in total, not including the Harveston lad.
The Summer Lord was angry. His face was unlined of emotion as always, but Remy could feel fury bleeding out of every pore. The Yakal was intended to be a place for you to conduct your examinations safely, not as an opportunity to collect more corpses. The danger increases with each one you keep. The doctor shrunk back.
We weren't expecting to get as many as we did, my lord. There were Harveston's victims, and there are fears that they, too, may be reanimated. We will not have any specimens to study if we can't keep them here.
Did Astonbury know?
It was his idea, my lord.
Does the Queen? Here Agenor faltered.
Well...
You cannot keep doing this, Doctor, Ziaudan said. So many things can go wrong.
It's the only option we have left, unfortunately. I've drawn as many blood samples as I could, and hope that our experiments can unlock their secrets. Astonbury was adamant about preserving the bodies in the likelihood we might need more.
23 infected bodies, in a city of over 300,000 people. Your Lord High Steward took a very risky gamble, Doctor.
I only do what my superiors tell me, my lord. If it puts you at rest, only one of the bodies are in the last stages of the rot, and we've kept that at the vault.
The what? Remy asked, recalling mention of it in the doctor's report.
The vault, Armiger. A reinforced room built with all the steel and silver that they could spare us. Not much, sadly. We barely have enough of the silver for Reaper weapons as it is. The hunters have been guarding it at all hours to ensure no accidents.
You made a jail for the undead. It's not an unreasonable safety measure, Malek said. I've constructed a similar one myself in the course of my own investigations.
The only important information I'm getting out of this conversation, Ziaudan said, is that there's an infected vampiric corpse in this vault of yours that you have been unable to kill. Correct, milady. That would be the Harveston boy. We believe that he is at the final phase of the rot. His regenerative abilities are almost impossible to slow down at this point, and I do not believe that even ice would be a deterrent. No matter how many times the Reapers take him down, he reassembles himself in the space of an hour. He's shown no cognitive functions, only regressing further with every metamorphosis into baser animal instincts.
Well, Remy said, sounds like we're fucked then.
Quite frankly, we're not sure what to do with it, especially with the Lord High Steward now, gone. We couldn't kill it, even if we wanted to. The vault was the best option. 10 inches of silver and steel alloy enforced walls, with a little peephole you can look through. The Duke decided that it was far too dangerous for any of the Reapers to slay it again, and it's too rabid for us to approach.
Bring us to it, Ziaudan said. I don't think so, milady. One of the Reapers in the room spoke up unexpectedly, a dark-haired veteran named Slavid. A dozen of our best Reapers could barely bring it down last time, and it's going to fight its way out if you so much as crack that door open. I don't know who's set to take Astonbury's place, but if they're like him, they'll forbid us from letting anyone near the corpse.
I have a few skills that not even the best of your Reapers possess, sir.
But, milady,
I am not just milady. I am Song Ziaudan, heiress presumptive of the Fourth Court. I outranked the Duke of Astonbury, and now I outrank you.
The noblewoman had the uncanny ability to sound imperious despite her soft, lilting voice. "I will take responsibility for anything that happens inside. And that is why I ask you and your hunters to remain outside the room with the doctor." "You may as well let her," Malek said, sounding amused, like his fiancée hadn't just decided to put them all in mortal peril. "It's easier to nod and say yes." Slavit hesitated only briefly, then slumped against the wall, suddenly boneless. "If you say so, milady." The scientists weren't taking any chances with the creature. There was an outer room where Agenor and the other Reapers were waiting, then an inner chamber that served as a barricade between them and the mutation. The latter had a window made from heavy glass and was overlaid with bars for bystanders to look in, an extra precaution, Remy supposed, ensuring the protection of those outside. And within that room lay the vault, which looked how its name implied. Silver, as Remy knew, could withstand most vampire attacks. Agenor watched them nervously through the pane, flanked by the other hunters, as Remy and the vampires entered the inner chamber. "I may have to activate the locking mechanism to bar the doors," the doctor warned. "It prevents the subject from escaping, but it will also trap you inside with it. I must stress again that I share Sir Slavit's protests about all this." "Thank you for the warning, Doctor," Ziaudan said. "But we've conducted our own examinations of infected corpses in the last couple of months, and we have an advantage you humans do not." "We?" Malek asked, as a dark eyebrow inched higher up his forehead in amusement. "Just follow my lead, Zidane," Ziaudan muttered. "As you wish, beloved." "And what is that advantage, milady, if I may be so bold?" Agenor asked. "The rot can infect humans, but not those who are already vampires." Ziaudan cracked her knuckles. It made a satisfying sound against her slender fingers. "It all boils down to whether I can kill it faster than it can kill me." The doctor tittered apprehensively. "I admire your confidence, Lady Song." "It's not just confidence," Remy murmured, recalling the way she had intercepted his and Malek's fight, the strength of her grip against his jaw, controlled and unwavering, the absolutely blinding brightness of the sun inside her. Ziaudan shot him a startled look, but he was already approaching the vault itself. The only way to look in was through the small keyhole Agenor had mentioned, large enough to peer through, but not much else. Remy crouched down. There didn't seem to be anything inside at first glance. He could make out a smaller space within, stripped bare of furniture. Even the floor was constructed of some thick metal, another preventive measure to keep whatever was trapped there from digging its way out. There was a peculiar odor seeping out of the opening, vile and reeking, and the worst thing Remy had ever smelled in his entire life, worse than the unwanted fragrance that wafted through the basement unchecked. Something massive was rotting within, and whatever it was had not been human for a very long time. And then it filled his vision without warning. A putrefied, eyeless face, a lipless, open mouth, patchworks of flesh that were decaying in some places yet were regrowing in others, on a flesh sack of a body that could only be described as human-shaped, because it had the requisite 2 arms, 2 legs, and a torso. But any humanity left in its face had long since been eaten away, replaced by the stuff horrific phantasms were made of. Reports had described Tal Harveston as a man of average height and weight, but the thing inside had swollen to at least thrice that description, just as Takanori claimed. Its fangs were long, whittled and sharp as a vampire's, and brown from decay, but they snapped down with shocking strength as it tried to bite at Remy. "Fucking hell!" Remy reared back. It reminded him of the creature he and Elke had encountered at Glyspike. The Harveston corpse is a unique case, as you can see, Agenor said. It's far larger, far stronger, and far quicker than the other common infected. A colossus, as we've termed it. In this form, it has the capability to control others mutated to a certain extent, compel them to attack on its behalf. Malek only nodded, like this was nothing he hadn't heard before. Remy, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. You mean it attempted to control all the other infected corpses in the laboratory? The scientist looked sheepish. There were no casualties, if that worries you. There was only one other body it tried to infect. We had not yet put it under the ice, like the others. The Reapers were fairly quick at taking action. It's the reason we're keeping it inside the vault, matter of fact. The silver in the walls appears to be preventing it from doing so again. And Her Majesty knows nothing of this. You're compromising the safety of everyone in a Louvre. These were all under the Lord High Steward's orders, Armiger, Agenor said nervously. I only do as he says. May I? Heedless of the sickening, gnashing sounds from the other side of the steel door, Lady Song bent down and studied the corpse. It really is regenerating, she said in amazement. How interesting. But regenerating into what? I'm not sure interesting is the appropriate word, Remy grated out. I thought you'd seen these mutations before. Not quite. Zidane tends to be much more cautious about his experiments than your late Lord High Steward. I've never seen any of the infected at the later stages of this rot, because we make sure that they don't survive this long. Her voice dropped. The poor boy. It was terrible of Astonbury to let him suffer this way, Doctor, and for such a protracted duration. How long has it been in there without any bloodletting? Malek asked. We've been letting it stew for close to 10 days, Slavitt said, answering for Agenor. And as far as we can tell, it's shown no decrease in its strength or speed. Nothing more than a mindless shell at this point, Agenor added, consumed with only the urge to kill. At this rate of regeneration, I'm not surprised. Theoretically, it may even survive without sustenance almost indefinitely. Malek laid his hand against one of the walls of the vault, where heavy dents had been curved into the steel. So they could be immortal this way, Remy said, stunned by the implications. Almost indestructible, but at the cost of everything else. Dr. Agenor, Ziaudan said, I would like you to open the vault's door at my signal. Agenor made a shocked, spluttering noise. Milady, surely you still do not intend to— I very well intend to, Doctor, and in case you're about to oppose me, please understand that this is, yet again, another order. Armiger Remington, please step out of the room and join Dr. Agenor and the other Reapers. Remy could have protested, could have resented the suggestion that he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't some weak little apprentice noble to be cosseted like he hadn't been fighting vampires for years. If Malek had issued the command, he would have told the man to stuff that order up him like spit through a roast. But Ziaudan sounded just a little too eager. Remy compromised, positioning himself outside between the closed door and the window's edge. If the infected corpse somehow found its way past the vampire couple and broke the door down, he could at least be of some use. Zidane, Ziaudan said, take heed of the time. Her fiancé folded his arms and leaned back against the door, relaxed, like his intended wasn't about to confront some eldritch terror. Always. The woman took a deep breath, then focused on the entryway. Now, Doctor, open the vault. The doctor produced a key from one of his coat pockets, used it to turn a lock among the row of buttons on the wall. With a grating noise, the door to the vault swung outward. Everything happened far too quickly after that. The decaying creature, waiting within, was too light-damn fast. All Remy could ascertain for sure was seeing a messy crimson blur, and then a brief glimpse of a hulking, pus-ridden form barreling out of the vault, only to disappear immediately from his sight. And for one dreadful moment, he thought that it had gotten out, even with all the fail-safes in place. Lady Song moved. In one rapid, graceful movement, she blinked out, re-entered human vision, struck at the air. There was a gurgling noise that sounded like it had emanated from some stomach rather than from the throat. The monster reappeared in the air Xiaodan had just slashed at, cut cleanly in half and only inches away from the door leading to the outer room where Remy and the others waited. It stumbled across the inner chamber toward Remy and slammed against part of the window through which he watched, with enough force that even the reinforced frame rattled furiously, going blah. There were more sickening, wet noises as the lower segment of the mutation's body slid down to the floor behind it. Braced against the glass, mouth agape from a loss of muscle, the remains of its face focused sightlessly on Remy. The creature growled. Its tongue moved, its fangs clicking. Calmly, Xiaodan placed her foot against the fallen creature's back. She grasped its head with one hand, and then wrenched its skull off the rest of its body, detaching a few feet of spine along with it. There was a thump as it finally collapsed on the floor, seizing soundlessly. "Armiger Remington," she said. "Dr. Agenau, if you would both close your eyes. Sir Slavitt, I advise you and your reapers to do the same." Remy could feel the searing heat through the walls, the flash of light even through his closed eyelids. When he finally opened them, the monster was gone. The blue-black spatters on the ground, the only traces of it left. Xiaodan was pale, though at least still upright. Malek was already at her side. The monster had swept past him, and he hadn't even turned a hair at the danger. "Light help us," Remy said, staring. Xiaodan had been fast. He would have to down at least 10 bloodwakers, one after another, to keep up with that speed, and his insides would promptly hemorrhage in gratitude right after. Agenau pulled another switch, and the door opened. Remy rushed in, paused. His instinct had been to comfort her, ascertain that everything was all right. Xiaodan had fainted the last time she'd done this. Malek's hand around her shoulders stopped him in his tracks. Of course. She was his fiancée. He fought back the brief spurt of disappointment. As if sensing what he was thinking, the vampire lord turned to look back at him. Something in his calm gaze made Remy flush and hastily looked away. "Fantastic!" Dr. Agenau was beside himself with awe. "None of the Reapers could even begin to... It was such an honor to see such a display of..." "Thank you, Doctor." Xiaodan had a hand pressed over her heart. Remy could hear her heartbeat, sped up nearly double despite the fight's swiftness, eventually slowing down into a more relaxed, if still irregular, rhythm. "How long did that take me, Zidane?" 2.7 seconds. She grinned. "That fast?" "That fast." "I'm very impressive, aren't I?" "Indubitably." "I've heard rumors," Slavitt said. He and the other hunters wore faces far too blank to not be fidgeting inwardly. "That anything you touched turned to poison, that you could evaporate into mist, that you could wither vampires and humans alike with one look." "The last is not untrue," Malek murmured. "But what you can actually do is create light. More important, you can kill vampires with it. Kill these mutations." What Slavitt could refrain from showing in his expression, the reverence and awe in his voice revealed. It didn't stop his hand from grazing the hilt of his fire-lance. The other hunters copied his gesture. "And you're sure it won't reform itself again, milady?" Another reaper Remy didn't recognize asked cautiously. If Xiaodan had noticed the shifts in their stance, she was diplomatically ignoring it. "Rest assured that you won't ever have to worry about this particular creature again."
"And all that remains are these blood spatters?" the doctor asked.
"Were you intending to preserve its remains, even after everything?"
Of course not, milady. But as a man of science, I cannot help but mourn what could have been, had we found a better way to secure the subject without risking our own safety. But in light of the darkness and rain that constantly befalls Illyria, your talent was a welcome sight to see."
"I'm glad to find someone who sees my abilities as more than just a curse, Doctor." Xiaodan sounded almost sad.
"It is a most welcome solution to our problem, milady. Each time the Reapers kill it, the separate parts would liquefy, flow toward each other, and then reconstitute the creature, much like a sea cucumber or certain species of jellyfish. If only we could isolate the blood properties that allow that to happen, perhaps determine the neurological impulses needed to willfully control such transformations. The secret to immortality, without needing to undergo such terrifying metamorphosis."
"And we're not going to find that out today," Xiaodan growled. "The poor Harveston boy is finally at rest. I intend to see the rest of the bodies here disposed of as well."
"But I was under express orders from the Duke not to—"
Dr. Agenot paused, as if only just remembering that he had performed an autopsy on the Lord High Steward only hours earlier. "We will leave nothing else to chance, Doctor. Let them all be at peace." "You would need to ask for the Queen's consent in the matter of the other infected, milady," Slavitt interrupted respectfully. "Astonbury had convinced Her Majesty that it was important to preserve all experiments within the labs by any means necessary. We cannot go against her orders." "Does Her Majesty know that your laboratory contains specimens she intends to preserve that can be resurrected at a moment's notice, no matter the manner of death inflicted by her Reapers?" Slowly, Slavitt shook his head. "Astonbury didn't want to worry her. Said he wanted to find the answers first." "Did you swear an oath to the Queen of Illyria, or to her steward, sir?" "I do not think loyalty to the crown extends to keeping secrets from her person." Malek reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small carrying case containing syringes of varying sizes. He selected a large needle among the selection, crouched down near the largest pool of blood, and drew a sample from it. Then he took out another, one already filled with some strange, colourless liquid, and squeezed its contents onto the stain. The blood thickened and hardened, solidifying into a gel-like cocoon. "A fast-acting coagulant," Malek said. "A stimulant to induce rapid arteriosclerosis, force it into a state of crystallization. This should put them in a state of paralysis without worrying about their potential reanimation. Easier to do if ice is a scarcity. This one vial can inoculate the rest of the bodies in your morgue long enough for Xiaodan to incinerate them all at once. Obliterating these creatures takes its toll on my fiancée's health, Doctor. I am glad that you have a healthy appreciation for her abilities, but I would much rather take away the frequency she has to perform such responsibilities whenever I can."
"You induce arteriosclerosis into their system?" Dr. Agenot asked, amazed. "A stroke of genius, sir. Of course. As the virus is carried through their bloodstream, halting their circulation would prevent regeneration at the cellular level. But we've tried accelerating fibrin polymerization before, and we could never expedite it to within seconds, as yours has."
We have other distinct advantages, Doctor, as Lady Song has already mentioned. You are limited to working with human proteins, but it is the regenerative qualities of vampire blood that helps speed up the process. I can provide your laboratory with serum for you to replicate, along with samples I've extracted from Harveston's blood. The medical facilities in Louvre far surpass those that I keep in my own laboratory. Perhaps there will be more to be found here with the equipment at your disposal.
Thank you, Lord Malek. Recent blood extractions have been impossible until you came along, though our analysis is not likely to be any different from what you have already discovered.
Have you isolated the two different blood types from Harveston? Is it of the same A-B sequence?
How did you know? Oh, you would know, wouldn't you?
Mind explaining it for the ones who don't? Remy huffed.
Gladly, Armiger, said Agenor. Harveston possesses the A blood type he was naturally born with, albeit almost unrecognizable as human in its current state, swimming with abnormalities still unknown to us. But we've also discovered an AB type in his blood, and unlike Harveston's, it is unmutated. Every test we've conducted on it so far indicates a human donor. It is the same in every other corpse, their original blood type since birth, and another foreign to their genetic makeup, always of the same AB blood group.
I'm not the most educated when it comes to the blood sciences, Xiaodan said, but isn't it impossible to have two different blood types in one body at once?
Improbable, but not quite impossible. A quirk of nature may produce different zygotes and therefore differing types within the same person. We call it chimerism. Organ transplantation can also be another cause, rare as that is. An infected corpse with chimera-like characteristics could be a coincidence. 2 is suspect, but when all the corpses that come your way are afflicted with the rot, and also possess those 2 unique types, and one always of a specific blood group.
I'm more concerned with who this blood type might belong to, Malek said. In the meantime, the Reapers are to take all the bodies in your morgue for Xiaodan to destroy. I'll talk to the Queen herself, Xiaodan added. Remy continued to gawk at the hardened blood on the floor. The corpse had been nothing but a mindless shell, the doctor had said. He had said the same thing about Lady Daenerys, but the girl had visited her mother while still infected. Something inside her had remembered. And this colossus had made a dash for him rather than for the door, rather than attack either Xiaodan or Malek, which it would have done if it was surviving on instinct instead of intelligence. Even cut in half, it had plastered itself against the bars. Without eyes, it had turned its face unerringly toward him. He didn't know if the door, reinforced as it was, would have been enough to hold it had Xiaodan been any slower to act, and the way Harveston seemed to single him out had made Remy take it all quite personally. Fuck, he said again, just because. Chapter 10. An Audience. Remy had never given the Queen of Illyria much thought as a person, though he had spent the better part of his life fighting in her name. With the death of Lord High Steward Astonbury, the Reapers in her court had fallen into disarray, unsure which noble clamouring for the Lord High Steward's position to obey. Lord Ferron was the next highest-ranking official to assume the late Duke's duties, but Lord Ferron was not the type to inspire confidence or loyalty, or any minimum standard of competence. Astonbury's underlings had been hand-picked not for meritocracy, but for their inability to scheme independently of the Duke. As much as Remy had disliked Matthew Delacroix, the man had had a penchant for managing government secrets, and dealing with court intrigues that very few could hope to master. His loss had been bad enough for the Queen herself to summon Remy and the vampires to her court to try and make sense of the chaos Astonbury had left behind, preempting Xiaodan's intentions of seeking an audience with her. Queen Ophelia was not a young woman, and she was handsome rather than beautiful. Her hair had reddish highlights that spoke of some old Keranai ancestry, but her high cheekbones and dark eyes were Ashrai hallmarks. She had no need for a crown to radiate power. Holding Illyria together was no easy task, but Remy was surprised to see Her Majesty in a fighting habit, not unlike those worn by the kingdom's reapers. The Queen usually favoured elaborate gowns and heavy veils during her rare public appearances. "I see that you've uncovered many things surrounding my Lord High Steward's death, Zidane," she remarked, and Remy was astonished by the familiarity with which she greeted the Summer Lord and the Fourth Court heiress as they approached her throne. "Couldn't you have waited for an official summons from me, rather than intrude on royal business with such impunity?" Harsh as the words sounded, they were underscored by her warm, genial tone, a far cry from the stern one she adopted when holding court. "It's good to see you again, Ophelia," Malek murmured. Xiaodan was far more brazen, rushing forward to catch the older woman in a joyful embrace. The Queen laughed and returned the favour, while Remy continued to stare in amazement. Granted, he knew deucedly little of politics, concerning himself with the threat of rogue vampires and little else. He'd seen the political manoeuvring his father had to do to maintain his waning influence, and had decided that life was too short for such headaches. This did explain how the Illyrian kindred alliance was flourishing, even with vocal opposition from some in Her Majesty's court. He wasn't the only one caught off guard by their friendship. The throne room had been cleared of its courtiers and regular hangers-on, leaving only her trusted officials: Gaspard Lopez, the Minister of the Interior, Montgomery Bellinger, the Queen's General-at-Arms, and a dozen of his best soldiers, all tacit enough not to make their own surprise evident beyond a slight, uneasy shift in their stance. Bellinger went so far as to allow a faint curl of a sneer to adorn his upper lip. None of the Queen's men liked the vampires. It showed in their silent stares, the way their fingers never left the triggers of their fire-lances. Word of Xiaodan's sun-bringing abilities had likely spread. It was obvious in the way Her Majesty was saying nothing about it. All the reapers and soldiers that manned the entrance to the palace and down the hallway into the throne room had glared at Xiaodan and Malek like she was an explosion waiting to happen. "How are things at Tingyi, my dear?" Queen Ophelia asked Xiaodan fondly. "Are Candy and Vanilla still as rambunctious as ever?" For some reason, the question sent the vampire into bouts of laughter. "They are the same as they ever were and shall continue to be, and I am very glad for it. They miss you, too." "Tell me more about this serum you've developed to aid us in this infectious menace," the Queen demanded. "How did you succeed in synthesizing a counteractant when the best minds I could gather in all of Illyria failed?" "Your own scientists were close to making their own breakthrough. They merely lacked the kindred blood required to speed up the neutralization process." Zidane placed a vial, similar in appearance to the one he had used on Harveston, on the table before Queen Ophelia. "This should be enough to create several dozen more sedatives for the bodies still lying in stasis in the Archives laboratory. I have left more canisters with Minister Lopez." Malek nodded to the Minister of the Interior, who ducked his head in wordless acknowledgement. "Dr. Agenot is already working on replicating more." Queen Ophelia pressed her fist against her forehead, a customary sign asking the light for strength. "And whose vampiric blood did you use for this wonderful cure?" Malek chuckled. "That would infringe on doctor-patient confidentiality, Your Majesty. And it's not a cure, not yet. A preventative, at best." You have my gratitude all the same, my dear Zidane. It would have taken longer to recreate this on our own. The Queen's eyes darkened. Tell me that this was not a deliberate disease engineered on both our people, my lord. That this sickness has natural origins. That there is no attempt by outside forces to turn my kingdom into a hellscape of rabid, uncontrollable undead. Or an attempt to turn us against each other, to start a war that neither of us wants or can afford, Malek said, just as grimly. I have children, my lord. This is not a legacy I wish to bequeath upon them. Is there no way to reverse the process for those at the earliest stages of the rot? I am a doctor, Your Majesty, not a miracle worker. The coagulants will harden their blood, immobilizing the flow of the strain, rendering it harmless, and sending the affected into a vegetative state. It cannot reverse their deaths. Yet vampires are immune to the disease. Vampires already turned, yes. The mutation can mimic the speed and strength we possess, but suffer from a near-permanent frenzy and a loss of mental acuity. To say that they are vampires themselves would be inaccurate. They are merely a horrific parody of us. So the only sure prevention is to avoid being bitten. Queen Ophelia sighed and turned to the general. Sir Bellinger, send word to Dr. Agenot to dispose of every corpse within the Ministry of the Archives. Gather them all at Giant's Mound, and prepare them for kindling. Your Majesty, surely there is another— I want the light burning bright enough to be seen from my palace, my lord. I give Lady Song leave to do what she must to prevent their resurrection. I will compensate the victims' families for the trouble we have caused them, but we cannot take any more chances. Incidentally, my dear Ziauden, and here the Queen's tone turned reproachful, you never told me you held such vast abilities. I thought only the ancients were capable of such unique skills, and you not having reached your 1st century yet. It was long after our first meeting, Your Majesty, Ziauden said, looking exhausted. You could say it was passed down from my ancestors. I have kept quiet about the extent of it for a reason. There are enough kindred clans out there who believe I do not deserve to live. But you revealed it to us. Would that not put you in more danger? As it turns out, only I am capable of eradicating these creatures permanently with it. That danger at the moment far surpasses my own. The Queen softened. Oh, my dear, I am sorry for this, and all the trouble people have done in my name. I have given the Duke of Astonbury far too much leeway in this matter, believing he would make the proper decisions, but I see that my faith in him has been mistaken. He weighed the risks against the potential rewards, Malek said. Finding a cure would have been a major coup to his career, his place in history secured. It is easy to underestimate the infected, to look upon them as mindless creatures that could be easily outsmarted. They're not completely mindless, Remy muttered, forgetting briefly that at least 2 others in the room had even better preternatural hearing than he. Oh. Melek's voice now carried a tinge of mockery. How so? Remy bristled. Because if it was driven solely by its urges, then the corpse in the archives would have stayed and fought Lady Song, not attempted to escape. That's not what something completely shorn of its brains would do. This must be the Pendergast Reaper, the Queen said, acknowledging him for the first time. Awkwardly, Remy bowed. Remington Pendergast, Marquis of Aphelion, son of the Duke of Valenbon. Far more courteous than his father, Queen Ophelia added with a faint twitch to her lips, though every bit as dedicated to serving us as his sire has always done. He may have a valid point that you must also consider, Zidane. Last I heard, Lord Ferron had him held as a potential suspect. He was cleared of all charges and accusations, Your Majesty, Xiaodan piped up. "In fact, I hope you don't mind my overstepping, but I'd taken the liberty of asking for his assistance in our own investigations. He would be a tremendous asset to us." "I have heard of his exploits," Queen Ophelia conceded. "It has only just come to my knowledge that Matthew Delacroix's hatred of his father was such that he had actively banned everyone from the Pendergast family from joining the Drefengemot. That had been the general assumption, but it felt like a blow to Remy to hear her confirm it so boldly. Queen Ophelia looked him full in the face. "We entrusted the Lord High Steward with Alluria's defence, but I never stopped to consider how his own biases have made this an unjust situation for you, and we wish to make amends for it. Whatever enmity he had for the Duke of Valenborn, that anger should not have been extended to you simply for sharing his name. Regardless of who succeeds Astonbury, I will ensure your welcome into the Royal Drefengemot if you still desire it." "You're too kind, Your Majesty," Remy mumbled, feeling more pitied than victorious. "Absolutely not," Xiaodan interjected heatedly. "You had your chance, my dear Ophelia, but his talents will be wasted there. He shouldn't be relegated to running errands for high-ranking reapers with just as little sense for governance as Lord Ferron. Your Lord High Steward has already turned the nobility against him. His death will not lessen the reapers' prejudice." "And what do you propose I do with him instead?" the Queen asked. "Zidane and I intend to leave Louvre shortly to pursue his theories regarding the rot. Please, give us leave to have Armiger Remington accompany us." "What?" Remy asked once again. Her Majesty raised a tawny eyebrow. "And why are you so determined to have him?" "Because Remy deserved to join your Majesty's official circle of reapers," Xiaodan said with an alarming honesty Remy did not necessarily want. "And your Lord High Steward, Matthew Astonbury, may his soul rest in peace, was being an absolute twat about it." She spoke the word with delight, drawing it out on her tongue like she'd never had the opportunity to say it before. "I've dragged enough information from Lord Ferron to know how Astonbury constantly undermined Armiger Remington's successes in the hunts he had undertaken for the crown, claiming the victory in his stead, and then went out of his way to deny the Armiger his accolades." "Successes?" "He hunted the vampire who murdered 36 people north of Anumbra. He took down the coven that nearly depopulated the villages near Wagen. He retrieved Tennyfair's daughter. He staked the only known first-court vampire lurking within Alluria in close to a decade. His first mission, in fact. Need I go on? Because I have nearly 10 years' worth of kills to list." A light breeze would have been capable of bowling Remy over at this point. She had researched his history somehow, known achievements that the archives had never credited him with. An impressive record for one still so young. Queen Ophelia quirked up a brow. "But you seem strangely proud to talk about the different ways he has slain your kindred." "They were no kindred of mine. Remington isn't the only one feared by his own kind." "I see your point." The Queen leaned back against her throne. "The Anumbran vampire. I remember. Astonbury told me it was reapers under his direct command who were responsible for putting it down." "Lies and spite, Ophelia. Astonbury remained livid at the thought of another Pendergast earning merits within his administration. Everyone has treated Armiger Remington abominably, even Lady Astonbury, who sought to take advantage of him with sexual favours for information he should have been privy to in the first place. Regardless of whom you choose to replace the late Duke with, the other reapers will continue to inflict these injustices upon him." Xiaodan turned to eye the minister and the other soldiers in the throne room. "As will almost everyone else at court," she added coldly. Remy, far from being grateful, was beet red. It was one thing to be indiscreet with someone else's wife, but another to announce it to the Queen. He wished for the ground to open and swallow him up, but he had never been so lucky. Why not ask the Reaper himself? The Queen looked at him with mischief in her gaze, fully aware of his discomfort. What say you, Armiger Remington? Would you like a dispensation to promote you into the Royal Drafengemot, with all the honours you deserve, or would you like to accompany the Third and Fourth Courts on their investigations, on Alluria's behalf? The first option was easier to take his place among the other Reapers, regardless of what they thought. Easier to concentrate on the Night Empress, to finally earn access to reports on the First Court without having to compromise himself. Far easier than to embroil himself in the middle of an ongoing plague, and with 2 vampires besides. If it pleases you, Your Majesty, he said, I'd like to investigate the rot with the Third and Fourth Courts. The Queen leaned forward. And may I know the reason for it? Remy swallowed, remembering the betting pool, the bounties. I believe I can be a greater asset to Alluria with them, and I am grateful for your offer, but I hope for more than the mere tolerance the Drafengemot will ever afford me in Alluve. Ziaudan's smile was as bright as the sun. In contrast, Zidan Malek's scowl was like a thundercloud on the cusp of a terrible storm. How do you know Her Majesty so well? Remy asked after the Queen had dismissed them, proud of the evenness in his tone. Malek had insisted on leaving the following day once Ziaudan had taken care of the archives infected. More attacks had been reported along the eastern borders of Alluria near Tingyi, and the vampire nobles intended to conduct their inquiries there. It was further confirmation of the reports Remy had received earlier. The hallway they were standing in remained deserted. The usual courtiers and hangers-on who often loafed around the palace were missing, and he suspected that had been on Queen Ophelia's orders. Many in the court were still opposed to her alliances with the vampires, if the reaction of Her Majesty's officials in the throne room had been any indication. Ophelia was quite young when we first met her, newly raised to the throne. She stumbled upon Changshui, my home, by accident one day, and I offered her a place to stay for a few nights. I'd never had human visitors before. She'd never been under a vampire's roof. It was awkward at first. Ziaudan grinned. She's visited many times since then, taught me how to serve excellent venison should I entertain more mortals in the future. She arrived at your palace by accident. A matter of a horde of vampires at her heels. They'd slaughtered nearly half her retinue, and would have gotten her too, if I hadn't sensed them near my territory. Ziaudan laughed at the look on his face. I should have mentioned that earlier. You might enjoy staying at Changshui too, Remy. No valets, lots of space for peace of mind. I think it's rather pretty, even for a fortress. So we're travelling back to your home at some point during this journey. We live east of Alluria's borders. With all the reports of infections near there, it's the perfect location for us to set up base, assess the situation, and figure out what we should do next. We'll likely take a few detours along the way, based on any fresh reports we receive. The attacks appear to be shifting towards Tingyi, which worries me. There aren't as many Fourth Court vampires around to secure the territories around it. She hesitated, mournful. It would be good to go home. I haven't been back in months. Zidan would have more ideas by the time we return. He's always been the brains between us. I'm just the muscle. What does that make me, then? Remy muttered. The bait, Zidan supplied. Remy rounded on him, glaring, but the noble met him stare for unyielding stare. As Ziaudan said, we'll be encountering more infected the farther east we go, if even half of those reports can be confirmed. Your mother has never been fond of Reapers, Ziaudan. And she will not be happy to have the butcher's son in Changshui. Whatever assistance you believe he can provide, he would be best used as lure. Are you saying you don't want him with us, Zidane? Xiaodan didn't seem as ready to defend Remy to her fiancé the way she defended him to the Queen. She was smiling, her guard relaxed. Say the word and I'll let him go. Nobody's letting anyone go from anything, Remy snapped, stung to be relegated to a bartered good once again. If you're suggesting that I would be nothing more than a liability, or that I won't be up to the task, then at least have the fucking guts to say it to my face. Amber-flecked eyes turned to him. You are a liability, Zidane Malek said, as easily and as calmly as if he'd been discussing the weather. You are a prized meal, an easy target. You only know enough about court vampires to hunt us, not of our ways. And while you may possess your father's skills, it will be years before you can acquire his experience. So yes, Pendergast, you will be a hindrance to us in more ways than you know, and the only reason you are even here— Malek's gaze flicked briefly towards Xiaodan. The only reason you are here and travelling with us, he said, is because she wishes to protect you. I don't need any bloody protection. They were both goddamn blood-arsed vampires. Of course he would be the weakest of their unholy trio. But Remy hadn't survived what other Reaper veterans could not, only to be told by some pompous undead noble, who had no idea of the shit he'd been through, that he was a burden. If you didn't want me along, then why didn't you bring that up before Her Majesty? I would never be so improper as to undermine Xiaodan before a foreign power, ally or otherwise, even if my betrothed had neglected to inform me of her decision beforehand. Xiaodan's unanswering smile was a mile wide. Do I have to fucking fight you again to prove myself? Remy demanded. What the hell is it going to take to show you I've got as much right to be here as you? Fight me, you say? Malek's sudden spark of interest brought out more of the gold in his eyes. And what do I get when you inevitably lose this wager? Lady Song, a new voice called. Lord Malek? The Duchess of Astonbury was fashionably dressed for mourning. She was clothed all in black, but even the veil across her face couldn't detract from her beauty, or the way she honed in on Remy with an eagerness that had nothing to do with grief. I was told that you both should be leaving with Remington tomorrow at the Queen's orders, she said boldly. And as I will be busy making the necessary preparations for my husband's funeral— She let out a soft sigh, as if she found these arrangements more cumbersome than anything else. May I have a few minutes to speak with Remington alone, my lord, milady? Two pairs of eyes turned to Remy, Zidane's expressionless, Xiaodan's openly wary. I'll be back with you shortly, he told them, moving several feet away to give himself and the Duchess the privacy she asked for. I am devastated to hear that you are leaving, Giselle said softly. Her eyes looked suspiciously shiny. Remy knew it had nothing to do with her husband's passing, uncomfortably aware that it was because of him. And I am even sorrier to hear of Lord Ferron taking you into custody. Had I known, I would have demanded your release sooner. It's an insult, my love, knowing what they do about us. They were only doing their jobs. And doing quite terribly at it. Her hands found his coat lapels. I am going to miss you. I thought we could have more time together. Spend tonight with me. Let me send you off with final memories to remember me by. Remy looked down at the Duchess of Astonbury, at the soft glow in her eyes. She really was stunning. Do you remember, he said, the first time I came to your bed? The woman's rosy cheeks dimpled, her voice lowered, a throaty purr. I could never forget. How shy you were. How you could not keep your eyes away from me when I disrobed. She laid her fingers against the side of his neck. The look on your face, the rough sounds you made, the pleasure of being your first teacher. I recall them fondly." Remy's hand reached up to find hers curling over her fingers. "Do you want to know what I remember in clearest detail from that night?" "Tell me," Giselle whispered, gliding closer. "That the subject was 5 foot 9 inches in height, approximately 220 pounds, and of a stocky build, with blue eyes and brown hair. Believed to have been turned near the forests between Leith and Sandsbourne, responsible for the deaths of 5 cows, 7 horses, and 2 children. A broken star on the back of his right hand, as confirmed by 2 eyewitness accounts, a mark of those beholden to the night court." Giselle frowned, puzzled by the unexpected shift in conversation. "That was the first report you ever brought me. The only known sighting of a first-court vampire in the last 10 years. I read it so many times after you'd fallen asleep, and I can still recall it word for word. The next day, I rode out and took that vampire down. My first kill as a reaper, after all the months spent on the register, months spent being denied my own bounties. They docked me my 2 months' pay because they had not authorized me to carry that hunt out, and every other bounty they've shoved my way after that were always the ones they refused to handle themselves. But finally, I was a reaper, hunting as one. You made that possible for me, and I will always be grateful to you for that." Gently, Remy pulled her hand from his neck. "But I can't do this with you anymore, Giselle. I'm sorry." "Your minutes are up," Ziaudan said, popping up from behind Lady Giselle without warning. The latter gasped aloud. "There will be much to plan for the journey ahead, and we will be requiring the rest of his time for it, Your Grace. And while I am not as well versed on human etiquette as I suppose I should be, I do know that it is considered highly disrespectful for you to be inviting anyone to your bed so soon after your husband's murder, even if you and Astonbury were living separately." The Duchess's mouth fell open. "Have a good day, Lady Astonbury." Ziaudan didn't quite drag Remy away, but a subtle push against his arm was all it took to propel him back down the hallway, Malek close behind. "How did you find out about... Remy's ears were steaming. It wasn't a secret. Given how confidently she stated matters before Queen Ophelia, she had more than overheard his earlier admission to Ferron at Kinneia Lodge. "I didn't intend to," Ziaudan said calmly, "but it was hard not to hear what people in this city speak of so freely. In our brief acquaintance, you struck me as someone far too kind-hearted to turn her down yourself, despite all the years she abused you. They kept you longer in the jails than my patience allowed for, and finding a way to release you sooner meant learning everything I could of you that was relevant to this case. I'm sorry I had to intrude on your privacy." "Abuse? But she wasn't..." And here Remy took another pause. "It wasn't... It's not... How old were you when the affair started, Remy?" He treated it as a simple matter of exchanging favours, like bearing equal responsibility had meant he'd never been taken advantage of. But that was his excuse now, as a 23-year-old who'd grown cynical over the years. Ziaudan was treating him like he was still the scared 15-year-old he'd been when the affair started. And maybe that was the point. "Young," he finally said. "Perhaps it was younger than I should have..." "Younger than she should have," Ziaudan said sympathetically. And suddenly, Remy knew Malek had been right earlier when he'd said that Ziaudan had intended to protect Remy. Only it wasn't other vampires that she'd been thinking of. The Fourth Court heiress's face was a study in calm, but her balled fists continued to give her away. "I apologize," she said again, "but you must tell me the truth. Would you still be with her if she wasn't supplying you with the intelligence reports you needed for the Night Empress's whereabouts?" The answer required no thought at all. No. Good. That's all I needed to hear. Xiaodan turned to Malek next. And you. If you dislike the thought of Remy joining us, it would be best if you speak now or forever hold your peace. I said he would be a liability. That's not the question, Zidane. Their gazes locked, clashed. It was Malek who gave in, almost sounding bored when he replied. He can do whatever he wants, and I shall make no protest. A sudden tumult by the palace entrance caught their attention. Remy knew it was bad, upon sighting the Marquis of Riones, the man all bloody as hell, with scores and tears in his usually impeccably expensive shirt and coat. His sword was out, dripping red onto the pavement. Behind him people fled past, heading west like stampeding cattle towards the city square, herded along by several more reapers. "Protect the Queen! Do you hear me?" Riones was shouting. "I want every reaper on active and reserve duty, guarding every inch of the palace. Let no one inside or out until we've cleared the archives." "The archives?" Remy yelled at him. "What's happening, Riones? What of the archives?" "Where have you been, Pentecost? The archives is being overrun," came the chilling reply. "Tell the guards to round up as many citizens as they can and head towards the barracks. We've got the rot in the city, and I don't know how long we can hold them off." Remy's insides felt like lead. "How?" "It's those damned corpses Astonbury wanted kept in the oversized ice room. They've reawakened, and they're out for our blood." Chapter 11. Ministry Attack. Xiaodan needed no further details. She was gone from view long before the Reaper was done finishing his sentence. "Go to Her Majesty, my lord," Malek told Riones tersely. "I've entrusted her with the serum needed to combat these infections. We'll be needing them sooner than we thought." And then he too disappeared. With a loud curse, Remy dug into his pocket, discovered a bloodwaker, and downed its contents swiftly. "What are you doing, Pendergast?" Riones demanded. "Going after them." He nodded at the man's coat. "Any of that yours?" "Thankfully, no. We were hauling bodies out of Ageno's ice bunker under Her Majesty's orders. One of the bastards stood up without warning and tore Kibold's throat out." "Didn't Ageno inject him with the Third Court Noble serum?" "Ageno told us nothing for nuts. All he said to do was load the corpses up into the waiting wagons. We got most of the scientists out, but there's a few more bunkered down inside. Oswald ordered us out to sound the warning, but he and Maxwell and Pialia are still in there. The speed of those Pendeos, not even vampires could move so—" "Oswald Kraggart?" "Yes. Friend of yours?" "No." Kraggart was the Reaper responsible for dumping him with all the bounties no one else wanted to take on, hoping one would be enough to kill him. Didn't stop Remy from taking them, though. "Any soldiers surrounding the archives?" "We've sealed all the exits as best we could, but that means nothing if those things break through. Don't tell me you're going in with them, Pendergast. Let the vampires sort out the—" "They didn't do this, Riones. This is all on Astonbury and Ageno, and the vampires of all people are trying to help us. Oswald sent me on far too many of these shit-arsed hunts. He won't want me to stop now when it's his gonads that are on the line." It was said with more confidence than Remy actually felt. "Secure the premises. Find as many other Reapers as you can spare to bolster the defences at the Archives barricade. If whatever's inside is set loose on the populace, it's over." "Pendergast, it wasn't Kraggart's intention to make me the most experienced Reaper on hand to be dealing with this damned lot, but that's how things stand. Blast it, Riones. Let me do my job so you can do yours." Riones slumped, accepting the inevitable. "Get them out quick, Pendergast, and stay careful. We're losing hunters as it is." Xiaodan was scanning the building for other signs of life when he finally caught up. Malek was ordering the royal guards already in the vicinity to step away. The building itself stood, silent and empty, with no signs of anyone else inside. "How many more humans?" Malek barked at another soldier. "A few of the doctors and 2 Reapers, I think," came the terrified reply. "Also, Sir Oswald, but we don't know what's happened to—" A window shattered on the first floor, sending shrapnel their way. From behind the broken glass, several creatures leapt out, so severely mutilated that it was impossible to believe they had ever been human. The first to clamber forth was grey and massive, with the hunched shoulders and massive chest of a brute, and nearly shed of all its skin, revealing muscle filaments and blood vessels. Just like Harveston, the infection had caused its body to swell to grotesque proportions, but its fangs were larger, protruding halfway down its torso to further highlight its monstrous nature. More creatures came tearing out, all with varying, distorted degrees of the same skinless shapes, all possessing the same asymmetry of aberration, and Remy realized with horror that tatters of black cloth remained on at least one of them. Even in its shredded state, there was no mistake the dark clothes the Reapers favored. Malek drew out his curved sword and disappeared briefly to stab at the nearest mutation. There was a wretched, sickly sound as the blade plunged into the creature's mouth, and a deft twist as the noble's hand sliced its face in half, leaving only the lower mandible connected to the rest of its form. "Keep your distance," Remy ordered the other guards, snapping out Breaker's twin scythes. The knife chain tumbled into his hand, and Remy looped it through the air, curving it down to strike at another rampaging monster through its chest, pivoting to attack with his scythes in one measured swipe that promptly took its head off. But the mutations were already targeting the other soldiers. An unfortunate guard screamed as he went down, the sound cutting off when one of the creature's teeth tore through his throat. "Keep your distance!" Remy hollered again, planting himself between the rest of the men and the creatures closing in. He spun the chain around himself, the cylinder in his hands blurring into a spinning arc above his head, a rhythm he'd mastered since he'd been but a novice, until he'd created a personal, nearly impervious shield about his person. An infected drew near and promptly lost 3 limbs. Its scream was abruptly cut off when Remy's flying blades found their mark with another flick of his hand, ripping swiftly through its throat before gutting its stomach. Several lunged for his knife chain at the same time, slowing down the momentum of his swing even as they ignored the limbs Breaker lopped off. Remy was forced to keep turning constantly as the attacks came from all directions, cutting swathes through the creatures even as they closed in on him. Xiaodan reappeared behind one of the infected, attacking Remy, hand already raised and angled away, a cutting gesture. Remy didn't see the attack, but he did see the creature falling apart, gobs of flesh and meat spattering the ground. The vampiress was gone again, blurring into view beside a second mutation, cross-hatching it into segments within seconds. In another 10, she had done the same to the rest of the creatures before Remy could do more. Smiling, Malek cut down the last of the infected standing. "You needn't worry about her," the noble said calmly. "You'd need more saving than she does." Remy already had his knives out. It was almost a shame he couldn't stab his ally, too. These were all the bodies at the lab. It would appear so. Someone knew that the bodies were to be transported today, took steps before Riones and the other Reapers could get to them. They already got to some of the Reapers. Remy stood over one of the creatures he'd killed, staring down at the familiar, ripped clothing. Now he recognized its partial features, disfigured as it was, and the one remaining blue eye. "Maxwell Scoringe," he said. Not the first time he'd had to identify a fellow Reaper by their remains, but it never got easier. He was helping Riones transport the bodies. Just how quickly does the infection spread? Far quicker than it should. Even quicker than I feared, Lord Riones. The Marquis had returned to the scene, his face ashen as he took in the dead, decomposing bodies strewn about them. Several men were dragging a heavy case behind him. "That's Scoringe," he choked out. "Mierda. What happened in there?" "Is that my serum?" Malek asked him, nodding to the chest. "Yes, but how—" "Take all the men you can spare and throw those bodies into a pile. Find the nearest apothecary and procure as many syringes from them as you can. Inject the serum into every body you can find. 1 part mixture to 2 parts water. 1 cc should be more than enough for each. You'll know you succeeded when you see a thick cocoon-like layer form over the skin. Cut them into giant's mound, as Her Majesty ordered, and keep them under guard there. We will incinerate every last piece of flesh from these remains, and we shall do it outside the city. The Louvre has been compromised enough as it is. Do you understand, Rionis? Yes, the other man said. If it'll keep any more of them from rising, I'll do it. You heard him! He roared at the other terrified soldiers. Take yourselves to Madame Sophia's and bring back all the needles she can provide us. I smell something bad, Ziaudan said. I believe that goes without saying, Remy grunted, watching the soldiers run. No, it's not just the rot. I smell vampire. Vampires don't smell like anything. Not to humans, no. Are you telling me there may be vampires inside the archives along with those already infected? After the war between my court and the Fifth, I heard rumours that some of Etrian's men, not young enough to be ashed, were sent back to a Louvre for study. Malek's smile was cold. Glastonbury issued a statement denying it all. He'd always struck me as someone who thought he was cleverer than he really was. The morgue he maintains appears to have more than just the infected in storage. Agenor was keeping things from us. He stood. I want eyes on every inch of the building, Rionis. Anything so much as twitches, I want it taken down. How many personnel still inside? There must be at least 4 more scientists in there, Rionis said crisply. And 2 more Reapers unaccounted for, excluding Scoringe. We must flush them out before they escape into the populace. Ziaudan and I will head in to hunt for survivors. I'm going with you, Remy interjected. You are human, the noble said dismissively. If you think I can't handle a building full of mutated bastards, then you should have complained more when Ziaudan invited me along, Remy said. If I'm bait, as you say, then there's no better time to put me to good use than here. And if I do wind up getting myself eaten by one of these horrors, then you can wash your hands of me. Cremate my remains, if you'd like. Pour your little augmented coagulant what's-it on my bones and give me a rousing send-off at daybreak. But if I stomp on inside and prove I can take on any infected and vampires within, then you owe me, even if the vampire arse I beat winds up being yours. It took counting 5 of his own heartbeats before Zidan's mouth tilted up, albeit not in any amused, genial way, briefly exposing a good amount of fang. It took another 5 before the noble turned away. The 3 of us shall be entering the ministry, he said to Rionis. If we do not return in the next 2 hours, you are to set the whole building on fire. Lord Malek, the Lord protested. Even that may not completely stop its spread. The alternative is 300,000 in the city exposed to the rot. Her Majesty will know what to do next. Now that that's settled, Ziaudan strode toward the main entrance. Before anyone could stop her, she had wrenched the doors open, splintering the frame in her eagerness, and stepped inside. Malek sighed. My fiancé grows impatient. The Queen is your priority, Rionis. We'll do the rest. The door to the laboratory stood wide open, this time with no Dr. Agenor to welcome them in. Beyond it was a slaughterhouse. Many of the bodies strewn about within had not undergone the rapid decay that so marked the rot mutations, but none of them were intact, for lack of a better word. Staring at the grisly remains, Remy could barely fight off a wave of nausea. He hoped they'd all been dead before they'd been ripped apart, half consumed, and then further decimated. He spotted Agenor's body. The doctor was staring mutely at the wall, mouth parted in an expression of surprise. Remy was glad to see no fear on the man's face. Mayhap there had been no pain for him. The rest of the doctor's lower body lay propped against the wall he was gaping lifelessly at, a bloody track on the ground connecting both. Light, Remy said. I can still smell them, Ziaudan whispered. Malek was prowling the room, ignoring the other sprawled bodies there in favor of inspecting the equipment. I can't find it, he said. The rest of Agenau's body? It's right here. It's all bloody here. Remy had found 2 more assistants. What he thought were 2, anyway. There was far too much blood to be just 1, but too few limbs to be more than that. Malek ignored him. Agenau looked to have been recreating my simmer when the attack was occurred, but the vials are missing. Perhaps he stored it somewhere else beforehand, Ziaudan suggested. Maybe. Malek didn't sound convinced. Could have shattered during the fight, Remy grunted. He counted at least 3 more people in the room in no better shape. Oh, fuck. What's wrong? Ziaudan asked. Found the other Reapers. Pyalia had clearly bled out, her throat horribly mangled. Oswald Craggart, on the other hand, sat with his back to the wall, mouth still twisted in rage. His fire lance, unused, lay beside him. I'm sorry. Were they friends of yours? Not really, but they weren't mauled like the others. Remy used Breaker to push Craggart's coat to one side, revealing a deep wound on his chest. I don't think it's the infected that got to them. These look to have been made with weapons. This should lead to the Yakal. Malek nodded toward another door near Craggart's prone form. That it was also open did not inspire confidence. May as well, Remy said, already moving toward it. He had some knowledge of architecture, enough to know that the archives was a hideous-looking piece of shit, objectively speaking, but wasn't familiar with how the cone-like structure could lower temperatures enough to keep items within it frozen. The more pressing business was that he could detect no amount of cold whatsoever coming from within the room, which he presumed was a bad sign. Unexpectedly, his chest throbbed. Remy turned just in time. His instincts were the main reason the creature hadn't already opened up his chest. Instead, there was only a clanging sound as its claws hit cylinder, Remy planting the weapon between himself and his attacker in the nick of time. It was another infected, as swollen and as massive and as dirtbag ugly as its fellows. Remy shoved it hard, and the creature stumbled back. Malek was on it, his saber flashing. The creature's head slid noisily off its shoulders, and the rest of its body followed its slide down toward the ground with a nasty squish. I didn't need your help, Remy said. I'm sure you didn't. Malek was already whipping out another syringe. How many of these things was the cockswab hiding in his coat? Pushing the needle into the creature's body. Stay close, he said as he stood back up and strode into the Yakal. Remy stabbed at the new corpse at his feet unnecessarily with his scythe, then followed a few feet behind. The room was larger than he expected. There was little to differentiate it from the standard morgue, with a similar iron table at the center for autopsies and large human-sized cabinets where the bodies lay stored, stacked atop one another. But the floor was wet, and there were small blocks of ice puddling in the corners. Dr. Agenau said the room was always kept cold. The melting ice around them and the fact that Remy was sweating meant the location had been compromised. Malek slid the nearest cabinet open. It was empty. The doctor said there would be about 24 corpses in here, though given everything, I'm inclined to believe he lied about that as well. Remy tugged another open. Nothing inside either. We fought about 20 of those bastards outside, he said, minus the one that attacked me in the lab, which means there are at least 4 or 5 more that are unaccounted for, not including any Fifth Court bodies Astonbury might have stolen if he did. He opened another and stared at the corpse laid out within, teeth bared to reveal its vampiric nature, but otherwise lifeless. 3 or 4 now, he amended. There were 2 more corpses still in stasis inside the Yakal, bringing their count down to another 2 still missing. Remy's heart sank. Lady Daenerys' body had not been among them. "Astonbury, you old fool," Malik hissed quietly as he yanked open the last of the storage compartments. Peering inside, Remy detected another corpse, this time much more considerably mummified than the others, as if it had been residing there for much longer. "This is Arnoso Steinbeck," his companion said. "A Fifth Court vampire. I know this because I killed him myself during the war. Astonbury did bring in dead Fifth Court vampires to a Louvre. This one is safely dead, at least." Closing the door behind them after Malik had given the fresh corpses their necessary shots, they resumed their search. "Zidane," Ziaudan said softly. "Do you smell that?" Remy didn't, but Malik's brow furrowed. "Yes. Vampire. It could be a trap, an attempt to lure us further in. It's coming from here." Ziaudan stepped through another doorway. Malik headed in after her. Remy was poised to follow, but a scraping noise caught his attention. It was coming from the vault that had once held Tal Harveston's corpse prisoner. The window had been shattered, pieces of it scattered among the levers and switches, but the steel door inside was firmly shut. A woman stood before it, clawing in vain at the wall. "Ah!" she moaned. Remy knew who she was before she turned to face him. His heart twisted painfully. Lady Danera. He almost didn't recognize her. Something had caused her face to melt away, leaving nothing but empty eye sockets and a layer of tissue, and what he could only assume was fat, resembling gelatinized soup. But her hair, her one vanity, was still as thick and as lustrous as ever, settling around a head that sat neatly on her shoulders, like he hadn't sliced it off at their last encounter. Everything else about her was repulsive. Similar to Harveston, parts of her were in the later stages of decomposition, in a perpetual cycle of decay and regeneration, where bits of her looked ready to slough off on their own, the rest healing just enough to keep her mostly intact. "No!" she gurgled, raising her arms to him. He should have moved by now, finished what he'd started from what felt like a lifetime ago, but Remy remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed as she approached him, unable to look away. She rushed at him without warning, even faster than when she was newly turned. Remy's reflexes finally kicked in. Breaker sliced into her, her wounds made no spatter, her body simply falling over with a wet, squelching sound. Remy backed out of the room and ducked a sword that had been hurled towards his head. He blocked the next blow with Breaker's base, and then whipped the knife chain into a sweeping arc before him to keep the new attacker out of reach. His new opponent didn't look like any of the other infected. He looked remarkably human, with all the expected body parts where they were supposed to be, and free of any discernible decay. He was golden-haired and blue-eyed, about 6 inches of height over Remy, with milky white skin and strong, handsome features. Only his fangs gave him away. They were long and sharp. "Another Reaper," the vampire laughed, eyes alight with malicious glee. "Another prize for me." "Who in the bloody hell are you?" "I was hoping to find Malik, but you'll do for now. You must be his newest plaything. He always did have an itch for the brunettes." The vampire swooped closer, but Remy's chain kept him at bay. "Oh, and you can fight, too. Wouldn't it—" The knife chain wrapped around the man's waist. One jerk was enough to snap it free. "Be grand." The vampire disappeared from view, rematerialized behind Remy. "If I were to—" Remy turned and yanked Breaker up just in time. His assailant's fangs probed for flesh and hit nothing but weapon. "Leave a pretty mark on you for him to find." With almost no effort, the vampire dragged Breaker to the side, leaving his throat exposed. Remy was going to lose. The fangs were inches away from his neck. All the vampire needed to do was shove Breaker 2 more inches to the right, and nothing would have stopped him. The man smiled, sensing victory, and yanked the scythe away with a triumphant snarl. Remy released his hold on Breaker, kicked at the knife chain that lay on the ground at his feet. It leapt up, wrapped around his foot. He kicked out, and it unravelled again, struck at the vampire's face when the latter shot forward. The fair-haired bloodsucker reappeared several feet away, hands clasped against one eye. "You little bitch," he hissed. "I'm going to make sure you die slowly." "You will do no such thing, Vasilik." Remy didn't see how Malek had found his way between him and the other vampire, and he would die before showing his relief. "Sanchin swore he saw you perish at Adrian's lair." "Sanchin knows little of so many things, as do you." Vasilik grinned around the trickle of blood still streaming down his face. "Many things can escape notice if you don't look hard enough. And you never looked hard enough for me, did you, Zidane?" He blurred from view once again. Malek took off after him without another word. "Leave him be," Ziaudan said from behind Remy, sounding weary, and he jumped. "My apologies, I didn't mean to startle you. We took care of the rest. The archives are secured." "That vampire, Basilisk or whatever, he didn't have the rot." Remy crouched down to retrieve his broken chain, heart still pounding. "There could be more like him lying in wait. There's no one else here. His scent was the only one I could detect, though he'd used that as a ploy to come after you first." She was holding something in her left hand, a badly bent pair of eyeglasses, the wire frames twisted and both lenses missing. She held it out for him to see. "Found it stuck to one of the mutations inside. It looked so odd on a creature that was no longer—" Ziaudan's smile bloomed with relief. "I'm glad you're all right. Vasilik used to be a member of the Third Court, Zidane's former—" She shrugged and sighed. "He switched his allegiance to the Fifth to spite Zidane, but it seems he didn't die in battle as we thought. And while he is more than capable of bearing long grudges, Malek says he doesn't have the necessary scientific knowledge to engineer a plague of this scale. I don't know if he's working in league with someone else, or simply exploiting the situation, but it's clear Vasilik knows enough about the infection to join in the chaos. Like, he was the one to have started all this, perhaps sabotaged the ice. He killed Kragard and Pyalia. That much I can tell." Ziaudan held out a small container of clear, shimmering liquid in her other hand. "This was what Agenor was working on," she said. "It looks like he discovered something before the attack came, stored it inside one of his lockboxes before he fled, which may have cost him his life. Malek has no idea what it is yet, but if Agenor chose to save it instead of himself, then it may be something important. I hope it is. I don't think Aluria can take much more of this." "I hope it is too," Remy said, mind still spinning at how close the new vampire had come to tearing his throat out. He looked at the carnage around them, at how close the creatures had come to getting loose in the city. "Because I'm not sure I can take much more of this, either." Chapter 12. Cleansing. The deaths at the Ministry of the Archives had left Ziaudan even more adamant about returning to Chang Shui as soon as possible, but not before making a few stipulations. "First," she said to the now humbled Ferren, who realized very quickly that as the highest-ranking person after Astonbury, he would most likely be blamed for the current situation, "you will allow me to obliterate the infected bodies immediately. Allow, of course, meaning that I have commanded you to do so, and you will obey. Gather as many Reapers as you are permitted to stand guard until I have accomplished my mission. I do not foresee any objections on their end. Giant's Mound will be far enough away from the city and from anywhere else you consider human habitation. We will still need Her Majesty's permission for the other. Her Majesty has given me special permission to issue orders on her behalf for this particular event. Seek her out yourself if you doubt me. And my Lord Ferron." Ziaudan leaned forward, smiling. "If I so much as hear one sheaf of paper being pushed around as an excuse to delay the process, you will have more to answer to than just Her Majesty and her wrath. You shall have to answer to me, and I will not be so forgiving." Lord Ferron visibly swallowed, the knob in his throat bobbing like a fishing lure. "I understand your lady song." As pleased as Remy was to see Lord Ferron so thoroughly put in his place, he had a few pressing concerns. First, though he would not be shedding tears over Astonbury's passing, the man had nonetheless managed to keep the archives and the bureaucracy within it running smoothly. Ferron had proved himself woefully inept to take up command, and Remy wasn't keen on the idea of leaving a Louvre to accompany the two vampires to parts unknown, while things in the city collapsed in his absence. Not that he had ever stayed long in a Louvre to influence anything beyond which married women's bed to occupy at night, and at times not even then, but Vasilik's infiltration had left him worried all the same. The one person in charge of a Louvre who actually knew what they were doing was Queen Ophelia, who promised to appoint someone worthier than Ferron for the job. "I've also taken the liberty of asking the other scientists to focus on fast-tracking the serum you kindly provided us," she told Malek. "Every research they've conducted so far, including the ones Dr. Agenot had been working on, shall be copied by my scribes and made available to you the morning before you depart. Perhaps you can make better sense of it, or find the means to improve upon them." "I will send word of any breakthroughs I might find, Your Majesty," the noble promised. "Although what would aid me tremendously in my own research would be the blood-splicing equipment Agenot used, the one that helped him expound on my discovery. My own laboratory is in sore need of an upgrade, and it would be beneficial to have one for my own." "Is it so very important?" "Very much so, Your Majesty. It will allow me to trace blood to a specific person rather than merely to a specific blood type. Agenot, for instance, has taken samples from Astonbury's study. We can use it to determine within a reasonable degree of certainty whose blood it was at the scene. I hope to do the same to the samples from these infected bodies." "The medical apparatus that you ask for are classified, my dear Lord Malek, as I'm sure you already know," the Queen said severely. Then she sighed. "But I suppose we can afford to spare one for you. You saved my people from an outbreak that could have taken more lives than it already has." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I would also like to provide the hunters with the information I have collected regarding the various mutations we have encountered so far, with suggestions as to the best forms of defense against them." "You have a very good fiancé, Ziaudan," the Queen said approvingly. "Were he human and unclaimed, I would have married him off to one of my daughters by now." "Very fortunate, then, that he is neither of those," Ziaudan responded glibly. The Queen's wondering eyes rested on Remy. "I'm sure there are others who have served Illyria nobly, who would be just as qualified for such an honor." "I'm sure you'll find many of those, even beyond this throne room." Ziaudan's reply was much more acidic in tone this time, but Queen Ophelia only laughed, looking oddly pleased with herself. All of it was lost on Remy, who was only beginning to understand the extent of what he'd just signed up for. The Archives building was being properly fumigated, as the official decree had been worded, and the reapers were sweeping every floor of the building to smoke out anything else, vampire, infected, or otherwise, that might still be lurking within. The morgue was duly cleaned and emptied of all its undead, per Ziaudan's command. Oswald Craggart, Leigh Pyalia, and Harry Kibold's bodies had been taken out first and placed solemnly in separate wagons. The Queen had already announced her intentions to host a state funeral for them. But Maxwell Scoranges lay alongside the other infected, unable to enjoy the same honours. Remy sat by a corner and watched the black-clothed hunters stream in and out of the ministry, trying not to let exhaustion get to him. He should be feeling regret. He should be feeling guilt at killing Lady Daenerys all over again. Whether or not he'd been given the choice was no longer important. He couldn't imagine what the Tenifers must be feeling, and could only hope for their sakes that this would be her last resurrection. It helped to remember that whatever it was he had encountered at the vault had no longer been her, just a husk that something else had occupied. It was a good day to be a newsboy. A few had set up shop half a block away from the archives, waving broadsheets at the crowd that had gathered to watch the grisly clean-up. The papers were selling fast, and for good reason, with headlines like "The Sun Vampire, Atrocity or Irony," and "Kindred in the City, an exclusive interview with Lady Xiaodan Song" from the Wayward Post, that Remy knew to be horseshit. That didn't matter to the public. The truth rarely did. Elke was looking particularly attractive that day, dressed in a billowing blue skirt and a matching corset, a parasol resting on the slope of one shoulder. She sat down beside him as he continued to watch the archive spring cleaning, rearranging her skirts to make herself more comfortable. "So I hear that Vasilik Preobrazhensky is still alive," she began conversationally. Remy considered it a good thing that she said his name with no trace of fear, given the wanted vampire's affiliation with the Fifth Court. Malek gave chase, but he couldn't catch him. "Vasilik was always like that," Elke said. "Always wanting the credit, never thinking about the consequences. I'm not surprised that he would show himself and brag, when he would have been better off staying hidden. He always resented being subservient to Etrian. The Fifth Court welcomed him, but his stigma for forsaking the Third remained. Etrian never fully trusted him. You were never to betray your court for any reason, no matter the provocation, he always said. Most kindred think the same, consider it anathema. Vasilik knew that, and worked hard to be twice as cruel. If he's out there, and believes you to be a close associate of Lord Malek and Lady Song—" "There's already a bullseye on my arse, however you spin it," Remy said. "I pissed him off back there. He seems exactly the type to hold a grudge." "It's more than that. Vasilik was a high noble of the Third Court before he was expelled. He and Lord Malek have history. I know little of the details, but I know that Vasilik enjoyed targeting anyone Lord Malek associated with by the time he joined the Fifth. That includes Lady Song?" She paused. "Do you really intend to go with them? I understand your reasons, but—" "If I don't," Remy said, "then I'll be no closer to the truth. You're one of the very few reasons I choose to stay. I'm too strange for the Drefengemot, too scandal-ridden to ever truly be a part of them. Already there are fresh rumours about me. That Ferren arrested me is no secret, nor that the vampires had spoken up on my behalf. If anything, they'll all be the more convinced that I'm exactly the Dampier they always believed me to be. I'm right, aren't I? You've always been on top of the gossip, even if you try to spare me from hearing it." Elke looked helpless. It was all the confirmation he needed. "Whoever Her Majesty decides should replace Astonbury, I doubt I'd find a real place in their new administration. I'd be right back where I started, scrounging for information with pillow talk, relying on desperate villagers and merchants for information. Ironically enough, the court vampires have none of those prejudices." "I could go with you." Remy snorted. "That'll only put a target on your back in Illyria. Besides, you love it here. All the men and women dancing in attendance on you, all the wine you could drink." "The butchers do reserve the best of their bloodiest kidneys for me," Elke agreed. She sighed heavily. "I need you here," said Remy. "Be my eyes and ears while I'm gone. Like you always have. Elke smiled wryly. Why must you always insist on putting yourself in danger while doing your best to persuade me out of it? He had to grin. Because it doesn't make sense to put us both in trouble when I can do it perfectly fine all on my own. You know where Lady Song's home is? At the eastern borders, along Illyria. She nodded. I've been there once before, back when all 8 courts still honoured their alliances. There were more Fourth Court vampires then. I suppose it would look very different now. That's where we're headed. If anything else happens in Illuve, send word to me there. He hesitated. I haven't spoken to my father about this yet. He's set on staying in Illuve indefinitely. He would with Astonbury gone. If his health takes a turn for the worse, send word as quickly as you can. I shall go to you myself. Will you return if something does happen to him? Remy paused longer this time. I don't know. It's not like there's much I can do. I dislike Yost, but as a doctor, he's worth the exorbitant fees my father pays him. Elke sighed again. Are you sure about this, Remy? Once you get yourself fully involved in court business, there'll be no turning back. Remy watched as the main doors of the archives opened and grim-looking reapers emerged, carrying the last of the body bags. There was no turning back for me since the day I returned to Illuve, he said. The funeral of Lord Matthew Delacroix, the late Duke of Astonbury, took place a few hours later. Remy chose not to attend. The bodies burned quickly enough, but Remy supposed there was a reason they called her the Sunbringer. Even the 2 deceased Fifth Court vampires they'd found were consigned to her flames, their fangs and frozen expressions the closest thing to human among the lot. By the time the light faded from Xiaodan, and Remy had rubbed the glare from his eyes, the corpses were gone, with nothing to show for themselves but mounds of ash that the swift winds took care of, blowing them across the plains into obsoleteness. As Remy watched the breeze carry off what had been left of Lady Daenerys, he finally felt part of the burden lift from him, however slight. Xiaodan swayed slightly on her feet, but refused to fall when she had an audience, a crowd still wary and hostile around the edges. She climbed back into the carriage that had brought her to Giant's Mound, with her head held high, face serene. Malek wasn't with her, which was unusual. She never looked Remy's way, but it didn't matter. He's her familiar, they say, one of the reapers behind him muttered. Heard how she defended him to the Queen. The sun inside her should have burned her to a crisp. We'd have one less Fangblood to worry over. The Third Court King didn't say a word, it's told. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's fucking him too. Remy turned around, furious, but the reapers had melted back into their clusters, and none of them would look him in the face. That burning was something, wasn't it? Rionis asked, oblivious. Remy had seen fear and suspicion take the place of the other hunter's initial astonishment, but the Marquess was as sincere as always, a toss-up between curious and impressed. Surely she couldn't be popular among her other kindred, given the ability she has. She isn't, Remy confirmed. I believe her clan was ostracized for it. A shame, Rionis said. Though if I were a vampire, she'd worry me too. We could use something like that ourselves. Fire lances can only do so much, and even then it takes an awful long time for them to reload. So does she, Rionis. Remy watched the carriage roll back to the city, leaving them behind. So does she. There had always been preachers in Illuve. In a city ruled by gold and genteel decadence, most of the citizens were ripe for guilt. A few of the more outspoken sermoners were of the hellfire and brimstone variety, but they've always avoided Gold Street and its mansions, knowing full well that their admonitions would be little appreciated there. One pastor dared to defy convention that day. He stood before Almeister House on a makeshift pulpit, one hand carrying a heavy tome, while the other was extended into the air above him, as if granting benediction. He wore a simple white robe and the plain triangular cap that proclaimed one a self-professed servant of the light. The crowd gathering around him lent credence to his blistering tirades. "We have turned our back against the light," he boomed in a voice designed to be heard well past the upper floors of the Parliament House. "And now the Great Mother, the kindly one, and just and the merciful, it is for our sins that she has sent this plague upon us as punishment for our selfishness. Only after we have cleansed ourselves in spirit and repent can she seek to lift this aberration from us, but even then, it is not enough. We must call on the Queen herself to rid her kingdom of those who conspire against the light, who seek to corrupt our souls with their vile vices. Away with these lavish feasts and galas, away with these greedy rich who dance in their mansions and laugh while we starve in the streets. It is they who tempt this plague upon us, and it is we who suffer the consequences. Not even the Duke of Astonbury was exempt from the light's retribution. Who else shall the corruption take before it is too late, before we are forever exiled from Three's grace? Will it be you? Will it be you, or you? Sir, it shall be you." Remy had taken a step back, but the man's keen eyes had singled him out. The preacher's voice rose several octaves, hovering into near shrieks. "You, the familiar who has taken into himself a vampire's lust! You, whose unholy nature has brought upon us this wretched curse! You foul, dampier, fornicator of the undead, despicable demon! I send thee away! Cast no shadows upon a Louvre! Purify yourself before the light, lest the rope and the fires of damnation take you!" "Shut that mouth, heretic!" one of the reapers shouted at him. "He's right, though," another said, an Astonbury lackey named Hathorn, who shot a disgusted look Remy's way. "How the Cambion caught Her Majesty's attention, I can't—" But the sermoner's audience was surging forward. "Warlock!" someone within the mob shrieked, latching onto the man's hatred. "Vampires get!" "I hope you don't mind if I don't follow you inside, Rionis," Remy said tersely. He was used to being mocked. He was used to being whispered about, but never so openly before. His newest status as vampire lust vessel aside, he felt an odd twinge of relief. He had not wanted to enter today's Drafengemot. The Queen's blessing had sated his desire to be acknowledged as a reaper. Everything else would smack of performativity. Only Rionis truly liked him. The rest would continue to believe everything the priest was already spewing about him, even though it was the doomsayer they were removing from the premises. As it turned out, the Marquis already had things planned, directing him toward the side of the building. "There is a hansom that we use around the back. Take it, and bring it around later once we've settled matters here. They've been getting a little too sure of themselves lately, these preachers. They've been noisier since the first of the infections started doing the rounds, but after Astonbury's death, not much headway there, by the way, far as I know. The other servants didn't see anything amiss that night. Half the time they don't even notice Wellsmith. Astonbury didn't like to make his comings and goings known, even to his colleagues." The carriage came within view. Rionis shoved a satchel into his hands. "I wanted to wait until we were inside, but I figure you can look at these now. You're not likely to miss much. Theron's probably going to deliver an hour-long lecture on why all this wasn't his fault. I'd almost prefer the doomsayer sermon." "Rionis, what—" "The Queen herself instructed me to deliver this to you personally. It contains all the known intelligence we've received on the First Court vampires over the years. It's not much, sadly, half a dozen reports. No one's really focused much on the Night Empress and her allies, so she thought you'd be good at presenting your findings at the next Drafengemot. They say you'll be leaving a Louvre tomorrow with the vampires, so I'll likely do so on your behalf." I'll have it ready by then. Remy was grinning. You're a good friend, Riones. I'd feel better if they put you in charge of everything before I leave. Only doing what I was ordered to do, Pendergast, Riones said heartily. Now, get out of here. Might have to punch a priest if things get too heated, and I'll likely have to spend the rest of the day doing ablution for it. Chapter 13. Investigations. Remy was in a much dourer mood by the time he returned to Kinnear Lodge. Elke waited for him, nearly unrecognizable from her usual dress, with her blacksmith's apron and her hair carefully coiled up under a foreman's cap. You are not to say a word, she said placidly, handing him a cup of strong coffee when he looked to argue. I'm here because I have need of your forge, for both your benefit and mine. Perhaps we can have a quiet dinner together later. She spotted the satchel. Your first official day as part of the Defengemot, and I see they've already given you most of the work. Are you aware of the preachers going about the city, shouting sermons to anyone who'll listen? One nearly caused a riot a few weeks ago. I believe that was when word of the mutations first spread about. They claimed that Astonbury had been responsible, said he'd been carting in corpses for dark rituals. As you can imagine, the Lord High Steward put a stop to it quickly. She frowned. Did something happen? He decided not to alarm her. Best you get people to keep an eye on them. They may know more about what's happening than they let on. A drop of truth in a goblet of lies. The preachers had made the rest of it up, but they'd known about Astonbury's corpses somehow. The forge is yours. Right now, I need to get to work. The bag felt heavy in his hands. You'd best give me the clothes you intend to bring along while you're at it, Elke said. Heap them up on your bed. I'm not asking you to wash them for— Of course not, you beautiful dunce. If I'll be fine-tuning your weapons, I may as well make some modification to your garb. Oh, don't look at me like that. I won't be hammering steel into your well-trimmed coats. I've always said that you rely far too much on Breaker. Knives saved you inside the archives. Spread them out a little more. Keep them closer to your skin. All I'll be requiring is a needle and some strong thread. Finally, Remy cracked a smile. You really are worried, aren't you? Of course I am. Incidentally, before you bury your sweet head into those reports, I'll be taking Breaker. Time to iron out what dents I can find before you go and mess it up further. It was the knock on the door hours later that broke Remy's concentration. He squinted out the window. It had been grey and foggy when he'd first began his reading, and it was still grey and foggy, but now with even less light to see through. The tiny clock on his dresser proclaimed it to be an hour after dinner should have been taken. It shouldn't have taken this long, but he was pleased at what he'd accomplished so far. He'd marked off areas in the map where sightings had been reported, used it to determine other vulnerable places, villages that needed better protection. Elke had offered to help. He would have been done hours ago if she had, but Remy had been stubborn about doing it on his own. He couldn't rely on her forever. Remy! Elke's voice came through the door, slightly uncertain. You have visitors. She didn't need to tell him the specifics, because Remy already knew it would be Xiaodam before he'd stepped foot outside his room. That Malek was with her was the surprise, the noble eyeing his admittedly semi-dusty surroundings with a faint whiff of disapproval. The man had breezed through the archives mortuary with no issues despite the revolting smell, and even more revolting lack of ventilation, and yet chose to find fault with his lodge. The easy answer was that Malek was still, in his very passive-aggressive way, trying to goad him into irritability. Unfortunately, it was working. Xiaodan was on the sofa, a cup of coffee already in her hands. She took no sips from it, only looking intent on using the beverage to warm her hands. She smiled at him, looking worn out as she always did after burning things to a crisp, but otherwise still alert. She was unsettlingly attractive as always, dressed in a simple green Chupeco that showed far too much leg and heavy riding boots that stopped at her knees. Malek had declined his sitting privileges. He remained motionless at one corner, though his eyes were everywhere, taking in the lodge's furnishings. He was wrapped in black from the neck down to his footwear, but despite the shapeless mass he presented, somehow still looked elegant. "I thought I'd let you know how the investigation into Astonbury's murder has been going," Xiaodan began pleasantly. "Among a few other things that Zidane feels you ought to know before tomorrow." Remy's eyes shot towards Malek, who, apparently oblivious to what his fiancée had just said, was inspecting his walls with a faintly condescending air. "Before we begin, I trust that what I'm about to say next does not leave this room." Xiaodan raised an eyebrow at Elke. Elke sat up straighter. "I understand that you have many reasons to doubt me, Lady Song. Anyone from the Fifth Court deserves such suspicion. But Remy saved me. I escaped the massacre you and your fiancé wrought at our keep. I spent the next several years half dying everywhere I went, and would have eventually perished had Remy not taken me in." "You knowingly helped a vampire?" Xiaodan asked, startled. "I wasn't very bright as a youth either," Remy said. "Children like to take in strays, but even then I wanted to be different. She'd been in no shape to attack me, even if she wanted to." "He found me shelter," Elke continued. "Sent to the butcher for all the cow's blood I could drink. It no doubt contributed to the rumours that he was a Cambion himself in later years. He's like a younger brother to me. I will protect him with my life if necessary." The women traded glances. Xiaodan nodded. "As to the murder, well, they've run out of suspects. So I insisted they question the witnesses again. Did you know that the butler has been missing since yesterday?" "Butler?" Remy asked, temporarily at a loss. "Astonbury's valet, Wellsmith. No one's seen him since the day before last. It's the general belief that he's fled to the countryside, fearful that he would be blamed for his master's death. My specific belief, on the other hand, is that he was paid to leave without anyone else knowing, or that he's been killed to prevent him from saying what he did know." Remy swung his sights from Malek back to her, like the world's fastest pendulum. "What makes you think he even knows anything?" "He's the only person we've found who could swear to the suspect's description. Didn't you find anything wrong with his account of that night?" Remy shook his head. Little puffs of air accompanied Xiaodan's laughter. "He described you perfectly. Dark skin, average height, black eyes, down to the scar on his arm like yours. There aren't all that many dark-skinned, black-haired young men of average height and Tithian ancestry in the city to begin with, but to have another one with the exact same wound. Wellsmith went out of his way to implicate you." "But I've never even met him." "Someone could have paid him to lie," Malek said from the shadows. "Wellsmith had served Astonbury for many years, long before the Duke assumed the high stewardship. I thought it might be blackmail, but as far as I can see, the valet led a fairly blameless life. Then I realized that while we were so intent on finding the man Wellsmith had described, we were quite lax at describing Wellsmith instead." Xiaodan smacked the table with glee. Remy, slower to the challenge, stared blankly at them. "The staff at the archives all described Wellsmith the same way," Malek explained. "Thin, lanky build, pale, a forgettable face, spectacles. Even Ferron admitted that he found him easy to overlook." Remy finally understood. "Are you saying Wellsmith himself was an imposter?" "The investigators certainly didn't know him by face, and he distanced himself enough from the rest of the staff that the other servants could never look at him twice." Xiaodan dug into her pocket and, with a victorious air, produced the familiar wrecked pair of glasses she had taken off one of the creatures in the archives. I kept a tally of bodies within the laboratory, 24 in total, including the ones they tried to hide from us. She paused again, eyes dancing. I burned 25 bodies today. The servants may have ignored Wellsmith for the most part, but they did recognize his spectacles. So he was already dead in the mortuary, Remy echoed, mind ablaze by this new development. For how long? Far more than several days. All while someone claiming to be Wellsmith had been answering Ferron's questions, Malek said. The swelling can cover a lot of the decomposition on the infected, but there's only so many days' worth of decay you can ignore. By the time Astonbury's murder was discovered, his valet had been dead for even longer. If Ferron still thinks he'll be getting the late Duke's position, he'll have a difficult time trying to explain how he questioned one of the murderers and then let him go. Someone knew enough about the archives to store Wellsmith's body there. This is sound investigative work, Elke said. All Zidane's fault, I'm afraid. My fiancé fancies himself a detective. He's even rather good at it. Ziaudan looked pleased, grinning at Remy like she was expecting him to applaud her on Malek's behalf. Elke took the bait and clapped cheerfully. It's the most logical conclusion, the Lord said, with little trace of modesty. It explains most things about the case, though not all of it. Who impersonated the butler, and why? Who stands to benefit from Astonbury's death? My father, for one, Remy said laconically. Although, as they've been feuding long before I was born, I don't see why he would suddenly choose to kill him off now. He's too sickly to take advantage of it. And not many people in the Louvre would be willing to risk murder for a Pendergast. Something to cross off his list before he dies, if he's as petty as you say, Ziaudan frowned. Do you know of any allies Lord Pendergast might have had within the archives? I'm not exactly privy to my father's secrets, but I doubt that. There are factions within the archive that would like to see Astonbury gone, but my father's more despised than the Lord High Steward in certain circles. As far as most are concerned, he's a relic with little influence in Illyrian politics. The Marquis of Riones would be able to tell you about that more than I can. Why is he so despised? Malek asked suddenly. Was it because of his past conduct as a Reaper? Or is it because they, too, doubt your parentage? Some believe me to be of vampire stock, Remy said shortly, not prepared to extend the same patience to the noble as he had done Ziaudan. But you seem knowledgeable enough about my family that you didn't need to ask that. Malek looked like he was about to say something else, but then surprisingly retreated. His eyes stole back towards the portrait of Remy's mother. He frowned at something he saw there, but otherwise remained silent. Astonbury's Zweihander is missing, Elke said, because of course she would know that somehow. They spent nearly 2 days searching. It was brought out to polish only once every month or so, and here her lip curled in disgust at such lapses in maintenance. But no one can swear as to who held it last. It would be a rather large weapon to carry away, Ziaudan noted. And that would explain the need for one of the conspirators to escape through the window. Whatever secret exits there are in the archives, it would be harder to hide the presence of such a sword from anyone passing them on the street. It's likely a human and a vampire working together, isn't it? One to leave undetected, the other familiar enough with the archives and Astonbury's arrangements to plan this and cover up their partner's departure. Even if you find out who's responsible for the Duke's murder, do you think helping Illyria will change their minds about this alliance? Remy crossed the room to stand before his mother's painting, trying to shove down his anger. Astonbury was at least willing to work with you, even if it was for his own gain. Many of those who opposed him adopted anti-vampire stances in protest. The Duke's successor will not likely treat you as kindly. Perhaps Ferron's right, that you should find someone else to work with. Someone? Malek asked shrewdly. Without the circumstances of their birth hanging over them that may jeopardize our work. Is that guilt I hear, Pendergast? Remy couldn't answer. Armica, Ziaudan said. I want peace with the humans just as much as you do. I meant what I said in Ophelia's throne room. I believe you're the best Illyria has to offer. I would not sabotage a treaty that would benefit your kingdom and mine on a whim. What do you need me for, then, beyond a symbolic partnership? We know little of Illyrian customs, of Illyrian sentiments, Malek said, surprising him once again. We have, as you pointed out, a far more extensive knowledge of you and your family than we have let on. You are a known face among many villages, a far more welcome sight than you've been in Louvre. You have hunted these creatures to help them, and they know it. It would be easier to move about the region having you with us than without. I thought you didn't want me along, Remy muttered. I never said that I didn't want you. Remy stared at him, then looked away. They tolerate me. There is a difference between that and being welcomed. But he's right, Remy. Elke spoke up softly. You know the way Illyrian villages work. They do not. It would be easier to travel if you're with them. Remy glared at her because he'd expected Elke, of all people, to at least take his side. What would you need to visit the Illyrian villages for anyway? He asked. I thought you both intended to ride straight for Tingyi. I did mention that we might make a few detours, Ziaudan reminded him. We keep informants in certain Illyrian towns. We have investigated all that we can regarding Astonbury's murder, and given present Illuvian sentiments, it would be prudent to withdraw and wait for public anger to die down. The Marquess of Rionis should be in a better position to find out more about the case. I've just heard that he's been promoted to lead investigator in Astonbury's murder. I think we can trust him. She cleared her throat meaningfully. I know I put you in a terrible position at Her Majesty's court, she said, and that you might have been under some pressure there to accept my offer and save face. But here, we have laid down our cards and shown you our intentions, our plans. If you truly have no desire to travel with us, Remy, then only say the word, and we will leave you tomorrow as friends. Remy mulled over this new information, touched by her words. Even now she was offering him a chance to bow out gracefully, to recuse himself from an undertaking of a much farther-reaching conspiracy than he could imagine. His gaze flitted back to Malek, who was still watching him. There was no mistaking Ziaudan's wistfulness. She wanted him to accompany them. He could not say the same of her fiancé. Any journey with him along would not be a harmonious experience. I'll go where you both go, he found himself saying, feeling strangely at peace with the words. Chapter 14. Goodbye. Have I ever told you about the time I staked the vampire Orgessi boy? Edgar Pendergast asked conversationally. His father had expected Remy's arrival. Grimesworthy was already there, as foul-faced as ever. He led Remy into his father's private chamber, where the fireplace was roaring, the Duke at his usual place in the armchair next to it, looking at the flames as Dr. Yost attended to him. I was only 33 summers, the old man said. We'd been planning the attack for months. We'd whittled down their members, following the Battle of Sorgrost, after we'd taken out his second-in-command, and the 100 vampires under him. Loathsome little fellow. That Nader, Narshall had been. Wouldn't have seen why Kardashev picked him if not for the viciousness. The woman, though, Helen Shea, was it now? She was their true strategist. She should have been in charge. He chuckled. Still had their own prejudices about women that not even a natural death could overcome, eh, Remington?
It didn't help them much. Scargrave cut Narshall's head off quick enough, and I done the same to the Hallandshire woman in short order. Pretty for a vampire, real shame. But the loss left them wide open for a full-scale attack at Meridian Keep. Poor fool. Thought he could lick his wounds. Didn't expect us to hammer him that same night with fresh troops. Wonderful sight to see it burn. They still have the scythe blade I used to stake him with, proudly displayed down by the Earnswall Museum near the market quarters. Made my name with those second court vampires. First Orgessi, then Kurdashev much later, when he came and abducted the Lady Marissa. People don't forget who saved them. That's what I hold on to, boy. People don't forget. Would have attacked them sooner, you know. Lady Marissa was not the only lady who'd been kidnapped, only the last. I implored them to take action long before her abduction, but the previous deaths had been lower-class girls who were beneath the Reaper's notice. Fools who never listen. Sought to rescue them myself, but by then it was too late. The second court paid their fathers off, and Astonbury was willing to sweep it all under the rug. That's all the difference between him and me, Remington, his father added, with no trace of either irony or hypocrisy. I may have my own ambitions, but I fight for all Allurians.
Your second dose today, Your Grace, Dr. Yost reminded him, pressing against the Duke's mottled forearm for a vein. The old Duke let him without comment this time. Against the firelight, he didn't look quite as sick as before.
And now you've chosen to ally yourself with two vampires, he said, as the physician withdrew. Heading back to Meridian Keep decades later for any new signs of the First Court.
Remy stayed silent. He was still looking down at the newspaper his father had spread before him, where the tabloid headlines screamed, "Blue-blooded familiar or vampire infatuation," in block print. A caricature of someone who was probably Remy was kneeling on the ground, planting kisses at the feet of the comically fanged vampire with long black hair who was spraying her surroundings with fire. His father likely had spies within the archives now that Astonbury was gone, but Remy wasn't sure to what extent the old man knew about the Queen's offer, about his decision to leave with the court vampires.
The demimonde is frothing gleefully at the mouth at the thought of the Vallenbon heir running around with third and fourth court derelicts.
Edgar Pendergast gestured to the newspaper in a much better mood than what Remy had expected of him.
Forget this, boy. Let them believe what they want to believe. We have the night court reports, like we wanted.
Not even the archives can confirm any recent attacks, Remy said. All I can find are eyewitness claims of the distinct mark on their forearms during 2 of those attacks.
A tattoo of a broken star. The mark of the first. It is no easy feat to carve a vampire, Remington. Only ancient blood can ink those permanent designs on their accursed flesh. It is, or so I am told, an excruciating process. If a vampire bears that seal on his body, then they are one of the Night Empress's soldiers.
The Duke shifted in his seat and smiled.
The extent of these attacks is what strikes me as puzzling. Far too scattered. A trail of them down south, a cluster towards the east, some more sightings west into Pai Lai, and then migratory patterns into the north. If these attacks are being caused by First Court vampires, then it is suspicious. They cannot be everywhere at once without alerting the Reapers. But they are few enough and done at infrequent intervals as not to incite panic. I have identified some of the vampires you killed for Lady Daenerys' sake, Remington. Many have been missing from villages along eastern Illyria for the better part of 2 years.
Remy straightened. But why turn them?
To shore up numbers for some new nest within the kingdom, perhaps. If you add these cases with the other vampire attacks in Illyria, they do not stand out. And yet,
he nodded,
satisfied. Of course. Perhaps they are test cases. A means to probe a Louvre and the Reapers for any chinks in our armour, to ascertain the weakest parts to attack. We did that in Sorgrost, too. My own manoeuvre. Sent regiments in all directions to see where they responded the weakest. Rather flattered to see them imitating the best.
I leave with Lady Song and Lord Malek tomorrow, Remy said, already prepared for the forthcoming argument. The third and fourth court will have far more knowledge of the Night Empress than all the reports Astonbury or his successor could ever put together. His father didn't speak for several minutes, staring contentedly into the fire instead. Yost had already retreated to the medicine cabinet to fiddle with more bottles there.
Astonbury was interred today,
Edgar Pendergast said, the smug satisfaction emanating off him like heat. His shoulders shook in laughter.
The old bastard's dead. He was so convinced he'd outlive me. Would send me the eulogy he'd planned for my wake every few months in the mail. Who's sending their bereaved condolences now? Hiding secrets from Her Majesty, eh? All those bodies in the basement. Who's to bet he had something to do with this blasted rot? Have you seen that, Yost? These mutated bastards running all over the city.
I would be very much interested in gaining access to the Archive's experiments on them, Your Grace, Yost said. It would be useful to see their notes.
I'd wish Astonbury alive again just so I could see him face Queen Ophelia's wrath. See the cunt stand trial, the Duke said, not paying his doctor any attention. I'd bury him afterward myself, if I got to see him lose his head first.
Remy stared at him, but nothing seemed to douse his father's good mood. The old man lifted a hand as if to dismiss him.
Zidan Malik, a third court vampire. He would know who I am. We've had a few run-ins in the past, but our paths have never crossed long enough to make either of us bigger danger to the other. Wiped out the fifth court, didn't he? Doing the work for us. Perhaps the only reason the Alliance has pushed through Parliament. And yet, quite odd that he would let a Pendergast of all people travel with him. Did he tell you anything of himself, lad?
Slowly, warily, Remy shook his head.
Grimesworthy,
his father ordered, and from whatever shadows that had swallowed him up, the valet reappeared, a folder in his hands.
They haven't given you everything, of course, the Duke said. Not even the Queen's blessing would convince Astonbury's sycophants to give up their most precious secrets. But with the chaos following Astonbury's demise, I have found it easier to convince people to part with information. 2, 3 pages, but brevity, I believe, is a rare gift. You might want to read it before you make any rash decisions, boy.
There is nothing here that will change my mind, Remy said stubbornly. The elder Pendergast shrugged.
Leave with the Fangbloods if you wish, then. Without Astonbury and his very charming wife's access to his study, you will be useless here in a Louvre. By all means, travel with the vampires. But remember in the end who you truly work for.
I fight for Illyria, Remy said.
That's what those yearning-to-be heroes always say at the start, his father said. Not so often at the end. A very attractive couple, the Lady Song and her protector. Headstrong in her ways, from what I have heard. A bit like Giselle, don't you think? She looks the type to enjoy a good tumble every now and then.
She isn't Giselle, Remy seethed.
You can't tell me you were never attracted to the Duchess, boy. I see the lie on your face. But the Lady Song, yes. You feel more strongly for her than you did Astonbury's wife. It's easy enough to figure you out. She bailed you from the jails too, didn't she? Defended you to the Queen. Lord Malek seems quite lax when it comes to his betrothed whims, which works in our favour.
He creaked himself forward.
We do not just fight for Illyria, Remington. We defend Illyria first and foremost. I gave her the best of my years, and I will continue to defend her until my dying breath, even if I must do it from this confounded bed. Illyria gave us everything. Without her, we are nothing. No filthy vampire will deter me from this path, however sympathetic they are to the cause. If you claim to fight for Illyria, as you say, then you shall resolve yourself to do the same, to not let some pretty kindred face turn your head. I won't, Remy responded angrily. I won't. His father smiled coldly. Read the report, Remington, and if you still think you ought to leave Louvre, well, my blessing may not go as far as the Queen's, but you may have it all the same. Remember Illyria. Remember your mother's honor and mine, and all that you owe.
Nobody told me Fourth Court vampires were this persistent, Remy said, rather wary at this point. Xiaodan turned to face him. She had chosen not to enter Kinneia Lodge this time, instead loitering outside by the trees, away from everyone else's view. I thought to keep hiding, she said, and not let you know I was here at all. But after everything that's happened, I thought you deserved some honesty, at least. That's the only thing I haven't gotten today, so it would be a welcome change. He wanted to throw himself into bed and sleep for the next 2 weeks, but he couldn't. He'd be leaving with her and Malak on the morrow, and for the first time in a long while, he'd be doing so of his own volition, no matter what his father tried to imply. What else will you be requiring of me tonight? Nothing, this time. I'm only here to wish you good night. Truly. And also, not coincidentally, to keep watch over you in case anything else should occur. Remy stilled. Anything else? We assumed Vasilik was dead. While we believe he is no longer in a Louvre, I would not make further presumptions about the status of other old enemies, and am instead taking a more proactive approach to watch over you tonight. I'm no one compared to either you or Malak. Why protect me? She was the notorious heiress of a venerable vampire court. She would have been pampered like the princess she undoubtedly was. Remy would not have imagined anyone befitting her station to stand guard like a common soldier over him. Because you've spent far too long fighting for other people, and it's time someone extended you the same courtesies. Zidane and I are the reason you've been targeted. Consider this our thanks for accompanying us tomorrow, even if I've strong-armed you into accepting. I wanted to come with you. I didn't need much convincing. He hesitated. If you're hell-bent on doing this, then at least come inside where it's more comfortable. Grey eyes watched him, and within those clear depths, Remy thought he could detect a sudden flash of interest, followed quickly by remorse. I think not, Xiaodan said. This place has always been your bedrock, far enough from anyone who ever wanted to take advantage of you. I have already trespassed twice. Perhaps I will deserve the invitation next time. You already do. He stepped closer. He couldn't help it. The weather had taken pity on them tonight, the rains easing up so that only a light fog remained, even if the chill persisted. But Xiaodan hadn't bothered with a coat, wearing a simple wrap that exposed shoulders both pale and lovely. Where is Malak? He asked. Hunting down more clues? I should apologize for his behavior over the last couple of days. Why should you have to? Remy asked sourly. He should be more attentive to you. She grinned, impish, then glided closer. Do you have a problem with my fiancé, Armiga Remington? Of course he did. She knew that. Remy had never had a healthy relationship with a woman in his life, if one could discount Elke. Intimacy beyond anything physical often eluded him. But he knew, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that she liked him beyond protectiveness. And, fool as Remy was, he wasn't rejecting that. Wasn't sure he wanted to. And Malik. The man made him nervous. He didn't like the way the Lord watched him at times. It stirred up odd emotions that he didn't want to dwell over. "I don't like that he's your fiancé," he said honestly. She was so close. He could see another quick streak of desire across her face, ablaze in the gloom. The attraction between them that had been so apparent at the Astonbury Gardens still smouldered, and they'd always called him a libertine. When she'd explored his history, she would have known of his affairs beyond just Giselle. All he needed to do was bend his head to hers and change everything forever. "I would like it better," he said quietly, "if you at least stayed inside." But already she was stepping back, sensing the danger in the offer. Her expression remained serene, if a touch regretful. "I will remain outside. It will give me all the time to think with a clearer head about us and the journey ahead. Good night, Armiger Remington." She made no sound when she melted back into the surrounding trees. Remy waited until the irregular sounds of her heartbeat faded away before heading in. Alone in his room, he drew out the slim folder his father had presented to him, drew out the scribbled note his father had written on the last page in a shaky, infirmed script, and stared at it for a long time. The farewells the next day were not too protracted. Remy had no one to say goodbye to, save for Elke and Riones. The former had shown up at his doorstep early that morning, armed with new modifications. "There are far more pockets in here than I'm used to having," Remy said, testing out the new hiding spots she had sewn for him, where he could comfortably secrete away 6 daggers if he had mind to. "Alternatives for Breaker." Elke had brought him another fire-lance. Grinning, she twisted the barrel sideways, revealing the double chamber within, already packed with firepower. "You'll still only get one shot of this, but you've seen what it can do." The woman's smile faded slightly. "It's one thing to hunt vampires, Remy. It's another to hunt with them. Perhaps I worry more than I should, and I wouldn't want to be dismissive of your own skills, because you're a damn good hunter, but I can't help it. Stay safe, and send word to me as soon as you can." What else could he say to that? Remy laughed and hugged her tightly. "I will." Anthony Castelblanc, the Marquis of Riones, had also arrived to see him off. "Do you really think that?" he asked, stunned. "You believe the Night Court is planning an assault on a Louvre?" "My father thinks so, and he's rarely wrong about these matters. Someone is trying to test how quickly we respond, and you wouldn't do that if you weren't planning a full-on assault on the city, searching for the weak spots. I think it's best if you tell Her Majesty to shore up the city's defences." "Thank you, Remington. The strategies of the Duke of Valenbon employed during the Alluvian siege may prove useful once again if this is—" Riones immediately quieted. "Ah, my apologies, Pendergast. Running my mouth off again. Just remembered you were a part of that." "I never even think of it anymore," Remy lied. "Show the Queen my report. Pretend you wrote it in case Ferron and the others complain." "Like hell I will. I'll tell them you found it all out, and they can choke on it if they want." Riones chuckled. "I've always wanted to tell them that to their faces. They're falling quickly out of Her Majesty's esteem. And thank the light it's finally happening." "Anthony, thank you for always looking out for me. You're not the only one they consider an outsider. Castigan's been a part of Alluria for nearly a decade now, yet you would think I'd come from some backwater region that puts their breeches on the bottom side up, the way they act sometimes. You were kind enough to me when I was new to Alluve. You saved me that time in Gorngarift, when we were fighting off that coven. Ought to look out for each other, yeah? Get back to a Louvre in one piece, Remington. After that, there was only one last place to visit. He'd asked Lady Song and Lord Malek to meet him there. For several minutes, the couple kept a respectful distance, giving him time to pay his respects. I would have thought that the nobles of some higher standing in a Louvre would have their own family crypts, Xiaodan observed quietly, her voice low, as if not to disturb the sleep of the dead around them. Higher standing is the key reason my father didn't bother with hers. Remy wasn't always in the city, but he visited his mother's grave religiously, always without his father's consent. It was a peaceful enough place, and he paid the gravekeeper plenty of money to keep the weeds free around her modest tombstone. Legaya Bascom Pendergast, it read in flowing script across the smooth marker, and then beloved wife and mother, though only one of those had ever been true. Her name means joy in the Tithian language, he said. I never met her, but I like to think she was that. Was your father against you leaving with us? Xiaodan asked. On the contrary, he was practically eager to see me off. Malek, too, had stepped toward the grave. He stared down at it with his usual stern expression. Did she pass away from some illness? Xiaodan asked. Didn't anyone tell you when you investigated my past? I heard of some mystery surrounding her. Everyone seemed reluctant to talk, but they do view you with suspicion because of it. It wasn't relevant to Astonbury's murder, so I decided not to pursue it until I could talk to you myself. Was it a strange sickness? If only. Remy bent down to brush off a thin layer of dust on the top of the headstone. She was killed by a vampire, one of the Night Court. But that doesn't explain why they would treat you with... One of the vampires was also allegedly her lover. She bore a sigil of their court on her shoulder when she died, their mark of possession. Remy heard Xiaodan's intake of breath and ignored it. Some believed she was taken against her will. My father thinks otherwise. There was a reason he no longer treated her as a wife at the end, and after years of living with him, I can understand why she would want to turn to someone else, even kindred. That's why I need to know more about what happened to her, to see her honor restored. Malek remained silent. A shame, Remy thought, that this was one of the rare instances where he chose to be. Ask Lord Zidan Malek, his father's note had said, a sire and former High Noble of the First Court. Ask Lord Zidan Malek, former consort to the Night King and once his Lord Executioner. He once killed under the Night King's name. He could do so again. Seduce the Lady Song if you need to, and Malek too if you must. Remember your vows. And Remy did. He rose from where he'd knelt and turned to them. Let's go. Chapter 15. Traders. It only took 35 minutes after leaving Louvre's city gates for Remy to begin complaining. This was all absolutely, objectively, Malek's fault. Remy had been misled into believing that the journey would be undertaken with horses, perhaps with some other more luxurious transport, if Xiaodan preferred a more comfortable means of travel. He had not been prepared for the two monstrosities that were currently whinnying and pawing their hooves before him. They were horses, or rather, they used to be horses. They were now skeletons with skin stretched tautly over them, and had neither muscle nor fat to pad what should have lain between. They were coal-black from mane to tail, their eyes a glowing red. Despite their emaciated features, they were massive in height, and Remy would not have relished the idea of encountering any one of these creatures in some lonely wood. One of the horses had only 3 legs. From the way it was prancing about, the shortage was not an issue. Ziaudan fussed over the demon horses like they were the fashionable lapdogs favoured by some of the noblewomen in the capital, rather than the terrifying wraiths that they were. The devil steeds were also hitched to the carriage they were to use for their journey. I suppose Zidane and I could reach Changchui on foot in the space of a day, instead of the weeks it would take humans on horses, Ziaudan said. But I'm not quite recovered yet, and Ophelia did gift Zidane some new medical apparatuses. They're delicate, and too cumbersome to carry on our own. You misunderstand me, Remy said. That's not the part that I find most worrying. The bloody hell are those? Zidane calls them hellhests. I call them Peanut and Cookie. Peanut, Remy repeated, feeling a little detached from the situation for a moment. And Cookie. They're the swiftest things on 4 legs, and 3 in all the kingdoms. They'd be even faster if they weren't dragging us along. We could reach Tingyi in a week's time if we rode straight through with the carriage, but we'll head to Ankersoud first, then go east, so it may take longer. Had these hellhest been stabled inside the capital, it would have likely caused an international incident. Remy should have been suspicious when Ziaudan had admitted that the mounts they were to ride were stabled outside of a Louvre, at some isolated farmstead tucked away 5 miles out. The woman who owned the place, a human woman named Mary, assured Remy that the horses were fairly docile, and that Lord Malek had purchased some sheep or pig from her to serve as the horses' meals during their stay. And they're not forcing you to do this, Remy persisted, because a sheep's price didn't seem like it was worth the headache of stabling demons. The Lord and Lady saved me a time or 2 in the past, Mary said cheerfully. And why? They're good horses, if you look past their appearances. Quite fond of their lumps of sugar, though Lord Malek was adamant about not feeding them more than 2 a day. It's unusual to find someone living so close to a Louvre helping court nobles. The woman stared at him, confused. But you're doing the same thing, aren't you, Armiga? Helping them, I mean. Remy supposed she had a point. One of the hell horses neighed at him, revealing a pair of perfectly formed fangs as it did. I think he likes you, Ziaudan said, with every show of sincerity. They're gentle, you know. How did you even find these creatures? Remy choked. It was all Zidane's doing. He bit them. It was bad enough turning humans, but if Malek was going about forcing innocent horses into undead mounts, that was a line Remy didn't even know could be drawn, much less crossed. Ziaudan burst into laughter. Most mammals rarely survive any bloodletting from us. Inoculating them with a weaker strain of our blood was the best option we could think of. Zidane invented something to boost their immunity, to give them a limited version of our strengths. They're powerful enough to withstand hours of direct sunlight, and they're 20 times stronger than your average wild horse. They do require some blood every now and then for sustenance, but the rest isn't all that different from caring for regular steeds. I'm afraid the stallion you bought won't quite be able to keep up with them. Perhaps you could leave it with Miss Mary. It might raise some more questions if you bring it back to a Louvre. Remy hesitated, looking over at his horse. Malek smirked. Considering that we've let you accompany us, hellhests are manageable in comparison. Maybe it was the shock of realizing actual vampire horses were possible, or maybe because Remy had been in a bad enough mood all morning that he was itching for a fight. Malek had certainly been ready to accommodate on the latter, so he didn't see why he shouldn't take the undead arsewit up on his offer. Remy was already moving, fists raised, and was pleased to see the vampire meeting him halfway when Ziaudan glided firmly in between them again, crossing her arms and sending her most intimidating scowl their way. We will have none of this again, she said firmly. We haven't even started, and you're already at loggerheads with each other. If this is what the rest of our travels shall be like, I will be very displeased. Remy, it would do you a world of good if you stop both jumping to conclusions and assuming the worst of Zidane. Zidane, Explaining would have been easier than antagonizing him. An explanation? Remy asked. What possible reason could there be to turn two helpless animals into the undead? Because they were already dying. One of the Hellhests whinnied happily into Xiaodan's palm. They'd been crippled and abused, bound for the slaughterhouse. I rescued them like the soft fool that I am, but they were in bad enough shape that they would have been doomed to a life of suffering anyway, until Zidane proposed an alternative. You mean he just happened to have some vampire potion lying about the... It was a restorative originally intended for Xiaodan's heart. Malak broke in. I modified it for the horses to take in smaller doses. As it was synthesized using vampire blood, the effects are as you see them now. It's not a serum I would offer to anyone, man or beast, had it not been a final option. They were in pain, and Xiaodan refused to let them be any longer. From their point of view, they'd have considered that better than death. Remy would have been inclined to put the horses out of their misery as painlessly as possible, but the funny thing about vampires was that they didn't see being undead as a curse. Now do you understand? Xiaodan pleaded. And will you both behave until we get to Ankarsard? I'd rather not have to stop every hour or so just to yell at you two to get along. Remy and Malek glanced at each other, an unspoken, grudging agreement. I can leave my horse with Miss Mari, Remy relented. But you do know that people more unsavory than I am would kill to get their hands on such a serum. Only I know the process of creating it, Malek said, the arrogant git. And I would carry it to my eventual grave before I would ever teach a human its secrets. Miracle of miracles, Remy said sourly. We're finally in accord. Still would have appreciated a bloody heads-up beforehand. Some humans would consider this a deal-breaker. Xiaodan folded her hands behind her back, looked him straight in the eye and said, with a disarming sort of embarrassment, I didn't realize it was something you would feel so strongly about. I'll do better next time. Next time? From behind her, Malek smirked again, because the bastard had guessed at what his reaction to the Hellhests would have been if she hadn't, and Remy was back to wishing he could have stuck Breaker into him before Xiaodan had intervened. He had little time to think, for at least an hour after that, gripping tightly at the armrest beside him. Outside the carriage, scenery fled past, far too swiftly to appreciate whatever view they might have offered, because holy hell of a fucking light, these Hellhests were fast. He must have said it out loud, shouted it probably, because the clatter of the carriage wheels, no doubt modified to keep the whole coach from rattling apart, and the whistling of the wind was far too loud to attempt a normal conversation, because Xiaodan had let out a rather pleased cackle and yelled back, I know, aren't they grand? At him. The beasts continued their inhuman pace at breakneck speed, and then there was even less talk after that. Malek had taken up the reins outside the carriage. Xiaodan simply settled into her seat and entered some odd fugue state of suspended animation, asleep yet somehow not asleep, while it was all Remy could do not to be jolted about in his seat, one foot already braced against the wall of the carriage to avoid pitching forward. By the time the carriage slowed to a stop near a village, he was almost certain vital grey matter had leaked out his head through his ears, and that he'd dropped the rest of his wits some 30 miles back. Remy staggered out of the coach and spent a few minutes trying to regain his sense of balance and gravity, which mostly consisted of clinging to the nearest tree trunk until the urge to throw up had passed, trying to ascertain if his senses were still about or if he'd somehow lost them during the ride, too. Light, he croaked, once he'd gotten his tongue to work. It can take a while to get used to them, Xiaodan said apologetically. Not certain I want to. The equine anomalies responsible for his predicament were standing placidly off to the side, pretending to graze. Remy spotted the telltale smokestacks from a distance, confirming that there was a good-sized town up ahead, though they'd been prudent enough to disembark some distance away before they could be seen. 2 vampires were enough to make anyone nervous, even without throwing their blood-drinking skeletal undead horses into the mix. He tried to work out where they were. Is this Hal Ryett? No. Malek had emerged from his side of the carriage. He was tying both undead stallions to one of the trees, though Remy doubted there was anyone around willing to go near the beasts, much less steal them. This is the village of Ankersaud. That's not right. Hal Ryett is the closest village to the capital. We won't be reaching Ankersaud for another 6 hours at least. Xiaodan was laughing again. Peanut and Cookie wouldn't have scared you this whole time only for us to have barely made our way out of a louvre at this point. I wasn't frightened. That's not the same as wanting to hurl... And then he froze. That's impossible. It hasn't even been an hour since we'd... No. Not impossible. Not if the fucking demon horses from hell were pulling your carriage at a speed faster than lightning could shoot up your piss stream. They're called Hellhests, Xiaodan insisted, because apparently Remy let out the long stream of curses aloud again. They were right. Remy really didn't like it when they were right, especially Malek. Hal Ryett was a small village with a 5-room inn and stable, with more cows and sheep than there were people. This was a bigger town than that, one of the kingdom's more visible northern outposts. No one familiar with Allurian geography could mistake one for the other, and the small wooden sign that said "Welcome to Ankersaud" hanging right above the gates was the first obvious clue. The Hellhests will be fine outside town, Malek said briskly. Mary fed them well, so they won't be hungry for another few days. Our contacts in Ankersaud should give us a quick summary of how things stand at the eastern border. We'll spend another hour or so for any supplies you think we'll need, Xiaodan, and then we'll ride out again. Remy decided to stop thinking about estimating distances via human logic, because none of it mattered anymore, and instead followed the pair into town. Peanut and Cookie nickered merrily and watched them go. Remy didn't often stop at Ankersaud, preferring smaller hamlets and villages to spend the night. Ankersaud was popular enough to attract visitors from outside even Alluria, and both Xiaodan and Malek seemed comfortable with the crowd as they weaved in and out of the busy streets, Remy close behind. They looked human enough not to stand out. That they were obviously nobility was much more difficult to hide. People hurriedly stepped out of their way, some even bobbing their heads awkwardly with a murmured "Sir" or "Madam" as they walked past. Remy concentrated on Xiaodan's willowy figure as she glided through the throng, but occasionally he betrayed himself, his gaze straying to Malek before he realized what he was doing. It wasn't fair for them both to be this attractive, he thought sourly. One was his ideal woman if she wasn't spoken for, the other a light-downed shit-pouch, even if he was the best-looking man Remy had ever seen. A brave street urchin attempted to pick Malek's pocket at one point. The vampire latched onto the boy's wrist before his fingers could even graze the inner seam, hauling the thief up easily with one hand, so they were at eye level. The waif gulped visibly, but Malek simply reached into his other pocket, produced several pieces of copper, and transferred them to the street rat's tattered coat. "Pay more attention to whom you attempt to rob," he said calmly. "This should be more than enough for you and your friends. Now be off with you." A firm nudge sent the young boy disappearing into the crowd. "Isn't he something else?" Xiaodan asked admiringly, watching her betrothed turn to another band of raggedy-looking children, watching nearby, who promptly dispersed from the force of his stare alone. "He shouldn't be playing with his food, is all I see here," Remy muttered, earning a chuckle from her. Their destination turned out to be Ankersaud's Central Market, another reason for the town's popularity. The place was a natural stopover for merchants arriving from the kingdom of Pai Lei, that lay further northwest, and everything appeared to be on sale here, from rarer crops like mangosteen and ginseng to bolts of cloth dyed from prized mollusks native only to the region, to even the closely guarded yakan fur and meat the Pyleans farmed zealously on the Serentia steppes. Most of the stalls were draped in colourful fabrics designed to catch the eye, with rows upon rows of their wares arranged before them for customers to peruse. Hawkers announced the importance of their goods, beseeching passers-by to linger and browse. Malek stopped before one of the gaudiest stalls. A confusing clash of colours was Remy's initial impression, with tartans of orange, pink, and bright green hanging down its sides like curtains, embellished by gems so large they were clearly fakes, littering the shelves and tables. The items on display were of the splashy kind that one might expect of souvenirs with no real value: stuffed cane-toed decors, straw dolls wearing ridiculous hats, ceramic pots with poorly painted petunias on them, a drinking goblet that was for some reason shaped like a fish. Remy had no idea how the shop managed to stay in business, given the exorbitant prices it was asking for. Sitting in front of the stall was an old man with a scowl and a crooked squint, stocky build wrapped in a shapeless white robe, as bare of accessories as his shop was drowning in them. He had a heavy cigar clamped between his teeth and gave a grunt in greeting when he spotted Malek, but otherwise said nothing else. The vampire noble crouched down, squatting beside the geezer. "Is Eugenie here?" The old man took a heavy drag, nodded, and jerked a thumb toward the shop's interior. "Do we have customers, Paolo?" From within, an oyster-shell-encrusted drape was pulled back, and the woman that came bustling out was more in keeping with what Remy expected the stall's proprietor to be. There were far too many ringlets in the lady's hair, and an improbably enormous hat made of some faux animal skin set jauntily on her head at a rakish angle. She wore a thick layer of rouge on her face, and kohl slathered at her eyes, her face underneath papered white from powder. Her dress appeared to have the feathers of every known bird in existence sewn into the cloth, making her resemble an overdressed raptor herself. "Why, Lord Malek," she called out, hands fluttering to her mouth. "And Lady Song, what an absolute dream! I presume that you were pleased with the last trinket you purchased from me, and all the trouble tracking it down when it left Casamides?" "It was invaluable, Eugenie. Fanciful work, as always. It's one of the reasons we're back." "Seeking more of my wares, then? Shall you stay longer for tea and crumpets? I just put on a fresh pot to brew, and it should be ready in 3. The woman gestured at them to hurry inside, and Remy heard the metallic clank of overhead hinges as the old man pulled the curtains closed behind them. It occurred to him then that the walls of the small store were thicker than those of the other stalls. Anyone seeking to eavesdrop would find it difficult, especially with the old man outside serving as a guard. "I'm afraid we're in a hurry, Eugenie, as usual," Malek said politely. "So we'll have nothing else but our standard, and anything you might have heard of Langsford and Priyan." "Oh, a rather interesting choice today, my lord. Priyan in particular is said to be crawling with more of this so-called rot, though things are quieter at Langsford." "Oh?" She interrupted herself, looking at Remy. She looked shocked for a brief second, eyes flitting between him and Malek, before her expression melted into one of delight. "And who might you be, you delicious little thing?" Ah. All the etiquette ingrained in Remy had not prepared him for this. "My name is Remington Pendergast. I'm travelling with Lady Song and—" "Oh, but you're absolutely adorable!" A flock of colourful feathers descended upon him, and Remy found his cheeks being pinched like he was a 5-year-old. "How scrumptious! I rarely see my lord and my lady travel with a companion, and a Pendergast to boot. A hunter with vampires, who would have thought? My dear Lady Song,
putting your alliance into practice?"
"You know who I am?" he asked.
"I wouldn't be in this business if I didn't know who the Pendergasts were, my dear. You were pointed out to me once before. You were quite young then, perhaps only 13 summers. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. No one should have had to. It wasn't right of your father, and I was glad to hear of you flourishing even after everything he brought down on you."
"I didn't realize people outside the capital knew about it." Remy was uncomfortably aware of the 2 pairs of eyes now trained on his back. Xiaodan would certainly be curious, and Malek, he never really knew what Malek thought. Lady Song had researched his Reaper work, yet had deliberately chosen not to look into his past. She didn't know about what had happened to him during the Alluvian siege. She could have, if she'd looked back past his record as a bounty hunter. That she hadn't was oddly comforting.
"Oh, they don't. The few who know have been paid not to talk about it. Your human court took great pains to hide it from even the regular Alluvians. I know that neither Valenbon nor Astonbury, may his soul be like fireflies at rest, whatever his sins were, speak much of it. Neither did King Bellusk when he was alive. But it is my job to root out truth from falsehood. The latter, no doubt, gave rise to the belief that you are one of us. The esteemed lord and lady with you wouldn't be visiting me if I wasn't in the business to know now, would they?"
"One of us," Remy echoed blankly, slow to catch on. Eugenie grinned. Her fangs weren't quite as pronounced as others he'd seen, but they were long enough to show that she, too, was kindred.
"Alas, I am but a simple trader. Paolo and I try to survive as best we could, though we look forward to an alliance with the humans. That would be very good for us."
"Eugenie," Malek said.
Of course. Mustn't always talk shop."
Eugenie circled her trove of wares, finally selecting the fish goblet.
"This would make a wonderful gift, my lord," she announced. "A one-of-a-kind item that you will no longer find hereabouts, crafted by some of the very best artisans from Longi. At 2,000 marks, it is practically a steal."
2,000? Remy sputtered, staring at the hideous tankard. Malek didn't even quibble over the price. "A considerable sum, Eugenie. A little more than what you usually have on offer."
"Ah, but, my lord, you will be interested in the history surrounding this little nugget."
Eugenie leaned forward, looking serious now.
"The news has already started to spread, and I do not doubt it shall reach Alluve before long. The village of Brushfen is gone, my lord."
"Gone? What do you mean?"
"Razed to the ground, ashes by the time dawn and help had arrived. And before that, tales of horror. Accounts, from what few survivors there were, of a horde of vampires that came rampaging through, crazed for blood. I took them in just an hour ago. Tried my best to keep things quiet for their sakes, but already people are talking."
"No," Xiaodan said hoarsely. "A full coven? How?"
"The stories sound unbelievable, but each account I've heard so far corroborates the others. At least 24 vampires, none suffering the frenzy. A calculated attack. And then the fires to hide their feeding."
"Impossible," Malek said sharply. "There cannot be a vampire nest of that size within Illyria without Her Majesty or I knowing." "Your brother might know something," Remy said. Something close to anger crossed the noble's face. "What do you imply, Pendergast?" "The pack he ran with. 8 of them, all causing trouble near Alluve. They could have been part of this secret nest." "They're delinquents who boasted more than they should have, and paid the price for it. They lied about killing Lady Daenerys. Now she can be foolish sometimes, but not enough to associate himself with murderers. Those delinquents were dead set on killing me. That's about as murderous as one can get." Maybe if you questioned your brother instead of making excuses constantly for his behavior, you'd know more. Malek was slowly flexing his hand, like he was warming up to wrap it around Remy's throat. Fury radiated off the man like heat through thin ice. "Zidane," Ziaudan said firmly, "you might be right, Remy. Naji's at Changshui, and we'll have all the time to question him again once we return. Won't we?" Malek's fingers unclenched. "I want more details from him, yes. It is true that he is not entirely innocent in all this. Until then, we must focus our search here. Eugenie, have there been any whispers of a secret nest in northern Illyria before?"
"If there is, even I am unaware of it. There has never been so much of a sighting in the past. The most likely possibility is that they are new to the area, my lord. Perhaps travelled here from the southeastern lands?"
"Southeast," Ziaudan said, stricken. "That would be Tingyi, then. Fourth Court territory. My territory."
"I am sorry, milady. My witnesses swore that this particular coven fled quickly at the first glimpse of dawn. A new clan of the freshly turned, it seems."
"If they still fear the sunlight despite the heavy fog, then that is likely. Can your witnesses offer up a description of any of the attackers?" Remy asked.
"Yes. One says that a vampire with short red hair and dark eyes proclaimed himself the leader of that particular pack, just as the massacre began. It was he who gave the orders, shouted that the killing and the feeding be done before dawn. I can bring you to the survivors if you wish."
Eugenie looked sad.
"Only 3 of them, my lord. A lad who was lucky enough to flee unseen before the bloodshed, and 2 children who hid under a pile of dead bodies and escaped detection. I did my best to be gentle with them, but they are not in good shape to be questioned. They've only just arrived at my safe house. I hope to give them privacy for a little longer."
"I don't intend to interrogate them," Ziaudan said, "but I would like to see them all the same."
"Paolo!"
Eugenie called toward the shop's entrance. The curtains twitched with an annoyed grunt in affirmation.
"Take her ladyship to the hideaway. Everything you require is here," she added, holding out the fish goblet for Malek to take. "I've added something extra for you, for always being such a lovely customer. An artist's rendition of those responsible for Brushfen. A cruder depiction than usual. The young boys are not ready to be giving much detail, but the lad was a gold mine. He'd recognized a few of them from the night before, you see. Said they were asking him for directions to Keshley, which had struck him as odd because they were in the wrong area for it. At least one had a peculiar tattoo striking enough to recognize. I'd rather not say it out loud, even here. I've sent a few scouts to the villages closest to Brushfen, should the nest attack there next. You can reach Brushfen itself quicker by going through the Birkenbacked woods, though I must warn you that there have been fresh reports of creatures lurking within the forest, and that most travellers steer clear. I shall send word of any new developments, for an additional price, of course."
"You are an absolute treasure, Eugenie." The feathered woman beamed with pride.
"Just catch them that's responsible, Lord Malek. Rumours of impending vampire attacks can be good for business, but successful ones, quite the opposite."
"So they're both vampires?" Remy asked, after Eugenie had temporarily disappeared to the back of the stall to wrap up Malek's purchase. With LK as the one exception, he'd never met any other kindred who'd fit in so well with the rest of the human population that no one appeared to be the wiser for it. "Eugenie is. Paolo is not." At Remy's questioning look, Malek shrugged. "She's offered to turn him many times, but he always refuses her. He claims that the lifestyle isn't for him." "He's a familiar, then?" "I suppose so. Familiars are illegal in Illyria."
I'm certain they shall take that into consideration. Aren't they worried about discovery? Most of the traders here are nomads. In a few weeks, she and Paolo will be gone. Don't let Eugenie's cheerful demeanor fool you. She is a savvy businesswoman, but she will kill without remorse if she needs to, if anything endangers her or Paolo. She is wise enough to learn her customers' secrets to prevent them from exposing hers. Does that mean she has something over you? She knows I am as good as my word. Remy despised the way Malek could answer a question without actually answering it. She isn't compelling her familiar to stay by her side by force. You humans have a corrupted version of what a familiar is. Their relationship has always been consensual, as it should be. That's not what we've been told in stories. I have heard of domestic arrangements in Illyria where men would beat their wives and the rest simply look away. Are you telling me, then, that one such example of poor behavior by humans is enough to denounce the rest for the same thing? There is more to vampires than just the feed. Remy wasn't ready to acknowledge his point. If you say it's consensual, then I'll believe you. You believing me, Pendergast? The sudden smile on Malek's face was disconcerting. For once, it was not his usual acrid grimace of pessimism. It looked almost genuine. There is nothing in these lands that Eugenie doesn't know. They travel Illyria and beyond, move to where the rumors are thickest. They're not from the Third Court. Some choose to remain unaffiliated with any court. It is a much more peaceful existence. But Eugenie is as eager to push for human and vampire coexistence as Xiaodan and I, which is why she gives me information at good rates. Malek picked up a cane toad to inspect. He looked fairly ridiculous holding it. Suits you, Remy said. I can purchase one for you. I'd rather fall on my scythes. Eugenie returned with his goblet, wrapped up in paper and twine that she laid carefully on the table before them, and then another replica of it that she set on the shelf as its replacement. I thought you said it was a one-of-a-kind souvenir, Remy said. But it is, my lord. Eugenie winked at him. Trust me, I've sold hundreds of these. Lord Malek said you know almost everything that happens within Illyria. How much would you charge for news of the night Eugenie drawled, cutting him off. We don't do any such business in this place. We only sell unique novelties to enhance our living quarters, from the immodestly rich to the working class. Would you like a cane toad, perhaps? It always looks handsome atop mantelpieces, I've found. No, thank you, Remy said, repressing a small shudder at the sight of the stuffed frog. I want everything you have on the First Court and the whereabouts of the Night Empress in particular. No, Malek snapped before Eugenie could answer him. You know they will kill him, Eugenie. I can make my own decisions, Remy snapped. Not where the Night Court is concerned. Because you were once of the Night Court? Because once you killed for them? Or do you still do so? Malek's face was suddenly bereft of emotion, wiped off his face like a clean slate. But his nostrils flared, and his eyes, the sudden rage there, the pain. Without another word, he turned and stalked out of Eugenie's tent. Oh dear, Eugenie said. Oh dearie, dearie me, you shouldn't have said that. Why not? Remy asked, taken aback by the man's reaction. Lady Song never told you. Malek was once a member of the First Court, yes, but he did not come to it willingly. He was born in Agathyrsi, you know. At the height of their power, the Night King made their most frequent raids there, taking and turning slaves for their amusement. Remy stared at the stall's exit. I didn't know.
he said weakly. His father likely hadn't either. He shouldn't have relied solely on Edgar Pendergast's assertions. Malek always seemed so confident, so damn sure all the time, that it hadn't registered with him that the man could have been just as much a victim as his mother. But wasn't he a high-ranking...
That doesn't mean much if survival is your only motivation, and Lord Malek is quite good at surviving. The 8 courts have their own varied personalities, but none so frightening or dangerous as the first. It's not something he'd be fond of reminiscing over, I'm sure. I can do you no help in the matter either. For all my sources, the Night Empress's location continues to elude me. Very few of my confidants are willing to risk their lives to attract her notice.
Remy swallowed. I need to know, Lady Eugenie. Eugenie smiled, kindly, worriedly.
First, the price to pay for such information would be hefty. Silver has been banned in Illyria for financial transactions, being the most expensive ore to find. The amount of silver that breaker is made of would serve nicely for half my fee, but I suspect you would not be willing to part with it for anything I have to say. Second, I truly do have nothing to say. The only incident I'd ever heard linked to the Night Court was your mother's death, and your own killing of one when you were new to the Hunter's Cloak. Malek is right to be worried about you. Perhaps that is the reason he and Xiaodan want you close by. Apologize, my dear. Make it up to him. I'm sure you'll find a way.
With a Valenbon. Remy heard the tail end of Paolo's speech when he emerged from the tent. You have done that family a great injustice. And him most of... The old man broke off when he spotted Remy, showed no inclination to apologize for talking about him, and only grunted. Malek was staring down at the goblet in his hands, brow creased. Malek, Remy began, uncertain of where to start. I'm sorry. I didn't know about...
The ancients of the First Court were not known for commanding loyalty, Zidane said abruptly. They were known for forcing subservience. Vampires who have lived long enough often develop abilities beyond what humans know. The elders of the First Court could compel others to do their bidding, even against their will. Under their thrall, you could cut your own throat and die singing their praises with your last breath. All the easier to kill in their name. Zidane, Do you want more explicit details of my time at the Night Court, Pendergast? Or are you able to read between the lines and glean from them the things I don't say? Go on. Ask me your questions. What other crimes do you intend to lay at my door that I have not dwelt upon myself at every moment of my existence?
Remy swallowed. I have none to ask. I didn't mean to...
We're wasting time, the noble said, cutting him off again.
He no longer appeared angry, his eyes once again carefully muted ambers, his words low and quiet. If we are to leave for the north before night comes, we'd best fetch Xiaodan now. We are going, the vampire said with such deadly finality that Remy, for once, shut up of his own accord.
Just because he's one of the undead, Paolo grunted as they watched the noble leave, doesn't mean he hasn't got demons 10 times as old as you haunting his head, either.
I just want to know why my mother died, Remy said.
Your mother's gone, child, but you're not. Your life isn't any less important than hers.
And then the old man tucked himself back into the corner of the stall, slammed his eyes shut, and grunted again to signal he was done with the conversation. By the time Remy caught up to Zidane, he had already found Xiaodan sitting in front of a nondescript house some distance from the central plaza. A young boy was sitting in her lap, his eyes closed. She was rocking him back and forth, humming quick snatches of song.
His name is Osran, she said softly, so as not to wake him.
Their house collapsed on him, but his mother's body protected him from the worst of it, She paused. "His mother's body," she repeated, sounding choked. "When the news breaks throughout Louvre, everything we've done would have all been for nothing. Resentment and fear will rise again. We need to find out who's responsible for this, Sedan. We cannot return until we have rooted out this vampire nest and destroy it before they can harm another village."
"As you wish, my love."
"Good." Ziadan looked at Remy. "I know this wasn't part of what we promised, but we can't ignore this incident. They could strike again."
"You don't need to ask." Remy looked down at the sleeping child. "We'll avenge them, if nothing else." Chapter 16. Colossus. Ziadan arranged for all 3 survivors to be housed and fed, and their living arrangements paid for. She left money in trust to Eugenie, so the children would be cared for the rest of their lives, with enough to apprentice them to the trades of their choice when they were older. It was a generous endowment, but Remy understood Ziadan's guilt. He'd done the same thing with the Harfestons and with many other families. A prominent tattoo on the forearm, marked with the letter V, Malak said with disgust as he read the rest of Eugenie's report, which had been hidden inside a secret compartment at the base of the hideous goblet. Vasilic. An attempt to redesign the 5th Court sigil with his followers. We should know more once we reach Brushfen. The fastest way, as Lady Eugenie had said, was through the forests of Verkenbacht. Even the Hellhests slowed to an uneasy canter upon entering the woods. Eugenie had cautioned them against a nighttime journey, but once trapped within the thicket, the lack of daylight made little difference. Not even the sun would improve their dismal surroundings. Everything looked damp and diseased. The trees might have appeared evergreen and leafy from 2 miles away, but up close, the brown miasma radiating off them grew more visible, as if the previous greenery had been camouflage or bait, or both. A rotting scent, a combination of petrica and shit, prevailed against the fog, as if something had died of dysentery all around them. Something eye-like and red winked at Remy from the gloom before dissolving back into darkness. "This is a trap," Malak said from his carriage perch. "Do tell." Remy kept guard from his open window, but nothing else stirred in the dim. "We've been watched from the moment we entered the woods. I can hear them." Remy hadn't heard anything. He'd been too busy waiting to see how many more eyeballs the forest could sprout, and if there would be accompanying teeth to go with them. But the faint skittering noises among the branches overhead became as loud as warning bells as soon as the man had mentioned it. "There is something hunting here. Stop for a moment, Zidan." The carriage grounded to a halt, and Ziadan pointed at something hanging from a nearby tree. It was half of a deer carcass. Nearly all its skin had been flayed, and the blood slowly dripping down indicated it had been a fresh kill. Slowly, Remy drew out Breaker. "Why isn't anything attacking us?" "Perhaps we should ask." There was a sound outside of something metallic being unsheathed, then of something being thrown, a whirring hiss of agitated air, a solid thunk. The creature crashed heavily down on the ground beside the coach. It was large and feathered, but it was not a bird. Underneath the plumage, there was no meat, only bone. It had no beak, but it had a mouth, which it used to snap at Remy, its neck extending forward like some demented jack-in-the-box. Its teeth caught on the chain, and it would have yanked him out of the carriage if Ziadan hadn't the presence of mind to latch on to him and drag him back. Remy frantically drove Breaker several times into the monster's face, but the creature refused to let go, still clinging stubbornly.
Remy shoved a boot into its jawbone, but it continued to cling to the side of the carriage. He stuck Breaker through the window and slid his scythes out, the blades driving into the sides of its head, cleaving its skull in two. Its grip finally slackened, its body disappearing underneath the carriage wheels as the coach jarred back into speed. Remy risked his own neck to look out the window, but Ziaudan pulled him back in just as several more creatures, long-limbed and seemingly made entirely of thick vertebrae, wrapped in thin, glutinous membranes, leaped over the headless form and gave chase. Their flesh was transparent. Wide eyeballs and perpetually grinning jaws stretched over sunken faces, bits of brain and other unmentionables floating in watery skulls. Perfectly normal things to be gaining ground on you in the dead of the woods. At the head of the pack was a mutation larger than the rest of the herd. It had the same unnatural arms and hunched ape-like countenance as those it led, but with more meat to its shape and furred in some areas. "Another colossus, I presume," Malek said. The massive beast roared. Taking that as a command, the creatures around it redoubled their efforts. In another few minutes, they would reach the carriage and the trio would be overwhelmed. "You could have waited for them to say hello," Remy shouted at Malek. "Likely an ambush was planned for us up ahead. I'd rather nip that in the bud while we still have the opportunity." "Didn't you say these arses couldn't think for themselves?" Remy aimed his fire lance at the closest mutation and fired. The impact knocked it off its feet and set it ablaze, sending it careening into two more creatures, keeping pace behind it. Elke hadn't given him the one that could shoot lightning, more's the pity. "They can't." Malek abandoned the reins to stab his sword at another flying horror, flinging it over the side. "Someone must be directing them." "Don't know about you, but they don't seem like the type to take orders." "Easy enough to herd animals our way without them needing to use their brains, or what remains of them." The Hellhests were no longer galloping at a preternatural speed, so Remy hauled himself halfway out the window, knife chain spinning in his hand. It wrapped itself around the nearest creature's elbow, and a quick jerk of the lynx severed its forearm. His next throw caught another between its eyes, ripping spongy tissue out through the back of its head. "Save your strength," he heard Malek say when Ziaudan braced a boot against the windowsill. "Can't I just have a little bit of slaughter? I'm sure they won't notice." "Ziaudan." She let out a small snort of protest, but acquiesced. "Give me your lance, Armiger, and your fire powder jar." The ease at which she loaded the barrel and locked the mechanism back into place was suspicious to Remy. The calm way she aimed the lance, fired, and took out two at once without blinking at both the extra force and the added recoil from Elke's modifications, even more so. "I've relieved people a time or two of their lances," the noblewoman explained cheerfully, lining up another shot. "When you've got poor health and other limitations, you learn to turn anything you can get your hands on into a weapon. That's what Allegra always says." Remy would dearly like to ask who the hell Allegra was, but a hard crash on the roof told him another winged demon had landed, and that Malek was engaging it in a fistfight. "Heel!" the noble shouted. The horses whinnied but slowed to a stop. "What the bloody light are you doing?" Remy yelled up at him. "I have a theory." Several more thuds in rapid succession. Something rolled off the carriage roof to land in several pieces on the mossy floor. "This is not the blasted time for your damned theories." Malek ignored him. "Keep them busy." He jumped down, tore past the shambling monsters and right at their pack leader. "What in the fuck are you—" The grinning titan thrust out its great arms and knocked Malek into a tree, and for a moment Remy's heart nearly stopped. But the vampire twisted nimbly in the air, landed sideways against the trunk, and launched himself forward again. The mutation staggered back, a fist-sized hole in its chest, but righted itself back up and swung a second time. Ziaudan was having the time of her life. Her last two shots liquefied two beasts, but she soon abandoned the lance to switch to close-quarter fighting, when more had drawn up beside the carriage.
She spun and kicked upward with her boot. It caught one mutation in the chin and kept going through it to drive her heel up into its brain. Remy kept distance with his attackers, falling back on Breaker's chains to keep him out of reach, occasionally catching some unaware with a blade through their sternum. Malek righted his sword and attacked again. It sliced through the Colossus's temples like thin paper, but still the monster continued lashing out. Some of the creatures that had already gone down were rising back up again, crawling forward and ignoring the rest of their body parts scattered about. "How long are we supposed to be keeping them busy?" Remy snarled. "Can you not last a minute without shutting up, Pendergast?" Malek reappeared several feet away from his opponent, eyes raking over its hideous form. He blurred back into the fight again, but this time his sword sank to the hilt into the beast's shaggy shoulder. It collapsed. So did the rest of the group, falling silently to the ground without another sound. One creature about to leap onto Remy's scythes died mid-air before he could stab at it. "As I suspected," Malek said, satisfied, picking himself up and dusting imaginary lint off his shoulder. "The dominant mutation that controls the herd has its own weak points. Know the proper place to strike, and you can immobilize the rest." "Are you mad?" Remy shouted. "By the light's arse, you didn't know any of that when you chose to throw yourself at it." He could have sworn that the Summer Lord looked surprised. "I know what I'm doing." "Well, congratulations to you, but I didn't. Being a vampire as old as sin doesn't mean you couldn't be torn limb from limb if—" He realized he was still yelling. He stopped abruptly, aware of both vampires now watching him, Xiaodan with a soft smile on her face, and Malek bereft of any expression at all. "Forget it," Remy muttered. "You're bloody unbreakable, and I'm a fool for thinking otherwise." He focused on the corpses instead, relaxed when nothing moved for the better part of a minute. That wasn't what happened at the archives. They weren't immobilized this way. The bodies at the archives were of a different, simpler strain. The rot is believed to have originated somewhere in the northeast, so any new evolutions would reach Western Illyria last. This Colossus is a much more primitive version, easier to kill, not as evolved as others we've previously faced. Remy watched him take out another syringe. "You're going to get more fucking blood out of this." "I've had the opportunity to study only one other Colossus with similar markers. It's prudent to collect any samples I can." "How many of those needles do you still have secreted up your arse?" When I mentioned shutting up, Pendergast, it was not intended as a suggestion. "The poor things," Xiaodan said. "Were they villagers too, Zidane?" "It's difficult to say. There weren't any reports of missing villagers in Ankarsard, but after the attack on Brushfen, I would hope that these were animals, not people." Xiaodan annihilated the bodies, and they continued on their way. "Up north was once Second Court territory," she said as the horses trotted at a much more tolerable pace, should anything else lie in wait for them ahead. "Such a waste." "They don't deserve pity," Remy muttered, keeping a watchful eye on the rest of the world outside the carriage. "The Second Court kidnapped girls from all over Illyria." "Is that what the humans believe?" Malek's voice drifted back at them, dry. He was sitting on the carriage perch outside, keeping the horses steady, keeping guard. "Do you not think that dashing young vampire nobles drunk on their own egos would not appeal to pretty girls?" "The Lady Marissa never went willingly. She was kidnapped by Kurdashev." "What?" Xiaodan was startled. "No, she eloped with Kurdashev. The Second Court leader was many things, but he was adamant that their human paramours came willingly.
He did not want to gain Alluria's ire after that terrible business with your Lady Annalisa, but they came after him, and his court all the same. Lady Annalisa? I am not familiar with her situation. Lady Annalisa was a minor baron's fourth daughter. 40 years before, one of the more depraved youths of the Second Court, a reprobate named Gianovo, took the baroness's daughter, tortured, and killed her for his enjoyment. And even then, that malformed baron, calling himself her father, was more concerned with haggling for the compensation her death emboldened him to demand than what was left of his poor child's corpse. Impossible. Remy was hoarse. Surely I would have heard of this. Surely they would have defended Lady Annalisa, had they... But they had known. Of course they had. Lady Marissa was not the only lady who'd been kidnapped, his father had told him. I implored them to take action long before her abduction, but the previous deaths had been lower-class girls who were beneath the Reaper's notice. The right things for the wrong reasons, Malek said. A shared habit among you mortals. Zidane did kill Gianovo, Ziaudan offered helpfully. He boasted of finding more women to desecrate, Malek said. He hunted on Third Court lands. I had every right, even though the other courts did not think so. His voice dipped, barely audible above the sounds of the Hellhest's hooves. I do not approve of murder, humans or otherwise. That rankled at Remy. Bold of the man to declare such distaste when his father's own notes had called him the former consort to the Night King, and once his Lord Executioner. He had retreated from questioning Malek after his attempt at Ankersaud, deciding it foolish while he was travelling with them into parts unknown, while at the mercy of their confounded Hellhests and carriage. Eugenie's more sympathetic retelling both confirmed and complicated matters. It strikes me, Malek added, that you know very little of what you are supposed to hunt. Why don't you enlighten me with your wisdom, then? Remy was trying to be cautious, despite his irritation. He knew enough about trauma not to force anyone else to have to relive it. Do the other courts even know of Ziaudan's abilities? It is not a secret, Ziaudan confirmed quietly. Many members of the Fourth Court left because of it. Not many wanted to be associated with the Sunbringer. Ziaudan, I didn't mean to... No, it is a reality I have had to learn to accept, and you will need to know this if you are travelling with us. Every court has its own prerequisites, its own rules for acceptance. The Sixth Court appeals to those seeking an immortality of mind rather than just of the body, through meditation and pacifism. The Seventh Court has a military bent, while the Eight seeks to bring back the allure and glitter of the older courts. Ziaudan leaned back against her seat. Zidane's court accepts all who ask, offers them sanctuary. The others do not approve. They are equally as contemptuous that he would saddle himself with a young vampiress who could bring out the sun and endanger his own existence, much less everyone else's. They call my clan the Court of Wanderers, the Restless Court. An insult, Malek added, not sounding offended at all. They do not approve of our nomadic tendencies. That doesn't sound like enough to deserve such ridicule. The Third Court is ridiculed because I am the Third Court King. It was I who broke the Night Court. What? Remy resisted the urge to climb out of the window and onto the ledge beside Malek, just so he could stare the man in the face. I killed the Night King, Malek said, voice devoid of both vindication and sorrow. The horses shifted into an easy trot. They were nearly out of the forest, and the vampire lord's words were a quiet presence. the only other sound. I, and Lilith, the Fourth Court Queen who ruled then. Isn't this what you wanted to know, Pendergast? All those centuries as his sword, and I left his court for nothing but a conscience grown years too late. He sent killers after me. I slew them all. Only Lilith was willing to fight with me, and she paid with her life. The other courts thrived after his death, but the Night King's loss proved their weakness, and they despise me for it. The utter lack of emotion from Malek on what was clearly a painful story was worrying. Remy could see it in Ziaudan's expression, the way her hand gripped the sill and her whole body tensed forward, as if she was going to fling herself out the window to comfort the man outside carrying the reins in his hands and the rest of the world on his shoulders. The horses stopped, attuned to their master's mood. The wheels creaked to a halt. I told you back at Anchor Sound, Remy said, feeling guilty. You don't need to tell me anything. Malek's voice lowered, heavy in the places that should have been filled with grief. The remnants of his court, wherever they may be, still wish ill to all who stand with me. You bristle at being called bait, but it is what you are. Left to your own devices, you will seek them out, and they will murder you, and send pieces of your corpse back to us to gloat. You chafe at being called weak, but that simply does not matter to me. We intend to protect you. Whatever your hatred of me, I will not see you harmed. I don't hate you, Remy said. I think you're a fucking prick, but I don't... He didn't loathe Zidan Malek. At least, not when the man said flattering bullshit like this. I can take care of myself, he added quickly, not wanting to make things awkward. I don't intend to leave either of you just to slake my vengeance, even if the opportunity arises. I'm not so foolish as to take on the Night Empress or any of her high nobles on my own, if that should rest you easy. I suppose that I am grateful that you and Ziaudan are concerned for my well-being, even if I may not always agree. A pause, and then the Hellhests began moving again, up to nearly the same breakneck speed as before. There is no gratitude necessary. Malek no longer sounded so stoic, if only because he now sounded irritable. The less of a liability you are, the better this journey will be. Remy extended his longest finger in the noble's direction, uncaring whether Malek was oblivious to the gesture, but Ziaudan was giggling and relaxing back in her seat, no longer tense and waiting, like some unspoken danger had passed. They passed at least one unlucky victim en route to Brushfen. The carriage lay on its side, smashed into bits with its wheels either broken or missing. A man was stretched out on the ground, staring aimlessly at the trees with his throat and chest slashed open. Drained of blood, Malek observed grimly. A vampire, not the rot. We're getting close. Chapter 17. Ruins. Malek had insisted upon seeing the carnage at Brushfen for himself, hoping to find some further evidence among the ashes. Once out of Verkenbacht, they had reached the ruined village just as the clouds above them darkened, the first sign that night was approaching. Remy would not have known that he was standing on a village, if not for the debris and the half-burnt sign that had once suggested it was a thriving community. Now there was little left behind but broken piles of wood and a strong smell of charred smoke. Malek wasted no time sifting through what remained, using his immense strength to fling piles of bricks and wood away. Remy saw with some revulsion and pity that the fires had not completely burned all the bodies. Some were nearly unrecognizable as human, while others lay intact. Ziaudan crouched down beside one of the latter and sighed. drained of blood," she said. "And the fires appear to have been lit in haste. They were careless, which corroborates the witnesses' statements that they wished to leave before sunrise." Malek continued his grisly survey as Ziaudan carefully carried out some of the bodies, laying them on the ground in a line. Remy found long canvases of cloth that had almost escaped the flames, wagon coverings from the looks of them, and placed them over the corpses. "I'm told that it is the Reapers who conduct last rites in situations such as these," Ziaudan said. "Yes, but I've never been good at it." Remy stood over the bodies anyway, his mind going over the words he'd been taught, formulaic more than it was heartfelt, but it was the last thing he could do for them. "Bless the gatherer for the lives we've led," he prayed, "and bless the mother for the souls we're given. Bless the hunter for the lives we've lost, and bless the light that our sins be forgiven." It felt inadequate somehow, and so he continued, this time with a song. His voice was not of the quality that people would travel miles to hear, but he could manage a decent melody. "When the good mother lights heaven's way, you'll be safe here. When the good mother takes you from distant shores, you'll be safe here. When the good mother guides you to your rest, you'll be safe here. When the good mother gathers you home, know that you'll be safe here." "That was beautiful," Ziaudan said quietly after he was done. "Though I confess it's not what I'd expected of a Reaper's training. It doesn't sound like a litany from the Light's standard dogma." A reluctant laugh found its way out of him. "It's not. It talks about a different mother that is not of the three, a goddess that the Tithians worship. It's something that my own mother sang to me when I was heavy in her womb. But didn't she—" "My nanny taught me the song almost as soon as I could talk. She'd heard my mother singing it enough times, apparently. Thought knowing it would help me feel closer to her. And it did." Ziaudan was looking uncomfortably grave, so Remy added awkwardly, "It's just a song." When Malak returned, his expression was insufferable, which meant he'd found something. He was dragging a body behind him. "There were approximately 150 residents who lived in Brushven," he said, "many still unaccounted for. Only 32 corpses that I can count, the rest likely lost in the blaze. They put up a good fight. Took down at least one vampire." Malek tossed the aforementioned undead corpse their way. It landed noisily on the ground. There were no mistaking the fangs. The youth. "He has no sigils on him, though that's not necessarily proof." Remy took another look. "He has a large birthmark on the side of his neck," he said. "I've gone through reports of missing boys all over Illyria in the last 2 years. One described a boy 9 and 10 summers, with a birthmark like this one." He shouldn't have been surprised. He'd heard of missing youths returning as resurrected vampires, the short span of time they disappeared enough to strip away their humanity for something crueler. Malek frowned. It would explain the sloppiness of this assault, if most of these vampires were new and untried. "Surely the coven your brother dallied with could have been part of this?" Remy asked. "More than one coven can hunt in the same area." "Or," Remy pushed, because he never knew when to stop himself, "you're doing your best to absolve your brother of any wrongdoing, and letting that cloud your judgment." He didn't actually see Malek take a step toward him. The noble had been standing several feet away, and then was within breathing distance in the blink of an eye. "Leave Naji out of this," Malek said. "How many others did they terrorize before Lady Daenerys?" Remy challenged him. "How many more of their ilk are roaming around Illyria at this very moment? Because you sure as hell didn't care if it was just a human victim you could dismiss as insignificant. What if these were renegade Third Court vampires?" "If Third Court vampires are responsible for this massacre," Malek said,
Then I will personally take the heads off each and every one of them myself, the way I would have with the pack my brother had fallen in with, had you not done so first. I have never considered human life trivial, not Lady Daenerys or anyone else's. You told Xiaodan I would be useless here, with the sole exception of the Marquess of Riones, and occasionally my father, should the mood suit him. The Reapers never protected me for shit. I said I'd survive at the Archives, and I did. That is true. A sudden, infuriatingly attractive grin lifted one corner of Malek's mouth. I have every faith in your ability to hold your own now, Pendergast. You are a capable warrior for a human. It is everything else about you that I find taxing. Remy wasn't expecting Malek to agree with him. He'd been expecting another prolonged argument, not a compliment from the vampire lord of all people, even a backhanded one. It shouldn't have made him burn hot from head to toe, like someone had set off a flare inside him. I suggest making camp nearby to rest for the night. Should morning come with no word from Eugenie, we can choose to make haste toward Changshui or consider other options. Xiaodan didn't yell at either of them, as she was off to do whenever one started a pissing match with the other, but she was staring after Malek as he walked away to continue his investigations. The smile on her face worried Remy for some reason, so much more than anything Malek had said. Neither Xiaodan or Malek expressed any desire to eat, so Remy kept dinner simple: bread, cheese, a slab of smoked sausage. A campfire was out of the question. It would make them easy targets. The quick luncheon he'd grabbed at the inn at Ankersaud felt like days ago, but with the burnt village for scenery, Remy didn't have much of an appetite anyway. He watched Malek extract several folds of paper from within the large fish goblet to reread again. One was a map the noble laid out on the ground, with large X's marked in red to indicate the sites of previous vampire attacks, smaller in scale than Brushven, but presenting a similar pattern. A vampire coven is haunting Northumber and Darrison, he said, tracing a path along the parchment with his finger. Brushven is within their radius. It cannot be a coincidence. The earliest reports were isolated cases, with only 1 or 2 travelers killed. They have since been targeting more people with every assault. Brushven may well be a sign that they are ready to begin preying on larger villages and towns. We need to flush the nest out before we return to Changshui, Xiaodan said. We have to. Malek laid down another parchment, this time a sketch of a man with red hair and a penetrating gaze, with a scar over his right cheek and a square jaw. One of the survivors reported seeing him before the attack on Brushven, leading the Brushven attack. I've never seen him before, Xiaodan said, studying the face. But his features are easy enough to recognize. Let me read through the rest later. Haven't seen either of you eat anything today, Remy said in between bites. Vampires could go on extended periods without feeding, but he wasn't sure what their limits were. Elke didn't believe in fasting, and often took her blood together with her wine in small portions over the course of a day, but she was the only vampire he was close enough with to associate any eating habits to. Zidane usually hunts, Xiaodan said. There's always something to eat in the woods. I usually take my fill of Zidane. Vampires didn't usually rely on other vampires for their nutrition. Remy paused mid-chew. Why? Xiaodan tapped at her chest. I can drink blood elsewhere, but Zidane's has certain properties that allow me to gain back my strength faster than animal or human nourishment can. So he gives himself, what, health pills? Remy couldn't muster the required imagination beyond picturing Xiaodan wrapped around Malek's neck, delectable mouth feasting on the perfect flesh there, or why the thought of it unnerved him in distinctly uncomfortable ways. And you drink that like he's some afternoon tea? A combination of blood thickeners and modified hemoglobins is a far cry from pastries and biscuits, Malek said, unfastening his collar. Remy's eyes were immediately drawn to the movement, taking in the curve of his neck, a hint of tanned collarbone, before forcing himself to look away. Xiaodan's condition forces her to process blood at a rate twice as fast as the average vampires, the noble continued, thankfully unaware. The blood cycles back into her system quicker, letting her extract more of the sustenance she requires. Her feeding triggers a faster regeneration on my end, increasing my strength in turn. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. Mutually beneficial parasites. What a romantic notion. It explains why you're together, Remy said, then realized the unintended insult. It explains a reason you're together, he clarified, shoving more bread into himself. Xiaodan laughed. Curious? He'd stuffed his mouth full so as not to get in more trouble, but that didn't stop Remy from nodding. How about a trade? I'll answer any questions you may have in exchange for answering one of mine. Completely reasonable. Another nod. All right. Zidane and I met, about 30 or so years ago. He had been turned for nearly 900 years by then. Remy nearly choked on his meal. He'd known that Malek was old, even by vampire standards, but 900 bloody years. Astonbury would have given up his right testicle for any information about the Third Court ruler, and his fiancée was tossing out information like it was nothing. And I am the natural-born daughter of Queen Yingui, Queen of the Court of Tranquility. That would make me about 40 years old, though Cambions tend to stop physically aging in our 20s or thereabouts. You're a Cambion. All the shit he got from Malek over being one, and his fiancée was the Dampier. The cuntsack didn't even look apologetic. He merely tilted his head and closed his eyes, listening to Xiaodan talk. My father was human. The Third and Fourth Courts were always the closest allied among the other factions, and Zidane would often travel to our castle to discuss kindred matters with my mother. And it was a wonder we could talk much business, with you constantly underfoot. There was a rare unrestrained affection in Malek's voice, which he made no effort to hide. He sat close to Xiaodan, and his hands found hers, stroking absently at the back of it. It took him a while to notice me. He was rude on the occasions he did visit. I declared war on him for that. Xiaodan's smile faded. Mother isn't as strong as she once was. That's always been a problem with vampires who live several hundred lifetimes over. Sometimes you just get so overwhelmed by living that you can spend eternities simply waiting to die. Sorrow laced her voice. Mother lost her consort, my father, many years ago, and she still mourns. I was the only child she ever had, and by the time I was old enough, the Fourth Court had fallen into ruins because of her neglect. He was her familiar? Remy asked. Ever been one yourself? Malek asked, raising an eyebrow. I would rather stab my own heart and bleed out than submit myself to a vampire. There is more to a familiar than just being a vampire's pet. Malek smiled slowly. Although that is not necessarily a terrible thing to be, if one prefers both. Yes, Xiaodan said, a pretty blush suffusing her features. A change of subject was in order. So, how did Malek wind up meddling in Fourth Court affairs? Xiaodan sighed. Without a firm hand from Mother, we made for easy targets. Zidane did his best to convince her to take a more aggressive position, to stop the forays of the Second and Fifth Courts from taking slices of our territory, but to no avail. The inevitable happened, of course. The Fifth Court decided we were ripe for the taking, and they were nearly right. It was only with Zidane and the Third Court's assistance that we survived.
the Summer Lords took out all of the Fifth, along with several Second Court vampires aiding Etienne Sauveterre. Including Declan Orgasy, the Second Court king, Remy said. Orgasy attempted to invade northern Illyria afterward and claim it for his own. Father and many other Reapers travelled to his castle to kill him before he could succeed. Then Orestes Kurdashev took over, but the Reapers annihilated them again years later, this time for good. Edgar Pendergast didn't kill Declan Orgasy, Zidane said. Ziaudan did. Remy's mouth fell open. Zidane, Ziaudan protested. If we are to travel with him, then surely he ought to know the truth about his sire's exploits. Remy couldn't help it. He burst into laughter. My pardon, he guffawed, wiping at his eyes with a sleeve. I wasn't laughing at you, Ziaudan. I was laughing at my father's bloated sense of self-importance. He really does believe that he killed Orgasy. How did he come to think that? We fought the Second Court, just as Illyria had declared war on them, Malek said. The Reapers arrived in the midst of our battle, the court already in disarray. Orgasy was fast on his way to dying when your father found him. I intended to let him suffer longer, Ziaudan said, quieter now. If anything, your father was much more merciful. Malek squeezed her hand. She killed Etienne Sauveterre as well, though his death left some lasting effects on her. Your heart, Remy said, realizing. He damn well nearly killed me is what happened, Ziaudan said. It roused Mother enough from her stupor to do the best and worst thing she could have done to save my life. And what's that? Ziaudan placed her hand over her chest, and Remy could hear it go pa-thump. Bada-bada-thump, bada-thump. She gave me a new heart, she said. One that she'd been keeping under lock and key for centuries. That didn't make sense. Are you speaking metaphorically? Ziaudan grinned, wagged a finger at him. One question of yours for one of mine, and I've already been far too lenient. My turn. What did Eugenie mean when she referred to you surviving something when you were only 13? It was getting cold. They really should have risked a fire. Ask me a different question, Remy said roughly. What? Ask me a different question. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't even want to think about it, but it was too late. The past was back in his brain, rotting through. Have Eugenie tell you if you're that curious, but I won't. If there's nothing else, I'm going to take a piss. Let him go, Remy heard Malek tell Ziaudan as he stomped off. It's about time for your feeding. It only took a few minutes for Remy to do his business and shove his breeches back up, though the restlessness persisted. He found a small stream and lingered there, washing what he could of himself without taking his clothes off, and the gurgling of running water helped ease his mind, if only just a little. He didn't want to think about it. He couldn't even remember most of what had happened, almost like it hadn't happened to him at all, and he was only recalling, very dimly for the most part, but in quick bursts of bright graphic details in others, a story that someone else had told him. A hazy fog had settled over those memories, colder and thicker than anything even mist-shrouded Illyria could manifest. He was better off not remembering. He didn't want to remember the bits he did recall, like the sound of the screaming, high-pitched and warbly, the feel of the heavy breaker above him as he whipped it at faster, dizzying speeds, knowing that if he slowed down even once, that they would fall on him and he would die. Stop being such a fucking git, Remy said aloud. Fuck it. He returned to where the others were. It was a mistake. Ziaudan sat on Malek's lap, legs wrapped around his waist. Her mouth was pressed against the side of the man's neck. Her eyes were closed, her face euphoric. She was moaning softly, writhing, moving back and forth against her lover. Malek's collar was now completely unbuttoned, his perfect muscular neck exposed. His head was thrown back, his breathing low and even. His hands were gripping Xiaodan's backside, slowly lifting her up and down against him, in a rhythm that Remy all too quickly understood. Neither had undressed, but it didn't matter. He watched the way their bodies curved hungrily towards each other, sensual, intimate. He should have turned back around. He should have idled longer at the stream. He would have avoided seeing them in this painful, lovely way if he had. And yet he couldn't leave. Remy's breaths left him in short, spastic gasps, unconsciously following their rhythm like he was a participant, rather than an unwanted voyeur. There was a strange beauty to their forms, the arresting way they fit together, and it left him with a slow burning, a yearning for something he could not find the words for. They cared for each other. Deeply, irrevocably, completely. He had never had that for his own. He watched Xiaodan's soft red lips move higher up Malek's neck. He wondered what they felt like, then felt ashamed, because she had spurned his dismal, adulterous attempts in a Louvre, and had been nothing but devoted to Malek. And how Malek looked as he... Malek's eyes slid open, now nearly golden in their entirety. Though Remy stood in the shadows, they fastened immediately on him like the man knew he was there, and never looked away even as Xiaodan moaned and shuddered in his arms. There was a hunger in the vampire's gaze, bold and unapologetic as he sat, letting Remy watch them. Something curved at the Summer Lord's mouth, too fierce to be a smile. He leaned forward and whispered something against Xiaodan's hair, the words so soft that Remy could not hear. The beautiful girl in Malek's arms trembled, her lips leaving his neck briefly. "Yes," she groaned, eager and filled with need. "Yes, I want him too." Chapter 18. Bluff. The pigeon bearing Eugenie's letter arrived at dawn, just as they were readying to leave. The man with the red hair had been spotted again. The secrets trader had written, this time at the village of Zelenka, over 20 miles east of Brushven. This suited their plans just fine, Xiaodan said. Zelenka lay en route to Changshui, so they would not deviate much from their planned path. Remy was thankful that the carriage was speeding too quickly to encourage much talk. Xiaodan was staring down at her hands, fingers nervously twisting at one of her long sleeves. She hadn't stopped blushing since they'd left Brushven. For a vampire, it was an impressive feat. In contrast, Malek was relaxed. Too relaxed. There was no one leading their hellhests outside, but Peanut and Cookie seemed to know where they were going, which was more than could be said of Remy. He concentrated on the rushing scenery outside his window, choosing the faint bouts of nausea over having to look at his companions. Because he couldn't. It was too easy to remember the way Xiaodan's mouth travelled down Melek's neck, the way the man's head had reclined back to give her better access. The peaceful expression on his face that Remy had never seen him wear before. Remy didn't want to remember the way they looked last night, at the unexpectedly sensual way they had been caught by what bits of moonlight had trespassed through the fog, and the way it had made his own chest tighten, like he was mourning a loss he'd never known till now. Halfway into their journey to Zelenka, Xiaodan finally spoke. Still pink-cheeked, still fussing with her dress, still not looking up from her lap, she said, "I really would like to apologize for what you saw. I should have had Zidane's blood in a Louvre before we started, but we were so busy with our preparations and his investigations that it had slipped my mind." She spent her last night at the capital guarding Kinnaia Lodge, fearful for any reprisals from Vasilik. It made Remy feel even guiltier. "Even so," Xiaodan continued, There was no good reason to be so forthright, out in the open, knowing we all have little expectation of privacy. You left so quickly last night, and I couldn't quite think of a way to apologize this morning." She thought he'd left because he was embarrassed. Remy let it pass without explaining himself, because that would mean confessing that he'd left because he'd been so fucking aroused. "There's nothing to be sorry for. You're both engaged. I should be more mindful." "I hope this doesn't change anything," Xiaodan asked anxiously. "Of course not. Don't think anything else of it. I won't." He was lying through his goddamn teeth. It had changed everything between them. He had left quickly because he couldn't stay. Not after she'd told Malek that she had wanted him too. He'd mustered enough strength to retreat back into the woods before he could do the unthinkable and take her up on her offer, but hadn't enough willpower for much else, because once he was out of sight and some ways away, he had grimly loosened his breeches a second time and attended to himself, more determined to get it out of his system rather than from any eagerness to finish. He had found no particular satisfaction from this solo act. Oversexed, he thought. I've been bloody oversexed for so long that anyone I find even remotely attractive gets me off quick. Fuck Giselle. No. That's what started this whole damn mess in the first place. He'd already taken his dose of blood wakers, and everything was looking exceptionally vivid today, Xiaodan's lips especially soft and inviting in the morning light. And her scent. Vampires shouldn't have had any, so it was no business of hers to smell so light and sweet from her side of the carriage. It was fucking him up, just a little. Maybe something stronger to drink at Zelenka, or whatever village they wound up at next. He didn't care which one, as long as there were people about with ale strong enough to dull his senses. He couldn't look at Malek, either. The man had seen him. Even worse, Malek had liked that he'd seen them, probably smiled at him to fuck with his head. The Summer Lord was currently leaning back against his seat. His eyes were closed, but that tilted smile was there once again, mocking and certain. Without meaning to, Remy's eyes drifted lower toward the man's neck, smooth and unmarked by Xiaodan's teeth. His scent was familiar, the same from when they'd first fought. Uninvited came the thought of what the vampire might taste like. What if it had been his mouth against the man's skin? Remy wondered if the Lord was always as gentle a lover as he was with Xiaodan, or if he was ever rougher. Remy jerked his attention back towards the window, scowling. Stop thinking, stop fucking thinking. Zelenka clearly knew what had happened to Brushfen. Remy could see the large wooden stakes they'd erected on the ground surrounding the village, a warning to visitors against drawing nearer. It would be best to shelter the Hellhests here and travel the rest of the way on foot, Malek said. Let's not give them more reasons to be wary. The problem will be passing ourselves off successfully as human, Xiaodan said worriedly. What do you think, Remy? Only then did Remy finally look at Xiaodan, whose deceptively plain Chupeco could not hide its expensive satin and elaborate stitchwork, and then at Malek, who could wear burlap sacks and still be incapable of hiding his noble, arrogant bearing. He sighed. They secured both the Hellhests and the carriage inside the woods, keeping them out of sight, and walked the rest of the way. Remy could see a great number of men and women were gathered by Brushfen's gates, far too many guards for a village their size. "Halt!" one of the men shouted, spotting them approaching. "State your business, otherwise be off with you." "We are travellers hoping to stay the night," Xiaodan called back in her meekest voice. "Has something happened?" "There's been vampires attacking all up the northwest, with a whole village razed to the ground. Everyone from here to Southport are arming themselves. We're taking those same precautions." The man eyed her suspiciously. "You don't look like you're from around here, miss." "I come from Sankiri, farther east. My companions and I are travelling there." "Sankiri?" one of the women asked suspiciously. "That's in Tingyi territory. They say whole towns up there welcome vampires as their overlords." "My fiancé's mother lives in Sankiri," Malek said pleasantly. "The court vampires in Tingyi have dwindled enough that they are no longer a threat. It seems to me that it is far more dangerous to be travelling in Illyria now than to the east." "True, but our village is closed to strangers as of the moment." "They look suspicious," the woman insisted. "Where are their horses, their wagons? They look far too coiffed to have gone all this way by walking, what with that gentleman over there with his fancy clothes. Who's to say they're not spies for those vampires that burned down Brushfen? Didn't the mayor warn of suspicious strangers about asking questions?" The looks directed their way became much more hostile. "I think it would be best to leave," Malek said quietly. "If what you say is true, then we should find other accommodations," Xiaodan said politely. "Wait!" The shout came from behind the row of watchmen. An older man marched out, squinting at Remy. "I recognize you," he roared. "You're that Cambion pretending to be a Reaper. The Duke's bastard, with the vampire blood. The Pendergast get." "Are you fucking jesting with me?" Remy said, disbelieving. "You're singling me out as the vampire among us three." There was a cacophony of clicks as a dozen pair of crossbows were trained Remy's way, arrows already nocked. "We aren't interested in what you say is truth and what you say is lies, sir," the first man said. "We'd cut you down where you stand if we didn't think there'd be reprisals coming from Her Majesty's Reapers, so we're giving out warnings first. You have 5 minutes to skitter out of sight before my men's arrows find your throat, and if you're wanting to keep your neck intact, you'd best stay far away from here." "The nerve of them!" Xiaodan fumed after they had regrouped, half a mile later. "You've hunted vampires to keep them safe, and they dare call you the threat." "It's happened before," Remy said with all the resignation of one who'd been through it enough times to believe otherwise. "They're right to be afraid. That they're being overly cautious is good." "I still have half a mind to march back there and give them what for." "That would be counterproductive," Malek reminded her calmly. "Pendergast is right. Their fears will help protect them." "But what are we to do if we are not welcome in Zelenka?" Xiaodan demanded. How certain was Eugenie about her sources? What if some other village comes under threat? She is not one to act upon information until she is certain of its authenticity. If she believes Zelenka is next, then we shall wait for tonight. It would do you well to recuperate in the meantime. You've been using the sun's gift too often in Alu for my liking, and you got very little rest last night." Remy was fairly certain that Malek hadn't intended to insinuate anything by the last remark, but Xiaodan turned red all the same. "I could use some shut-eye," she allowed reluctantly. Then she frowned. "Do not kill each other while I'm asleep." "I'm sure Pendergast and I can put this free time to good use," Malek said, still deadpan. "There is a wager that needs settling." "Wager?" Remy asked. "What the hell are you—" "Oh, fuck." He told the vampire that he was going to survive the attack at the archives, even turned it into a bet with a noble owing him a favour if he did. He hadn't expected Malek to remember, much less honour his defiance. "Well," Xiaodan huffed, "I expect you both on better terms when I wake." Malek kept his gaze on the coach after she retired, looking back at Remy only after he'd made certain she was truly asleep, her heartbeats evening out. "I told her you wouldn't be up to our standards when it came down to a fight. She said if I was wrong, I ought to give you the training you should have had as compensation. That is, of course, if you can last a round with me." The Summer Lord was goading him, that much was obvious. But Remy would take him up on the offer anyway, eager for a rematch. On the contrary, he said, it would be my pleasure to beat the fucking hell out of you. The nobleman didn't even bother drawing out his sword, his stance more relaxed than expectant. Come at me whenever you're ready, then. Let's not be all day about it. No preparations, no warm-ups, not even rules. That was fine by Remy, who wasted no time taking hold of Breaker and promptly charging the Lord. There was a razor-honed, controlled grimness to Malek's fighting, a strange contrast to Remy's, since he was often more furious than finessed. The noble's movements were as precise as a mathematical calculation. He flowed from one position to the next, knew exactly where he should be to counter every thrust and parry, and followed up with well-placed sweeps and blows that would have sent a lesser man to his knees in seconds. And 900 years of fighting meant he would have learned to perfect those techniques, mastered the 1.5 million combinations for attacking and counter-attacking. That scientific mind of his could no doubt see the blows just before they happened, and could economize the best course of action to counter them. It had been the most noticeable thing Remy had seen whenever he saw the man fight, how Malek would exert only exactly enough strength and speed to win, never showing off with unnecessary posturing. On the other hand, Remy never pretended to be the smartest in the room. He wasn't one to crunch numbers and probabilities. He didn't have the skills to calculate the force he would need to take another man's head off. His greatest strength had always been his instinct. His other strength, possibly the only strength in a fight against Malek, was that his moves were unpredictable enough to give anyone pause. He focused on the immediate space around him, letting Breaker absorb the punches rather than leaping to the offensive. Because, lights fuck, this vampire was as fast as ever. And still it felt like Malek was holding himself back. Remy had fared poorly during their first fight, but he was matching the noble nearly blow for blow in this one. "Stop that," he snarled. "Stop what?" Malek's fist landed with a thud against Breaker's base, seeking an opening that Remy was unwilling to give. "Stop bloody going easy on me." Remy knew he'd guessed right when the man's eyes flickered, pausing for half a moment before Malek aimed for his kneecaps. He caught the attempt with the flat side of his scythe, but the Lord avoided his retaliatory slash. "You were faster than this back when I was wailing on your brother." Malek blurred and reappeared several feet away, out of reach. The tension in his jaw could snap off Remy's knife chain. "You're attempting to goad me into losing my temper. You would go out of your way to injure yourself simply out of pride. You wanted me to prove myself back in a Louvre. Now you're concerned for my safety. Fucking pick one, and make sure you pick the right one to bitch about." Remy ran to close the distance, chain whirring in his hands, and for the first time the vampire was on the defensive, if it could be called that. Malek merely weaved in between Remy's blows, avoiding them with ease, but did not take advantage to mount an offensive. "Xiaodan doesn't want you incapacitated." His admission only enraged Remy. "I don't need her concern either. Why the fuck did you even agree to have me here if you both intend to treat me like I'm some goddamn child? Like you do with Naji?" And then Malek was looming up in his vision, having somehow gotten past Breaker without Remy being aware of it. Suddenly it was Malek in between him and his double scythes, face against his. "The problem, Pendergast, is that neither Xiaodan nor I look at you as a child," Malek whispered, guttural, coldly furious, and Remy realized, stunned, thick with desire. "I saw you. I could smell your lust from where we sat. She thought you might join us. She is feeling your rejection most keenly." "Rejection?" Remy echoed in surprise. His overinflated, unwanted reputation with unavailable women had much to answer for, because he was just learning he was far less experienced than he'd thought. He'd assumed he was being respectful of their needs, relieving his urges out in the woods away from them like a proper noble. "I didn't... It was a private moment." I left not because I was... Was that why she was apologizing? Xiaodan understands what passed between you and the Duchess, how unsatisfying you found the relationship. Last night she was only thinking of the pleasure, her own desires. She feels guilty for propositioning you the way Lady Astonbury did. She does not want you to think of her in the same manner you think of the Duchess. Xiaodan was most emphatically not like the Duchess. Giselle had never once attempted to seduce him by sucking on another man's neck. I don't think of her at all like I do the Duchess. We've argued over you many times. Malek's hands were warm. They were wrapped around Remy's neck, light enough not to injure, but it hurt all the same. He didn't know how to defend himself against this. She believes that any overtures toward you would make her no different from the other woman. I disagree. One of Malek's hands drifted higher so he could grasp the side of Remy's jaw tightly, forcing his head up to meet his own dark, heavy-lidded gaze. I said you would be open to both our advances if we'd expressed our interest much more clearly. He leaned in closer. And Xiaodan is not awake at the moment to stop me. Malek didn't despise him. Fuck. I'm not interested in you. Remy could feel the warmth of Malek's breath against his neck and heard the man take a slow, long inhale, like he could physically sniff out his lies. Is that so? A knee moved between his thighs. Then why are you as hard as the weapon you're so fond of carrying? I concede, Remy rasped. He was sagging, Malek the only reason he was still upright. I forfeit this fucking fight. Let me go. I know what you did in the woods, Pendergast. I know what you were thinking. The shudder that went through him was like a lightning bolt. You're already with her. Why would you both... Neither Xiaodan nor I had intentions of pursuing anyone else while we remain committed to each other. She has always been honest with me, and I with her. And when we both realized the hunter she'd been enchanted with in a Louvre was the same one I'd fought. Remy could feel Malek's mouth against his ear, the vibrations as his lips formed words against his skin. Tell me you don't want this, Pendergast. Tell me you wouldn't want Xiaodan here with me either. All three of us. A part of him wanted Malek to close the distance, to reenact all the dishonorable thoughts of him that Remy had harbored in the carriage. Another part wanted to knock him out cold. The tip of a tongue stroked a line up his neck, and the latter part won out. Malek reappeared 3 feet from his right, smiling so smugly that it made Remy's fist hurt, even though he'd swung and missed. You cannot use my brother to get what you want, the vampire said, now back to his bored, slightly contemptuous self. If you don't want me to go easy on you, then I shall accede to your wishes. Remy charged at him, and this time the vampire was true to his word. In one swift movement, Breaker was torn from his grasp, and Remy landed hard on the ground, ears ringing from the cuff Malek had delivered right across the fleshy part of his shoulder. Any harder, and he would have dislocated it. He was back on his feet despite the pain, rolling quickly to snatch his weapon back up and facing the vampire noble again. Malek's eyes were no longer bright from lust. You think no one can anticipate your moves, he said. But even random attacks require a follow-through, which you do not capitalize on. Remember that when you try to hit me again. Fuck you, Remy said. Perhaps one day, Pendergast. Now shut up and strike me. Remy hadn't wanted to feel disappointed. His neck still tingled, knowing how close he'd gotten to being marked there, how close he'd come to letting the man do it. How much of it had been an act? How much had been revenge for insulting his brother, Remy's fault for constantly needling the man there, granted, and how much had been the truth? because Malek was closed off to him once again, his eyes impossible to read. Ziaudan was still sleeping. The noble had always been softer when it came to his fiancée, and it didn't feel like he would lie about anything concerning her, even if he was a prick the rest of the time. Remy didn't want to think. He was angry, even though the vampire was doing exactly what he had asked him to do. Anger was good. Anger helped him focus on the fight, and not what had just passed. "Don't mind if I do," he said, then raised Breaker and charged again. Chapter 19. A Village Defense. All things considered, Remy was still in good shape by the time night swooped in. Fingers and toes in working order, nothing hurting that he wouldn't survive from. Malek hadn't held back. Remy had enjoyed it. The man made for good practice. He was faster than anyone Remy had ever faced, and his one consolation was that he'd kept Malek from beating him too badly, even if he couldn't mount any real offensive. The noble hadn't been impressed, merely goaded him to hit harder. Likely the bastard would stake himself rather than give Remy any satisfaction. Malek had said nothing else about his proposal, as if he'd never had Remy trapped for a second time in 2 weeks, mouth hot against his throat. Remy rubbed at his neck and flushed. The arsehole had used his tongue, for fuck's sake. The man probably went about fucking anything with 2 legs and a pulse just for the sport of it. The absence of the latter might not even be a deal-breaker. Remy supposed Ziaudan was aware of her fiancé's proclivities. That she would choose to stay with him beggared all belief. She deserved better. No, she didn't. Malek might be a shitsack, but he loved Ziaudan. He'd kept quiet after Ziaudan had woken, even after she'd narrowed her eyes at them both and demanded a look at his bruises. After a cursory inspection of his injuries and some more grumbling, Ziaudan let it go. "Are you sure you're all right?" Her breath left her in soft, quick pants, though no changes in her heartbeat suggested exhaustion. Her eyes were bright. Relief he was still in one piece, Remy thought. "I'll be fine. Nothing I couldn't handle." A quick, derisive snort from Malek. The conversation, thankfully, shifted to Zelenka. "We'll have to keep guard over the village without them the wiser," Ziaudan said. "They've relied solely on the fortification of their stakes and barricades, but that won't stop stronger vampires from getting past them. Their bonfires are well placed, but they're not experienced fighters. Just one vampire getting through their defenses could do serious damage. And what do you propose we do?" Zidane sat on the carriage perch beside Ziaudan with a hand over hers, and Remy had to quell the urge to shout at him for being such a fucking hypocrite, because only a few hours ago the Lord had his goddamn hands on him. Instead, he concentrated on his breaker, on the loops he was making with it in the air above him. Best to stay here and keep watch. Be on guard for any movement around Zelenka before the villagers themselves notice. They may not even stage an assault tonight, but something tells me otherwise. Her nose twitched. There's something in the air. I can smell it. The attack will likely come from the forests, Malek said thoughtfully. I'll move the Hellhests farther out. The fog's thicker, and no one will notice them grazing there. Ziaudan hopped off the perch and turned to Remy as Malek led Peanut and Cookie away. You should still be resting, she said severely. This helps calm me. It looks exhausting. I'm used to it. This was the first thing I learned to do from my father. Said that if I didn't get used to the weight early on, I'd never be able to use it the way it ought to be used. Are you hoping to ease your mind for what's ahead? Or is this because of Zidane? Remy stopped so abruptly that his knife chain swung without his guidance, and he just managed to deflect the blade before it could stab him in the hand. What? I could smell him on you. Ziaudan's grey eyes were gleaming again. Stronger than he should be. I was worried about your sparring practice with him, but now I'm glad for other reasons.
You're not angry?
No, Zidane and I talked. It's more complicated than you think. A million questions raced through Remy's mind, chief among them being what the fuck, and do I really want to know and get myself involved? Though his mind stopped short of answering the latter. Xiaodan had ducked her head slightly. Her breathing had grown rapid, her eyes taking on a slightly glazed look. Are you all right, Xiaodan? Her head snapped up. No. I mean, yes. If Zidane bothers you again, please let me know immediately. I'll speak to him. The idea of looking weak to Malik by having Xiaodan talk to him in Remy's stead was unforgivable. There's no need for you to intervene. He can do whatever the hell he wants. I can take it. Oh, Xiaodan said, somewhat faintly. Oh. They had a quick dinner, or rather Remy had dinner while Xiaodan and Malik refrained from pawing at each other again, much to his relief, then waited some more. They talked very little. Both his vampire companions meditated quietly while Remy cleaned Breaker's blades, scoured it with a new whetstone, and wallowed in his thoughts. Whatever faith both nobles had placed in Eugenie's sources, he'd hoped the trader was right. It was Xiaodan who spotted the first of the attackers. She hissed something low under her breath, then was simply no longer where she'd been sitting. Malik had risen to his feet, looking grim. "Ready yourself, Pendergast," he said. "It's worse than we thought." Despite their numbers, the pack of undead had drawn far too close to the village for comfort and avoided detection from those standing guard. The gates were closed, but 3 villagers were standing within the dubious safety of the fire's light, each armed with a sword and a burning torch. That was their first mistake, Remy knew. It marked them as targets at a height that was an easy leap for most vampires. Remy could make out a shadow as it bypassed the stakes and barricades the villagers had worked hard on and leaped for one of the unsuspecting men stationed by the gates. Xiaodan was quicker. She snatched the vampire out of the air, throwing him down with such force that one of the barricades splintered where they landed. The kindred gurgled. One of the sharp poles had been driven into his chest, keeping him stuck as he flailed, gasping in pain. Shouts of alarm sounded from within the village. Remy could see more people gathering atop the gates, aiming crossbows. The attacking vampires abandoned all attempts at silence. With loud, whooping howls, they slammed into the wooden gates. Several more turned to Xiaodan, who stood at the center of the field with her arms crossed, glaring at the incoming mob, like that would be sufficient for them to leave. The ones unlucky enough to take her up on the challenge were immediately disemboweled, as Xiaodan blurred from one opponent to the next, using nothing but her hands to tear them into shreds like their bodies were paper. The vampires aiming for the village entrance had Malik to contend with. The noble drew out his saber, its curved blade gleaming in the dim light, and waited. He gave no ground, even as the coven converged on him, and lashed out, cutting all within reach. There was a poetry to his motions, his weapon flashing like beats to a rhythm as kindred fell before him. There were far more vampires than Remy had expected. Xiaodan and Malik together had taken down perhaps 12.5, but there were just as many now racing toward Zelenka's gates, and still more pouring out from the nearby woods. He found a position of his own somewhere in between his 2 companions, and sent Breaker's knife chain spinning in an arc above his head. As the vampire mob neared, he increased its arc, creating a zone where his blade could cut indiscriminately, spraying blood and other entrails all as black as the surrounding darkness, while it sliced through bodies. There was a scream from somewhere behind him. 2 vampires had gotten through the barricade, and the villagers on top of the wall were in a panic, flailing uselessly with their pitchforks. Remy took down the nearest mutations around him, then made a running leap for the wall, still swinging his chain. The lynx wrapped around one of the vampire's legs, and a hard yank sent it falling back to the ground. The other lunged for him, and Remy braced himself, only for the monster to be abruptly cleaved in two in mid-air. Malek blurred briefly into view, fucking show-off, gutted a third mutation, and blurred back out again. The vampires around Malek and Xiaodan seemed faster, more inclined to strike. This second wave visibly hesitated as they approached him, and it made all his work that much easier. Remy dealt quickly with the monster he'd dragged down from the wall, sliced through another vampire, skewered several more. There was a loud thud as something heavy hit the ground beside him. It was an arrow, stuck into the dirt, and Remy swore aloud. The villagers were firing into the pack, uncaring who they hit. He altered the knife chain's trajectory at an angle so it could swing in a circle over his head, warding off any other projectiles he might not see in the gloom, but leaving him open to the vampire's attacks. He angled Breaker downwards so that his twin scythes were at waist level, and when something tried to come at him from behind, sidestepped the swipe and used his blades to cut the vampire in two from the groin up. He spun around to feint at another, all while keeping the knife chain whirring above. Xiaodan was relentless, flowing from one vampire to the next, and decimating them all effortlessly, her nails already on the next target before her previous victim's body had finished sliding to the ground. Malek was all arms and blade, never relinquishing ground, even in the face of the swarm. The fourth court vampiress was too quick for any of the arrows from Zelenka to score a hit, but several found their way to the third court king, who, without glancing their way, reached out toward the sky with his other hand to snatch the projectiles out of mid-air, occasionally using one to stab a vampire within range. Most of the creatures converged on Malek. Remy rushed to his side, eviscerating the nearest two as the pack started to close in. The vampire lord said nothing, merely inclined his head in acknowledgement as they stood back to back, fighting through the pack. The horde thinned out soon enough, until only a handful were left. Xiaodan made quick work of the remaining undead, until only the three of them remained standing in a sea of mutilated torsos, heads, and limbs. Panting, Remy surveyed the carnage around them, and held back a quick shudder of revulsion. If this was the same army of vampires that had swept through Brushven only a couple of nights before, it was no surprise they'd been able to annihilate the village in only a few hours. But the size of this particular nest was troubling enough on its own. Neither Astonbury nor Queen Ophelia had had an inkling of any active vampire packs within Illyria of this size. Giselle was wily enough to take a sample of nearly every document that passed through her husband's desk, and this would have been a priority. Illyria was already compromised if this many vampires were hidden within its territories. He glanced down at the nearest corpse that he'd butchered and frowned. The vampire's clothes were in tatters, but not from Breaker. Its clothes were streaked through with dried rather than recent blood. They were similar in fashion to those he would have assumed travelling merchants wore, or of villagers when they... Shock gripped him, then horror. These were the villagers, the ones missing from Brushven. Why so many bodies were unaccounted for? He didn't realize he'd said it aloud until Malek responded quietly. "There's nothing you can do for them, Pendergast," in a way that made Remy suspect he'd already known. The blood pooling the grass beneath them does not run red. They've been infected by the rot, and are in its very early stages. Blue-black blood, just like the other mutations. All of them. Are you saying they might rise again like at a Louvre? Malek grabbed him by the shoulders without warning. Startled, Remy attempted to shove him away. "Stop struggling, Pendergast. I'm inspecting you." "Why? You're looking to see if I've been infected." "How smart you are, Pendergast." The sarcasm was strong in Malek's harsh voice, his abruptness. "What would I do without such insight?" "I wasn't bitten. You have no need to be concerned." "But I do." Malek's hand was on the side of Remy's face again, turning it so he could continue with his examination.
I worked you too hard during our sparring. If there were any lapses in your fighting just now, then I am to blame, am I not?
Remy didn't know why the words hurt, but knew why they angered him. Quit the bloody act. Stop telling me that conversation didn't mean anything, then turn around and pretend you're worried for my sake. He tried to shove Malak away. The Lord caught his hand, turning it so his palm faced upward, and looked down at the shallow cut on Remy's finger where the knife chain had nicked it, just a little. The Lord raised his gaze up to meet his. You are an infuriating human who constantly tries my patience, Malak said. But I've never pretended. And slowly, without breaking eye contact, the man pressed his fingers against the small wound, tongue briefly flicking out, and Remy's breath spilled out of him in soft, jittery waves. I am not invulnerable, but neither are you. You cannot be angry at me for putting myself in danger, then dismiss my concerns when you do the same. Malak pressed his finger against the tip one last time and let go. He was perfectly composed as ever as he walked over to Xiaodan. Remy, on the other hand, was trembling, staring down at his hand like he'd grown a third thumb. Xiaodan gestured at the corpses. If they had entered the village, they would have infected the people inside. This was a deliberate attack to spread the rot. But this seems different from what Eugenie's report said. Yes, Malak agreed, frowning. She said the attack on Brushfen was a coordinated feeding. This mob was comprised of 15 or so vampires and the rest their mutated victims. If they can control the mutations like weapons, then whoever's in charge may know the secrets to the rot's creation. Xiaodan's hands tightened on the hem of her Chupeco. Those poor people. Were they all from Brushfen? It would appear so. None of the ones I fought turned to ash, though that doesn't prove much. We killed a few coven vampires as well, but I doubt that these were all of them. Forcing away the persistent memories of Malak's mouth against his skin, Remy risked a glance behind him. The villagers had ceased firing arrows when the number of infected had visibly decreased, but they were still milling about the gates, no doubt discussing what to do about the three of them. Remy saw a few raise their crossbows as if to resume firing where they'd left off, but noisy arguments broke out immediately, and the weapons were lowered again. Maybe we ought to discuss this somewhere else, he said, still feeling nervous, exhilarated, and irritated that Malak had so easily reverted back to his collected, dispassionate self. I can't dodge arrows as well as the two of you. A fresh ruckus erupted among the torch-wielding crowd. Remy's ears were sharp enough to pick up the word vampire amid the shouts. He had a bad feeling. I think we may have missed out on some of those undead, because it sounds like a few of them did manage to make their way inside the city. He was running toward the gates before the others could say another word, re-strapping Breaker to his back so that he was free to wave his arms, hoping the villagers would take it as a sign that he meant no harm. "Let us in!" he hollered. "Open the gates! If there are any inside, then you have to fucking let us in!" Some of the men stared blankly at him. Others raised their bows again. "We've just beaten up corpses for all you absolute gits," Remy yelled again, "and I'd really appreciate some fucking reciprocation." "Who's to say you aren't one of them too?" someone yelled back. "My name is Remington Pendergast. I'm a Reaper." "Are you constantly this loud?" Malak had caught up to him. "We can simply leap over the walls if gaining access to the village is what you're concerned with." "Yes, but then we'll have to fight through a mob of terrified villagers. It's one thing to see you fighting on their behalf, and still another entirely to have you right in their midst, knowing you're one of what they're trying to keep out. They know what a Reaper is. It's the kind of authority that they're familiar with." The gates swung open. "See?" The men and women were still holding their crossbows aloft, but none of them seemed inclined to fire immediately at the three. "What happened?" Remy barked, trying to remember what his father had sounded like in his prime so he could mimic the thundering voice that resounded through the manor and sent him hiding as a youth. "Got a vampire inside the mayor's house," one of the men said, looking about ready to shit his own pants at the thought. "We've got it surrounded, but we don't know what's happened to him and his family." Scared as they were, they kept pace with Remy as he ran, pointing him toward a crowd already gathered, the smell of smoke from the burning torches they held thick in the air. "They're as good as dead, Jonah," another man was arguing when they arrived. "The chances of the rest of us surviving are better if we set fire to the place." "You'd put his wife and daughters in danger all to save your skin, you coward!" another roared at him. "You can hear 'em screaming. They're still alive in there. Do not, under any circumstances, toss that bloody torch into the house," Remy grated out, when it looked like the man was prepared to do so despite the opposition, "or I will personally see you hanged, black-throated, at the gallows." "And who the bloody hell are you?" "Remington Pendergast, son of Edgar Pendergast, Duke of Valenbon." A faint ripple of gasps through the crowd. The Valenbon name, fortunately, still held some power. "Let me inside." "You fool," Malek said,